Chapter 1600. The one-armed old man was enraged. After living for so many years, when had he ever been toyed with like this? I can swear that you will regret this. The people of Fengtian Palace are not as simple as you think. The sincerity they're showing now is all a lie. He roared. You still want to sow discord? What a joke. The people of Fengtian Palace aren't that great, but they are many times better than the Vangu League. Li Yuan sneered. I know how to flatter myself too. The one-armed old man sneered. All right, don't waste your time. Even if what you said is true, I won't choose to work with the Vangu League. You should think about how to face the wrath of Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the one-armed old man to the castle. Li Yuan asked curiously, Brother, are Yu Huang and Willow Tree still alive? No. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Yuan and the palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at each other. They were really lucky to be alive. Li Yuan smiled, that's great. With the two of them, it will be easier for us to destroy the Vangu League. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and asked, Are you serious? Li Yuan's body stiffened and he quickly nodded, of course. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. The palace master of Fengtian Palace quickly changed the topic and asked, Little brother, when do we make our move? When Willow Tree and Yu Huang recover from their injuries. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Black Sea. Is that the Nether Sea, one of the 4 forbidden lands in the Black Tortoise world? Yes. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, What's in the Nether Sea? Everything. But it's also very dangerous. That's because the water of the Netherworld Sea can corrode one's soul. Only false gods can enter. The palace master of the Imperial Conferring Palace said. How big is the Netherworld Sea? Qin Feiyang asked again. It's huge. Even I would need 3 days to reach the end of the Netherworld Sea. Furthermore, there are a lot of islands in the Nether Sea, and there are quite a few demigod realm beasts residing on those islands. Once they are disturbed, the consequences will be unimaginable. The palace master of the Imperial Conferring Palace said. A demigod beast, Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned to look at the 2 palace masters of the Celestial Worship Palace and said, I heard from Willow Tree that you and the Vangu League have set a rule. People from the Black Tortoise world are not allowed to kill demigod dire beasts. Why is that? It has something to do with the one above. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace pointed at the sky, his words extremely obscure. Guardian? Qin Feiyang frowned. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace's expression changed, and he hurriedly whispered, Little brother, the name of the guardian can only be understood, not spoken. Otherwise, it will bring disaster. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Both of them saw it and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. This was a typical example of a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. But they didn't know. They regarded the guardian of the Grim Reaper, and they were almost killed by Qin Feiyang. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said, Little brother, I have a question to ask. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. When you entered the Black Tortoise world, did you see a fire dragon? The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, What's wrong? Then, how did you come in at that time? The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace and Li Yuan were both curious. Qin Feiyang said, If I say that I killed it, would you believe me? This joke isn't funny at all. Li Yuan was speechless. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He knew that no one would believe him. He said indifferently, I took advantage of the time when it was sleeping to sneak in. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said, Then, when you leave the Black Tortoise world, you must be careful, don't make any noise and wake it up. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right then. I'll go and make preparations to destroy the Vangu League. Li Yuan, arrange a place for this little brother to rest for a few days. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said. Qin Feiyang said, no need, I'll just rest in the castle. All right. I'll have Li Yuan stay here, if you need anything, just tell him. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. The palace master of Celestial Submission Palace said a few more words to Li Yuan, then turned around and left. After watching the palace master leave, Li Yuan retracted his gaze and smiled, brother, our palace master is a good person. I like his straightforwardness. However, I believe that you should know that I hate people who only listen to me behind my back. Qin Feiyang said. I understand, I understand. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and went straight into the castle. What a scary young man. After Qin Feiyang left, Li Yuan was sweating profusely. Although he could defeat Qin Feiyang in a second in terms of cultivation, Qin Feiyang's every gaze seemed to carry an invisible deterrent force. Especially that extraordinary insight and sensitivity, it made people uncontrollably flustered. Being enemies with such a person really made one unable to eat or sleep well. Inside the castle, the one-armed old man was curled up in a corner. No one paid attention to him, but when he saw Qin Feiyang appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Fatso, asking, did you take his Qinquan bag? I've searched it, no. It should have been taken by the palace master of Celestial Submission Palace. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced at Mu Xingxing, who was also curled up in a corner, then looked at Dan Wangkai and said, we've seized a lot of Qinquan bags in the past 2 days, right? The Qinquan bags of Mu Xingxing, Pei Yunchang, the head of the pagoda, Shirlan, the 5 elders of Celestial Submission Palace, Ning Yifeng, Zhao Shimeng, and the others are all with me. Dan Wangkai nodded. These people are either false gods or disciples of rich families, so they must have a lot of herbs. Sort them out as soon as possible. But you don't have to report to me, you can do it yourself. But if you find the godly spell, remember to give it to me. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Dan Wangkai said. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze, took out the long stick he took from the one-armed old man, and lowered his head to ponder. Judging from the aura, this godly artifact was a level higher than the rainbow sword and the 7-star sword. Who should he give it to? Fatso and Lu Hong both had godly artifacts. Willow Tree and Yu Huang also had godly artifacts. As for himself, he had Chang Shui, the ancient castle, and the fire lotus, so he didn't need it. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Wolf King. It seemed that this guy didn't have a godly artifact yet. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Along the way, the white-eyed wolf had helped him many times. Especially the people in the spiritual state, the white-eyed wolf had saved him many times. How could he forget about this guy now? Qin Feiyang shook his head, threw the long stick to the white-eyed wolf, and said with a smile, although you can't revive now, you can keep it for self-defense. You finally remembered me? I thought you would always ignore me. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction, grabbed the long stick happily, and rubbed it lovingly. Boss Wolf, you've made a fortune. This long stick is called the Sky-Breaking Stick, and it's a level higher than the 7-star sword in my hand. Willow Tree opened his eyes and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Really? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. Of course. As the Grand Deacon of the Vanga League, how can the godly artifact be too weak? I think it's on the same level as the fire lotus in the young master's hand. Willow Tree nodded. Not bad, not bad. Have a taste of my dog-beating stick. The white-eyed wolf nodded, jumped up, and rushed to Mu Xingkong, and gave him a good beating. Bastard! Why did you hit me for no reason? Mu Xingkong screamed and roared. I don't like you, okay? The white-eyed wolf smirked and hit Mu Xingkong's head with the stick. Blood immediately spurted out. Mu Xingkong fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. Poor kid. Willow Tree shook his head, and his eyes were full of sympathy. Facing the white-eyed wolf, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and smiled. He walked to the altar, opened the 6 words divine formula, and continued to copy the 6th stroke of the Xing formula. The 6th stroke was also the last stroke. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful the Xing formula was. Time flew by. Half a month had passed in the castle. Only a day and a half had passed in the outside world. Willow Tree and Yu Huang's injuries had healed. The 6 great elders had also adjusted to their best state after half a month of cultivation. Dan Wangkai also sorted out all the Qianquan bags, as well as the medicinal materials looted from Peach Blossom City last time. There were all kinds of medicinal materials, medicinal pills, gold coins, and countless. There were at least hundreds of perfect battle arts and perfect auxiliary battle arts. But he didn't find any divine arts and artifacts. However, Dan Wangkai was already very satisfied. Because these medicinal materials and battle arts were comparable to a big treasure. And he also found a lot of Kuei water essence, wood essence, 6th earth essence, 4th fire essence, and 8th gold essence. In other words, now, whether it was the spirit congealing pill, great creation pill, or 5 elements universe pill, they could all be refined in large quantities. And after Willow Tree and Yu Huang recovered, the first one they took care of was the one-armed old man. His ending was naturally quite miserable. He was even tortured to kneel and beg for mercy. However, although Willow Tree and Yu Huang had recovered, Qin Feiyang didn't immediately stop copying the Xing formula. It wasn't until the next morning that he retracted his arm and closed the 6 words formula. Outside, the sun rose, the morning sun shone on the earth, and everything gradually woke up. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 great elders. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 great elders also knew that a great battle was about to begin, and they all got up to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 6 battle swords appeared and flew to the 6 great elders. The 6 great elders were excited. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's not for you, it's just for you to kill the enemy temporarily." When the 6 heard this, a trace of disappointment suddenly crept up on their faces. But they didn't say much. They were already satisfied that Qin Feiyang didn't kill them. One after another, they dripped blood to recognize the master and put away the battle swords. "Are you ready?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and asked. "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Then, let's go." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he took a group of people and left the castle murderously. Chapter 1601. Outside. For the past 2 days, Li Yuan had been meditating. As soon as he sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, he immediately opened his eyes. When he saw that Willow Tree and Yu Huang had already recovered to their peak state, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. After suffering such serious injuries, they actually recovered in just 2 days? Are you kidding me? Could it be that they have divine pills? Qin Feiyang saw Li Yuan's doubts, but did not explain. He said, "Inform the palace master that we will set off immediately." Okay. Li Yuan hurriedly nodded and got up to look at Willow Tree and Yu Huang, as if he was looking at monsters. Whoosh! Immediately after, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared like lightning. "Everyone, listen up. Gather here quickly. Soon." A voice filled with murderous intent echoed from the top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw the palace master of Fengtian Palace standing in the sky, his aura shaking the void and earth. Whoosh! As soon as the palace master of Fengtian Palace finished speaking, figures rushed out of the halls on the giant peaks one after another. These people were men and women, old and young. But without exception, they all emitted the aura of a false god. There was not even a single war emperor. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Is this Fengtian Palace full of false gods?" "Not really. This is the holy land of Fengtian Palace, so only false gods are qualified to live here." Of course, Li Chang is another matter. Willow Tree said. What about the others? Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree turned around and pointed to a mountain in front of them. The disciples below the War Emperor level, including the family members of the false gods, are all over there. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked over. The place where Willow Tree pointed was thousands of miles away. That place was also filled with strange peaks and precipitous ridges, with layers upon layers of mountains. But in comparison, the mountains there were much inferior to the Holy Land. They did not have the kind of majestic aura that could shock one's soul. However, one could faintly see that there was an ancient city located in the mountains. But the city wasn't big. It covered an area of several miles. This meant that the population was not large either. That city is called Sky Tribute City. No matter if it's the Vanga League or Fengtian Palace, they don't recruit unless they're extremely talented. Therefore, most of the people in Reverence City are descendants of the false gods in Reverence Palace. Some fake gods have already passed away, but their descendants are still in Sky Tribute City. However, both of them are somewhat inhumane. Willow Tree said. Inhumane? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. They will only keep those who can cultivate. Like those who don't have the talent for cultivation, once they reach the age of 16, they will be chased out of Sky Tribute City. They will be sent out to get married and have children, fending for themselves. However, the two great powers didn't exterminate them either. If the descendants of those who were expelled have talent for cultivation, they can return to Sky Tribute City. Of course, this is only limited to their descendants. Willow Tree said. Why? We're all humans, why do we have to treat them differently? Yu Huang said angrily. This is the way of the world. No one wants to waste time on a worthless person. Willow Tree said calmly. He was obviously used to it. Worthless, Qin Feiyang muttered, a trace of disgust in his eyes. Because he knew the feeling of being expelled better than anyone else. As Yu Huang said, this was a very unfair action. However, in this world, there was nothing fair. Everything was decided by the fist. Not long later, the palace master of Fengtian Palace brought a group of people and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Behind the palace master of Fengtian Palace, there were no less than 50 people. In other words, there were at least 50 false gods in Fengtian Palace. This foundation was too terrifying, wasn't it? 50 false gods, even the entire Great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent combined didn't have that many. That's not all. Because I didn't see the vice palace master of Fengtian Palace. I think she should have brought some people with her to guard Fengtian Palace. Willow Tree said in a low voice. Not all. Qin Feiyang sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had such a foundation, what was the imperial preceptor? What was Mu Tianyang? He could destroy him with a wave of his hand. The palace master of Fengtian Palace landed in front of Qin Feiyang and smiled. Little brother, are you satisfied with the overall strength of my Fengtian Palace? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, asking, they already know our plan? Yes. I already told them yesterday. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Yesterday? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Is there a problem? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, forgive me for asking, but can the people here be trusted? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback, then said, so you're worried about the news being leaked? You can rest assured because everyone here is my family. Everyone is your family? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You misunderstood me. What I meant is that Fengtian Palace is a big family, everyone is one family. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Since we're all family, why did you expel those who don't have the talent for cultivation from the Fengtian Palace? Don't you think it's a slap in the face for saying such words? Yu Huang said with disdain. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's smile froze, shaking his head. I'm just saying that you don't understand the human world. Stop bragging. You haven't seen a pig run, but you haven't eaten pork? I'm still wondering, even if you keep them, how much land and food can they occupy? Is there a need to be so cruel? Yu Huang laughed angrily. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, enough, it's other people's business, why do you care so much? I just can't stand their behavior. They're even more cruel than us beasts. Yu Huang snorted coldly. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked embarrassed and said, although you're a beast, your words are reasonable, making me ashamed. When the black tortoise world is unified, I think this rule should be abolished. That's right. Whether they have cultivation talent or not, they're all humans and should be treated equally. To be able to admit your mistakes and change, you're not hopeless. Yu Huang smiled. Yes, yes, yes. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? As a beast, he's actually speaking up for the humans? He was sure that the group of fake gods behind the palace master of Fengtian Palace must be muttering in their hearts, this guy is different. Different from the other beasts. However, this could be considered a good thing. After all, there weren't many kind beasts, and it was his good luck to be able to meet one. Seeing that even the palace master of Fengtian Palace was tamed by him, Yu Huang was very proud and shouted, then let's go. The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned to look at the fake gods and shouted, listen, when we reach the Vanga League, don't talk nonsense, attack directly, and leave no one alive. Yes. Everyone nodded. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shouted, open the portal. Everyone opened up a portal. This was to save time. The palace master of Fengtian Palace also opened a portal, and a shocking murderous aura broke out from his body. He waved his hand and shouted, let's go. Everyone stepped into the portal in unison. Qin Feiyang also led Willow Tree and the others into the portal of the palace master of Fengtian Palace. The next moment, a group of people descended on the plains. The plains were extremely vast, and the vegetation was lush. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons lying on the ground. In the middle of the plains, a huge city stood majestically, covering an area of more than 10 miles. The dark city walls and tall buildings all exuded an ancient aura. However, there was not a single person in the entire city at this moment. It was an empty city. What's going on? Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders scanned the city in surprise. Why is this happening? The palace master of Fengtian Palace, Li Yuan, and a group of fake gods were also frozen in the void. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said in a deep voice, this is the Vanga League? The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Where are they? Don't tell me they have the ability to predict the future. Qin Feiyang said angrily. How would I know? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was also a little angry. It won't be easy to evacuate such a large city. There's only one explanation. The Vanga League had already received the news and evacuated everyone in advance. That means there are spies in your palace master of Fengtian Palace. Qin Feiyang looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said. Hearing this, the hearts of Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders sank as they scanned the fake gods around the palace master of Fengtian Palace. Impossible. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, then tell me, why would they disappear all of a sudden? The palace master of Fengtian Palace remained silent as he looked at Li Yuan and the other fake gods. My lord, you can suspect others, but you can't suspect me. I've followed you for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Li Yuan hurriedly said. The others also spoke up to prove their innocence. The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, could there be another reason? We're the only ones who know about this plan. How could there be another reason? Qin Feiyang said angrily. What's going on? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was furious. Everything was ready, but the people were gone. It was as if there was a beautiful woman standing in front of him with her pants down and spear ready, but the woman suddenly told him that she had a relative and couldn't do it today. It was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. He asked, "Did the Vanga League ask you for people in the past 2 days?" "Ask for people?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback and asked, "Who?" "The Grand Deacon, of course." Qin Feiyang said. "No." The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. "That's right. The Vanga League must have known that the Grand Deacon went to your palace master of Fengtian Palace. Even if they didn't know, they must have guessed it. He hasn't returned for 2 days. They must be worried. But they didn't do anything. They didn't even ask. What does this mean? It means that they already know that the Grand Deacon is in my hands and gave up on rescuing him. So I'm sure that there's a Vanga League spy in your palace master of Fengtian Palace." Chapter 1602. Who is it? Get the hell out here. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was furious as he roared at the group of fake gods beside him. Everyone looked at each other with a perplexed expression. Why would the spy admit it? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Do you have any ideas?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace thought to himself. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people's expressions as his eyes flickered. He had to find the spy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide anything from the Vanga League in the future. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. If the Vanga League received the news, would the people of the Tianyang Empire also receive the news? Because this plan also included eliminating the Tianyang Empire. He quickly looked at Willow Tree and said in a deep voice, "Go to Tianyang City immediately and take a look." Go to Tianyang City? Willow Tree was stunned. Go now. Qin Feiyang shouted. Willow Tree nodded and quickly opened a portal to leave. The palace master of Fengtian Palace glanced at Willow Tree's back and transmitted his voice. "Little brother, do you suspect that the Vanga League also informed the Tianyang Empire?" "I can't rule out that possibility. Because if it were me, I would do the same." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. After all, the Tianyang Empire wasn't weak. Faced with the alliance between him and the palace master of Fengtian Palace, the Vanga League would definitely form an alliance with the Tianyang Empire. "Where is the Soul-Sealing Valley?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Over there." The palace master of Fengtian Palace pointed to the end of the plain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. "Take me there and let the others stay here." "Okay." The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded and turned to Li Yuan and the others. "You guys stay here. I will go to the Soul-Sealing Valley with this little brother." "Yes." Everyone replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yu Huang and the 6 elders. He thought to himself, "You guys stay here as well. See if anyone will find an excuse to leave when palace master and I leave." "What do you mean?" Yu Huang was suspicious. If someone finds an excuse to leave, it's very likely that they have a guilty conscience. In that case, that person might be a spy. Qin Feiyang thought. Understood. Yu Huang nodded imperceptibly. Qin Feiyang nodded to the palace master, and the palace master immediately led Qin Feiyang to the Soul-Sealing Valley. Not long after, Qin Feiyang saw the entrance of a valley. The entrance was very small. Beside the entrance stood a tall stone tablet with 3 bold words engraved on it. Soul-Sealing Valley. This place must be empty as well. Before they even entered, the palace master of the Sky Conferring Palace said decisively. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The palace master of the Sky Conferring Palace said, "There used to be someone guarding this stone tablet, but now there's no one, which means that they have already left." Qin Feiyang nodded, looking at the entrance of the Soul-Sealing Valley. He said, "I'm very curious about this Soul-Sealing Valley. Let's go in and take a look." You can't go in. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace shook his head. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because there's a strange power in the soul-sealing valley that can seal the soul of a living being. Once the soul is sealed, it will immediately petrify and turn into a stone statue. Only pseudo-gods can enter. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace said. So scary? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. Although we can't go in, we can go to the sky and see the appearance of the soul-sealing valley. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace said. Qin Feiyang nodded, followed behind the palace master, and rushed into the sky above the entrance. The appearance of the soul-sealing valley immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. This soul-sealing valley was very big. Even with Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he was still unable to see the whole picture. Inside the valley, there were mountains and countless small valleys. These small valleys crisscrossed and were extremely complicated, like a maze. However, in the valley, other than humans and beasts, there were everything else. For example, flowers and trees. Medicinal herbs, spirit essence. Rivers, streams. If he didn't know in advance that this was a big forbidden area of the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang would definitely think that this was just a slightly more complicated maze valley. Will it really be petrified? Qin Feiyang asked. He always felt that the words of the palace master of the sky-conferring palace were somewhat unbelievable. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace did not reply, but turned and flew away. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Soon, a beast roar sounded. Following closely, the palace master of the sky-conferring palace flew over with a war emperor-level beast. Above the entrance, the palace master of the sky-conferring palace did not say anything and directly threw the beast into the soul-sealing valley. The moment the beast fell into the soul-sealing valley, its huge body was immediately petrified. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. This was too terrifying. Now you believe it. You also saw my sincerity. If I had the intention to harm you, I wouldn't have told you this and directly brought you in. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then how to remove the petrification? Leaving the soul-sealing valley, the petrification will naturally disappear. However, if it is broken by someone in the state of petrification, then even a pseudo-god will die on the spot. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, his eyes full of fear, and asked, then this petrification ability, what is the cause of it? No matter what, there was a source. This petrification must have come from something. I don't know. I'm afraid that only the Vanga League knows the reason. The guardian of the miracle should also know. When I had nothing to do, I also thought about this matter. According to my guess, the biggest possibility is that there is a terrifying demon hidden in the soul-sealing valley. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace said. Demon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace laughed. Little brother, don't think about it now. If you really want to find the answer, wait until you break through to the pseudo-god level. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, glanced at the soul-sealing valley, and said, let's go back. Whoosh. The two of them returned the way they came. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stepped on the brakes and suddenly turned his head to look at the soul-sealing valley. What's wrong? The palace master of the sky-conferring palace was shocked. Qin Feiyang was silent, scanning the valley, his eyes flashing coldly. But gradually, he frowned, and a trace of suspicion crept up on his face. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace asked anxiously, little brother, don't scare me. What's wrong? I suddenly felt that there seemed to be a gaze spying on me in the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The palace master of the sky-conferring palace was stunned and said, if there is really someone spying on me, even you can feel it. But just now, I didn't feel it at all. Is it an illusion? Qin Feiyang murmured. It must be an illusion. The palace master of the sky conferring palace said. No. I don't believe in illusions. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned to look at the palace master of the sky conferring palace, and said, why don't you go in and take a look? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was not joking, the palace master of the sky conferring palace glanced at the soul-sealing valley for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll go in and take a look. You have to be careful. Okay. Qin Feiyang replied. The palace master of the sky conferring palace immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed into the soul-sealing valley. Just as the palace master of the sky conferring palace disappeared into the depths of the soul-sealing valley, a sinister laugh suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Kid, you're very sensitive. There was a piercing chill in the voice. Who? Qin Feiyang quivered and shouted. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to attack you, you would have been turned into a stone statue. The voice said. Stone statue? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The next moment, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He glanced around the void, his eyes full of vigilance, and said, are you? That's right. I am the source of the mysterious power in the soul-sealing valley. The voice said proudly. Who are you? How can you have such a heaven-defying ability? What's your relationship with the Vanga League? Qin Feiyang thought. You're asking too many questions. The voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind again, full of impatience. Then tell me, who are you? Qin Feiyang said. I am an existence that you will never be able to imagine. It's not convenient to reveal it now. When you break through to the false god realm, come here and find me. I will give you a great opportunity. The mysterious voice said. Great opportunity? Qin Feiyang was stunned and sneered, I don't believe there is a free lunch in this world. Indeed. If you want to gain something, you have to pay first. The mysterious voice laughed. Qin Feiyang said, then what do you want me to do now? Whoosh. A black light suddenly swept out from a small valley and floated at the entrance of the soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Because this black light actually gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. Don't be afraid. This is a wisp of my divine sense. It won't hurt you. The mysterious voice sounded again. Divine sense. Qin Feiyang was shocked. According to the willow tree, only a true war god's divine sense can leave the sea of consciousness. In other words, this mysterious person is a war god. Facing a war god's divine sense, how could he dare to be careless? The most important thing was that with Lu Xingchen as an example, he was worried that this divine sense would take over his body. So he didn't dare to be careless at all. What a cautious young man. The mysterious person smiled helplessly and said, I swear in the name of the war god that this wisp of divine sense will never hurt you. Come down, let's talk. I don't even know who you are. Do you think I will believe your oath? Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious person said, then what do you want to believe? I won't believe you no matter what. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What a joke. Keeping a war god's divine sense by his side was tantamount to a ticking time bomb. Not to mention this mysterious person also had the ability to petrify. If he wasn't careful, he might be smashed to pieces. The mysterious person was silent for a while and said, come, I really won't hurt you. And my divine sense can't leave the soul-sealing valley. Come quickly. This voice seemed ordinary, but it seemed to carry a magical power. Qin Feiyang's expression immediately became dull and his eyes became unfocused. At this moment. Chapter 1603. Hee, the mysterious man's hideous laughter echoed in the void. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to it. Finally. He stepped into the soul-sealing valley and stopped in front of that wisp of divine consciousness. However, unexpectedly, his body was not petrified. But he still did not wake up. However, suddenly, that divine consciousness went into Qin Feiyang's forehead. And it went straight to Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. A tearing pain immediately engulfed him. Qin Feiyang screamed miserably and woke up immediately. When he found that he had entered the soul-sealing valley at this moment, his expression changed. Without thinking, he endured the pain in his sea of consciousness and immediately retreated. But he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be frozen and could not move. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The pain in his sea of consciousness was getting more and more intense. He quickly sensed the situation in his sea of consciousness and his face instantly turned pale. The sea of consciousness could only be opened when one broke through to the false god realm. In other words, before reaching the false god realm, the sea of consciousness was closed. But at this moment, he felt that the wisp of divine consciousness tore his sea of consciousness apart. And that divine consciousness, after entering the sea of consciousness, went straight to his soul. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang's whole body was cold and he roared. What do I want to do? Of course, I want to take over your body. It's not easy to wait for such a talented young man like you, who also contains the power of the purple gold dragon blood. Of course, I won't let you go. But your vigilance makes me a little annoyed. But no matter how vigilant you are, I have a way to deal with you. The mysterious man laughed again and again. Damn it. Qin Feiyang was shocked and angry. He said, there are so many false gods in the Vanga League, why don't you look for them but me? They are false gods. In my current state, it will take a lot of effort to take over their bodies and I may even be counterattacked, so I can't take the risk. The mysterious man grinned. Before his voice died away, Qin Feiyang felt a tearing pain in his soul. Obviously, his divine sense had already begun to seize the body. But suddenly, the ancient castle appeared in his sea of consciousness. Dark light surged and exuded a mighty divine might. That strand of divine sense was immediately confined. Following closely, the ancient castle left Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness with that strand of divine sense, and floated in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also immediately took out an essence soul pill and put it into his mouth. How is this possible? This castle, meanwhile. His divine sense struggled madly, and his words were filled with terror that couldn't be dispersed. You want to possess me? Aren't you too naive? Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious man roared, what exactly is this ancient castle? How is it so terrifying that even my petrification is useless against it? The first thing it wanted to do was to petrify the castle and Qin Feiyang, but it found that it couldn't. The petrification effect was blocked by the power of the ancient castle. It's a divine object that you can't afford to provoke. Qin Feiyang said. The divine sense stopped struggling and was silent for a long time before it laughed. Actually, this lord was just joking with you before, don't take it seriously. Joking? Qin Feiyang snorted. It was trying to seize his body, and it was still a joke. Did it think that he was a 3-year-old child that was so easy to fool? This lord knows that you definitely won't believe it, but this lord can tell you a secret. This secret may be useful to you. The mysterious man said. What secret? Qin Feiyang asked disapprovingly. The mysterious man said, this lord has a way to break the devil mark. What? Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted. Break the devil mark? Didn't that mean that Willow Tree and the 6 great elders could also leave the Black Tortoise world with him? His heart suddenly became hot. Wait. If this person really had a way to break the devil mark, then he could just leave directly. Why did he have to seize his body? Wasn't this superfluous? The mysterious man said anxiously, I really found a way to break it, please believe me. Then why didn't you leave? Why did you want to seize my body? Qin Feiyang said. It's a long story. I was sealed in the soul-sealing valley. As long as the seal is not broken, I can't leave the soul-sealing valley, let alone leave the Black Tortoise world. The mysterious man sighed. Qin Feiyang said, so you want to seize my body and use it to escape the Black Tortoise world? Yes. After seizing the body, I can cut off the connection with the main body, and then I can break free from the shackles of the seal. This is the only way. The mysterious man said. So, you're serious about seizing my body, and you said that it was just a joke? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The mysterious man smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang asked, who sealed you here? An extremely terrifying existence. Even the god of battle is like an ant in front of him. The mysterious man said. Even war gods are ants? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Then how strong is this person? Above war gods? Please help me. I promise, I won't seize your body again. The mysterious man said with a hint of pleading in his tone. Then tell me, if you don't seize my body, how can I help you? Qin Feiyang said. Find someone and let me seize his body. Then I can leave the soul-sealing valley, or even the Black Tortoise world, and leave the divine ruins. The mysterious man said, his tone was full of yearning and desire for freedom. Why should I help you? Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious man hurriedly said, I can tell you the way to break the devil mark. Then you tell me first. Qin Feiyang said. If this person wasn't lying, then it was really a good thing for him. That's impossible. If I tell you, what if you don't tell me? I promise, after I succeed in seizing your body, I will tell you immediately. The mysterious man said anxiously. Promise? You think I will believe you? In my opinion, you don't have a way to break the devil mark at all. You just want to use this point to seize my body. Qin Feiyang said. The mysterious man went silent. What? You have nothing to say? Don't think you can fool me just because I'm young. Just be honest, what do you want? You haven't given up on seizing my body, right? Qin Feiyang sneered. Sigh. Why are you so suspicious? I really do have a way to break it. And I promise it will be effective. The mysterious man sighed. I'm wondering, why are you looking for me? Although you don't dare to seize the body of a false god from the Vanga League, there are still many disciples in the Vanga League. Although they can't enter the soul-sealing valley, you can confuse them like you did to me and make them enter the valley. In this way, you can seize their bodies, right? Qin Feiyang frowned. My ability to confuse is limited. It will only be effective when I'm close to the soul-sealing valley. And the Vanga League, because they know of my existence, has long set a rule that no disciples are allowed to go near the soul-sealing valley. As for looking for you, it's because I eavesdropped on the Vanga League people talking about you. They said that you are a very scary young man. The mysterious man said. Eavesdropping? What do you mean? You have nothing to do with the Vanga League? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. No. When I was sealed here, there were no humans in the Black Tortoise realm. The mysterious man said. No humans? Could it be that you were sealed by the creator of the miracle? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes, and no. It was a ferocious beast that sealed me. It was the creator's spiritual pet. Its strength is very scary. The mysterious man said, and his tone carried a strand of anger that couldn't be dispelled, as well as fear. The creator's spiritual pet. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If what the mysterious man said was true, then this creator was too scary. Even his spiritual pet could seal a god of war. How terrifying was his strength? How did the Vanga League people find you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's a long story. The first leader of the Vanga League was only at the peak of the 9-star combat Emperor realm when he first entered the soul-sealing valley. At that time, I bewitched him and seized his body. But the result was the same as you. A divine artifact appeared and saved him. But that divine artifact was still a little inferior to your ancient castle. It could only block the petrification effect, but it couldn't imprison me. When I saw that the situation was not good, I immediately ran away. This person has been looking for me. Later, he also found my original body, but my original body was sealed, and he could do nothing. So he established the Vanga League here. The mysterious man sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, where are the first leader and the divine artifact now? The first leader has already passed away. But that divine artifact has been passed down for generations, and now it is in the hands of the current leader. Little brother, it's fate that we met. Please, can you help me? After the mysterious man finished speaking, he begged. Tell me the way to break the devil mark first. I'll give it a try. If it really works, I'll believe you. At that time, I can find you a physical body for you to seize. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The mysterious man was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then can you help me find a young man as outstanding as you? It would be best if there is also purple gold dragon blood. The mysterious man said. Your requirements are quite high. It's impossible to find someone with purple gold dragon blood. However, I know two outstanding people, and they are now in the Black Tortoise world. One of them has even awakened a rare battle soul, the all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang smiled. These two people were naturally Mu Qing and Zhuge Mingyang. All-seeing eye. The mysterious man was shocked and said excitedly, I want the person who awakened the all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'll think of a way, but the prerequisite is that your method really works. It will definitely work. Because I heard this from the guardian himself. In fact, breaking the devil mark is not difficult, but it is not easy either. The mysterious man said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The mysterious man said, you should know that there are many demigod-level beasts in the Black Tortoise world, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you should also know that the guardian has ordered that no one is allowed to kill those demigod-level beasts, right? The mysterious man said again. I heard this from the people of the Fengtian Palace. It seems that this is indeed the rule set by the guardian. Qin Feiyang said. The mysterious man asked, then do you know why it set this rule? Why? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1604. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that the way to remove the devil's mark lies in those pseudo-god beasts? You're really smart. I'm getting more and more eager to have your body. That's right. The way to remove the devil's mark is to eat their hearts. As long as you eat one of their hearts, the devil's mark will naturally be removed. The mysterious man said. It's that simple? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. However, although it's simple, who dares to kill a pseudo-god beast? I'm afraid that before you can kill it, the guardian will have already arrived. The mysterious man said. Then why didn't you tell the Vanga League? I believe that if they knew about this, even if the guardian ordered them to, they would definitely take the risk to hunt the pseudo-god beasts. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously. You think I haven't tried? I once told a pseudo-god in the Vanga League in private. He also wanted to test me and give it a try. But in the end, before he could succeed, the guardian arrived and killed him. Fortunately, he was killed instantly and didn't say anything. Otherwise, when he revealed his intention to hunt the pseudo-god beasts, the guardian would definitely use rule force to kill me. Since then, I didn't dare to tell anyone else. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang frowned. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. All right, I will find a chance to try. If it works, I will come to you again. Then you have to be careful. The guardian can use rule force. Even if it's a pseudo-god beast, it can be killed instantly. In addition, if you fall into the hands of the guardian, don't betray me. The mysterious man said. Don't worry. Even if I die, you will live well. By the way, where are you sealed in Soul Sealing Valley? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The deepest part. The mysterious man said. Fengtian Palace's palace master went in. Will he find you? Qin Feiyang asked. The mysterious man said, even if he finds me, he can't do anything because no one can break the seal. Last question, do you have a demon imprint on your body? Qin Feiyang asked. No. The mysterious man said. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I really didn't. You'll understand when you see me in the future. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang nodded, stepping out of the soul-sealing valley and putting away the ancient castle. The mysterious man's divine sense immediately regained its freedom and said, I'll wait for you here. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait. Qin Feiyang looked at the rapidly disappearing divine sense. Suddenly, he thought of something and said loudly, I thought of another problem. What is it? The mysterious man said. I'm here to destroy the Vanga League, but all the members of the Vanga League have moved. Do you know when they moved? Qin Feiyang said. Yesterday morning. The mysterious man said. Yesterday morning? Qin Feiyang frowned and said again, since you can eavesdrop on their conversation, do you know who tipped them off? The mysterious man thought for a while and said, I heard from the leader and deputy leader of the Vanga League that someone did tip them off. It was someone from the Fengtian Palace, but they didn't mention who it was. Just as I expected. Qin Feiyang murmured. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the divine sense and said, Thank you. Although he didn't know who it was, at least he was sure that the spy was in the Fengtian Palace. I suddenly thought of something that you might be interested in. The mysterious man said. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. There's a place of inheritance hidden in the soul-sealing valley. There's a kind of control-type divine skill called the puppet technique. I remember that the deputy leader of the Vanga League once brought a woman there. She seemed to be the leader of the main tower. In the end, they succeeded in getting the inheritance. The mysterious man said. The place of inheritance? The puppet technique? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was wondering why the leader of the main tower and the deputy leader of the main tower had the puppet technique at the same time. It turned out that it was a kind of inherited divine skill. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang said, I'm interested, but can I get the inheritance? That depends on your luck. The next time you come, I'll take you to the place of inheritance. After the mysterious man finished speaking, his divine sense disappeared into the depths of the soul-sealing valley. The puppet technique. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. It would be good if he could get this divine skill. Because the puppet technique could directly read the other party's memory and control the other party's mind to make them lose consciousness. This was a trump card. Whoosh. After a while, a stream of light flew out of the soul-sealing valley and landed next to Qin Feiyang. It was the leader of the Fengtian Palace. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Not a single person. Even the medicine field has been moved away. But in the deepest part of the soul-sealing valley, I found a stone tower. It seems to be sealing something inside. The leader of the Fengtian Palace said. What's sealed? Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised. I don't know. I've tried, but I can't break the seal. The leader of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Qin Feiyang was curious and said, I really want to go in and take a look. I'm afraid you won't have the chance because you can't go in. The leader of the Fengtian Palace smiled. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He didn't mention the appearance of the mysterious man and said, besides the stone tower, what else did you find? Nothing. The leader of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He didn't find the place of inheritance. It seemed that this place of inheritance was hidden very well. Whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air behind them. The two turned their heads and saw the willow tree flying toward them like lightning. Young master. The willow tree landed in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The willow tree glanced at the leader of the Fengtian Palace. There's no harm in saying it. Qin Feiyang said. The willow tree said in a deep voice, Tianyang City has also become an empty city. I've searched the entire city and didn't find a single child. Damn it. The leader of the Fengtian Palace was furious. Qin Feiyang looked at the leader of the Fengtian Palace and said, "Two major forces moved at the same time. Now you should believe that there's a spy in your Fengtian Palace. Go and investigate immediately. We must find this bastard." The leader of the Fengtian Palace said. "Do you have a way?" Qin Feiyang asked. The leader of the Fengtian Palace frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. "To be honest, I really don't know how to investigate." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Let's go and meet up with everyone first." So, the three of them rose into the air and quickly flew to the sky above the city. "Palace Master, what's the situation? Is there anyone in the Soul-Sealing Valley?" Li Yuan and the others immediately surrounded him. "No." The leader of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also walked to Qin Feiyang's side. "Did anyone leave?" Qin Feiyang secretly asked. Yu Huang said, "No one left even half a step, and no one sent a message." "You can keep your composure. It seems that this person isn't easy to find." Qin Feiyang muttered. Yu Huang transmitted his voice. "Do you think it's possible that the spy isn't among these people?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Didn't the willow tree say so? There are still some false gods guarding the Fengtian Palace. Could this spy be one of them?" Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He turned to the palace master of the Fengtian Palace and asked, "How many false gods are guarding the Fengtian Palace now?" 3. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace said and transmitted his voice, "Wait, are you suspecting them?" "I can't rule out that possibility." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "No, I won't. They are all my relatives. One is my wife, and the other 2 are my eldest son and second son." The palace master of the Fengtian Palace transmitted his voice. "You have 2 sons?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. They are much older than Cheng, and they both broke through to the false god realm a few decades ago." The palace master of the Fengtian Palace said. "If that's the case, then the spy is among the group in front of us." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and transmitted his voice, "Let's go back first, and cooperate with me later. We should be able to find this person." "How?" the palace master of the Fengtian Palace asked. Qin Feiyang said, "No matter what I say, you agree." "Okay." The palace master of the Fengtian Palace nodded and shouted, "Let's go back." Buzz. Immediately, everyone opened the portal and walked in one after another. But Qin Feiyang didn't move. He had been observing everyone. When the last person entered the portal, he opened it and walked in with the willow tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders. He was worried that the spy might hide behind them and take the opportunity to sneak away when everyone returned to the Fengtian Palace, so he left last. "Who did it? Bastard, come out." But when Qin Feiyang arrived in the sky above the Fengtian Palace, angry roars suddenly sounded. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace roared. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. When he lowered his head and looked at the sacred mountain below, his face suddenly froze. The sacred mountain below had been turned into ruins. There was also a tragic aura in the air. "What's going on? Wasn't this place still fine when we left? What happened?" Willow Tree was surprised. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace shouted, "Li Yuan, go to the Fengtian city and take a look." Li Yuan suddenly said, "Palace master, look at the Fengtian city, it's also destroyed." Hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at the Fengtian city. As expected, the originally bustling Fengtian city was now nothing. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace looked at Li Yuan and shouted, "Go and take a look." Li Yuan turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Fengtian city like lightning. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace also released his divine sense and spread it in all directions. Instantly, It covered the entire sacred ground. Why is it like this? Soon. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace's face turned pale as he roared, "Madam, where are you?" "What? Madam is gone? What about the 3 young masters?" The group of fake gods looked at the palace master of the Fengtian Palace in shock. "I can't find them either." The palace master of the Fengtian Palace shook his head. Damn it, which bastard is it? Come out and die." The group of fake gods roared, killing intent soaring into the sky. Willow Tree looked at everyone and turned to Qin Feiyang, asking, "Young master, do you know what's going on?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes were extremely sinister as he said, "However, I have a bold guess." "What guess?" Willow Tree asked. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace and the others also heard Qin Feiyang's words and turned to look at him. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "I think it should be the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire." "What do you mean?" Yu Huang said. "After the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire found out about our plan, they beat us at our own game. When we went to the Soul Sealing Valley, they came to the Fengtian Palace to eliminate everything here." Qin Feiyang said. Everyone was stunned. "Palace Master, you must find the spy and avenge Madam, the 3 young masters, and everyone." A black-clothed elder roared. Qin Feiyang knew this person. He was the 2nd elder of the Fengtian Palace. A few days ago in the Qingyang Mountains, Qin Feiyang destroyed his cultivation. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace said coldly, "2nd elder, don't worry. I will definitely find this person and cut him into pieces." Whoosh. At this moment. Chapter 1605. The continuous bad news almost made the palace master of Fengtian Palace collapse. Suddenly, an old woman walked to the side of the palace master of Fengtian Palace, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and whispered a few words in the palace master's ear. "What's that look? Why does it look a little unfriendly?" Willow Tree muttered. The old woman's eyes made him feel uneasy. After the palace master of Fengtian Palace heard this, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang and his group. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. "If you have something to say, say it. Don't hide it in your heart." The palace master of Fengtian Palace said, "This matter is too strange. I can't help but suspect that it might be your scheme." "Me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "You suspect that I colluded with the Tianyang Empire and the Vanga League?" "That's right." The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded and said, "Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence?" Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman and asked, "This is what you secretly told the palace master just now?" "Yes." The old woman nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman, his eyes flickering. "Why are you looking at me? Is my suspicion wrong?" The old woman said. "Your suspicion is not wrong. But your brain can't." Qin Feiyang sneered. "How dare you?" The old woman was furious. "Let's not talk about the Vanga League first. Who doesn't know about the grudge between Great Qin and the Tianyang Empire? How could I collude with the Tianyang Empire? Anyone with a little brain wouldn't think so." Qin Feiyang said. The old woman was speechless. The palace master of Fengtian Palace frowned and felt that it made sense. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said, "Remember what I said to you in the Vanga League? As long as you trust me, I promise to find this spy for you." The palace master of Fengtian Palace's expression was uncertain. "The spy is in your Fengtian Palace. Fengtian Palace and I are only in a cooperative relationship. So, whether or not I want to find this spy doesn't have much to do with me. But if we don't find this spy, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. If we don't get rid of this spy, the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire will find out about our plan no matter how detailed and perfect it is. I don't want to waste time here with you," Qin Feiyang said. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was silent for a long time before he said, Are you sure you can find this spy? 100%. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with certainty. All right. I'll believe you for now. What do you want to do? The palace master of the Celestial Submission Palace gritted his teeth and asked with a nod. The old woman hurriedly said, Palace Lord, you have to think twice. Don't fall into his trap. The Palace Lord has already agreed, yet you're still trying to stop him. Could it be that you're feeling guilty? Qin Feiyang said. I'm not the spy. Why would I feel guilty? I just don't want to see the Palace Lord walk into your trap step by step. After all, you're not a trustworthy person. The old woman said angrily. How am I not trustworthy? Do you know me very well? Let me tell you. You've been trying to sabotage us time and time again. I can't help but suspect that you might be the spy. Qin Feiyang said. Ridiculous. I'm the 9th elder of Fengtian Palace. How can I be a spy? The old woman said angrily. Then cut the crap. I don't have to work with Fengtian Palace. If you piss me off, I'll leave right now. Qin Feiyang said angrily. The old woman looked at him with disdain. She wanted to say something, but the palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly shouted, Shut up. From now on, Qin Feiyang's words are my words. Everyone has to listen to him. The old woman's pupils shrank. She stopped talking and went silent. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I choose to trust you. You'd better not disappoint me. Speak. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the black-robed old man. Do you remember how I controlled you in Xinjiang mountain range? The black-robed old man nodded. What controlled you was a divine art called the enslavement seal. Whether it's a human or a beast, once controlled by the enslavement seal, their soul will be bound. With the enslavement seal, not only can I control a person's life and death, I can also peek into their inner thoughts. Qin Feiyang said. What? The black-robed old man's face changed. The 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder were also controlled by the enslavement seal. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, their faces turned pale. They didn't expect such a terrifying divine art to control them. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You mean to let them be controlled by the enslavement seal? No. I won't use the enslavement seal this time. Because the enslavement seal still has its shortcomings. If the spy is prepared or has a strong will, he might not be able to find out. Qin Feiyang said. Then if you don't use the enslavement seal, what are you going to use? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, What I'm going to use is a secret technique that is more vicious than the enslavement seal. I believe you should know about the puppet technique. Puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet technique that the vice leader of the Vanga League mastered? The palace master of Fengtian Palace asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. You also know the puppet technique? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was surprised. Yes. When I killed the master of the pagoda, I learned the puppet technique from her. As long as the people here are all under my control and I can read their memories, we will be able to see who the spy is immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Puppet technique? Willow Tree was stunned and said, Young master, why didn't I know that you learned the puppet technique? The 6 elders also looked at him suspiciously. You really believe it? I'm just bluffing them. The purpose is to make the spy panic. Qin Feiyang snickered inwardly. Then, he carefully observed everyone's expression. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that the old woman who claimed to be the 9th elder had a trace of panic in her eyes. Could she be the spy? So that's how it is. Willow Tree and the others heard Qin Feiyang's words and suddenly understood. The master of the pagoda also knows the puppet technique? Why didn't I know about this? At the same time, the palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. This matter is absolutely true. The 6 great elders can all testify. Qin Feiyang said. The master of the pagoda does know the puppet technique. And this puppet technique was given to her by the vice leader of the Vanga League. It's just that only a few people know about this. As the former elders of the pagoda, the words of the 6 elders were naturally persuasive. Qin Feiyang must have secretly kept the Yiglao woman. He found that after hearing the words of the 6 elders, the old woman looked even more panicked. Palace Master, this must be a trap. You see, if you agree, we will all be controlled by him. At that time, we will have to listen to his orders. If he goes back on his word, we can only watch helplessly. The old woman said anxiously. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is indeed too risky. Is there no other way?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'll say it again. If you trust me, you will agree." "I can't agree. Palace Master, this is not child's play. You must be careful." This time, not only the old woman, but the others also objected. Because they were indeed worried that this might be a trap set by Qin Feiyang. Willow Tree raised his eyebrows and snorted, "Not only did we fail to be a good person, but we also ended up with a bad reputation. Young master, let's go." "Yes. Let's go. Anyway, this spy is a scourge of Fengtian Palace. It has nothing to do with us. Moreover, we have Chang Shui. Even without Fengtian Palace, we can still destroy the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire. It's just a little tiring." Yu Huang nodded in agreement. Qin Feiyang looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. The palace master of Fengtian Palace also lowered his head, struggling with his thoughts. "It seems that you still don't dare to trust me." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, then I won't ask for a rebuff. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and took out a portal. "Wait." The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes trembled as he hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him. The palace master of Fengtian Palace clenched his hands and said, "I believe you." Palace master, the old woman and the others were burning with anxiety. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly turned his head to look at the old woman and the others, and shouted, "If anyone dares to say another word, then I have reason to suspect that he is a spy." Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound, but their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Li Yuan glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Even the palace master trusts Qin Feiyang. What are you afraid of? Hurry up, don't waste time." After saying that, he was the first to walk in front of Qin Feiyang. The palace master of Fengtian Palace raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Hurry up." Alas! The old man in black let out a long sigh and also walked in front of Qin Feiyang, standing next to Li Yuan. The others also moved in 2s and 3s, and walked in front of Qin Feiyang one after another. The old woman was also walking towards Qin Feiyang. At this moment, her expression was very calm. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't find anything unusual about her. However, just before, Qin Feiyang had already targeted the old woman. Because this person's previous series of actions were too strange. First, he fanned the flames. Then, he revealed a panicked look. These were all signs of a guilty conscience. Therefore, Qin Feiyang paid special attention to this person. Even though the old woman looked calm, he noticed that she was glancing around out of the corner of her eyes. It gave people the feeling that she was looking for a way out. Can you all hurry up? As long as you have a clear conscience, what are you afraid of? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he shouted impatiently. The people who were still behind, hearing this, hurriedly sped up and ran towards Qin Feiyang. The old woman also sped up her pace, but there was a trace of anxiety in her eyes. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. He could basically conclude that this person was a spy, and he transmitted his voice, "Palace Master, get ready to take action." The palace master of Fengtian Palace was shocked and secretly said, "Who is it? Whoever runs away later, it's that person." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Before his voice died away. Chapter 1606. The old woman thought that no one was paying attention to her, so she thought she could escape. However, just as she took a step forward, the palace lord of Fengtian Palace also dashed forward and stopped in front of the old woman. Where do you think you are going? What's going on? The old woman was surprised. How did he react so quickly? Surround her. Qin Feiyang shouted. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders dashed out and surrounded the old woman. What's going on? Li Yuan and the others were still in shock. They couldn't accept it. The 9th elder was a spy. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the group of people and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go." The group of people quivered and immediately ran over, surrounding the old woman so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. 9th elder, why are you here? What did the Vanga League give you to betray us? We are a family. Li Yuan and the other 8 grand elders looked at the old woman with pained expressions as they cried out. What are you talking about? I just thought of something and need to take care of it. What? Are you suspecting that I am a spy? The old woman said with a dumbfounded expression. Pretend. Keep pretending. Qin Feiyang walked step by step to Lu Mu's side, his face filled with a cold smile. Qin Feiyang, don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just the art of puppetry? What am I afraid of? Come, I will let you control me and read my memories. The old woman had a very angry look on her face as she aggressively walked towards Qin Feiyang to prove her innocence. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He secretly sent a message to Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders, be careful. She is desperate. Lu Mu was shocked. He transmitted his voice, you mean, she's just putting on an act to trick us so that she can make a move on you? Yes. Be careful, she will self-destruct. Qin Feiyang thought. Upon hearing the word self-destruct, Willow Tree and the others immediately became vigilant. The self-destruction of a quasi-divinity was no joke. The scene of Gao Yuan blowing himself up in the Qingyang Mountains 2 days ago was still vivid in his mind. During the conversation, the old woman had already arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. The distance between the two of them was only 2 to 3 meters. For a quasi-divinity, this distance was nothing more than a walk in the park. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. She stretched out her arm to grab Qin Feiyang. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback. His expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" However, the old woman turned a deaf ear to him, and her old face was full of ridicule. However, in the depths of Qin Feiyang's eyes, there was also a hint of mockery. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Willow Tree took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, sending a palm strike towards the old woman. Yu Huang and the 6 elders also made a move together. The old woman was stunned. How could she react to this? Seeing this, Qin Feiyang said in his heart, this is a good opportunity. Don't give her a chance to self-destruct. Then let's kill her directly. Yu Huang said ferociously. Taking advantage of the old woman's distraction, Willow Tree took the lead and sent a palm strike towards the old woman's chest. Puff! The old woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. At the same time, Yu Huang also took out the snake scale, and the 6 elders also took out their battle swords. The sharp edge tore through the sky and madly slashed towards the old woman. Want to kill me? However, although Willow Tree's palm strike severely injured the old woman, it also brought her back to reality. Hee, go to hell with me. She laughed sinisterly, and a destructive aura immediately rushed out of her body. Self-destruct. The palace master of Fengtian Palace, Li Yuan, and the others immediately changed their expressions. Yu Huang, Willow Tree, and the 6 elders were also terrified. They immediately stopped and retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at everyone who was like a frightened bird, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he looked at the palace master of Feng Tian Palace. At this moment, he had already taken Li Yuan and the others to hide in the space divine item. Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed. Why were a group of fake gods so timid? Willow Tree urged, "Young master, let's go to the castle quickly." Yu Huang and the 6 elders also had anxious looks on their faces. But Qin Feiyang was indifferent and stared at the old woman without blinking. "Palace master and the others have already escaped. Why are you still not running? Aren't you afraid of death?" The old woman laughed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "If you want to self-destruct, hurry up. Don't dawdle." The old woman's face darkened. "What? You don't dare? Do you think I'm them? Do you think you can scare me just by pretending?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Pretending? Willow Tree and the others were stunned. The palace master of the heavenly palace and the others who were hiding in the space divine item were also stunned. Then, a trace of shame couldn't help but crawl up the faces of the group of people. They weren't even afraid of a war king, but they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. But now, they didn't dare to go out. Because if the old woman really self-destructed, then they would all be annihilated. "Hurry up, self-destruct. Let me tell you, you have to self-destruct today." Qin Feiyang shouted. "Don't force me." The old woman roared, her face full of anxiety. That's right. Her self-detonation was indeed just to scare everyone. She had already planned her escape route. But what she never thought was that Qin Feiyang would actually see through her plan. "So what if I force you? Today, you can either self-destruct here or die in our hands. Choose for yourself," Qin Feiyang said. The old woman was furious to the extreme, and the destructive aura that rushed out from her body became more and more terrifying. "If you don't dare to self-destruct, then why are you still pretending?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain, and he actually took the initiative to walk towards the old woman, his aura aggressive. The old woman looked flustered and kept retreating. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders saw this and hurriedly followed behind Qin Feiyang. His body was dripping with cold sweat. The courage of this young master was beyond imagination. Facing the self-destruction of a false god, he could still be so calm. Seeing Qin Feiyang approaching, the old woman became more and more flustered, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I will really self-destruct. Then hurry up. No one is stopping you. What's wrong? No temper?" Qin Feiyang's eyes became more and more aggressive. The old woman collapsed. How could she meet such a difficult kid? He was not even afraid of death. What should she do now? "Since you don't dare to self-destruct, then stop for me," Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. The old woman's body trembled, looking at Qin Feiyang. Her eyes were full of struggle. Finally, she squatted in the void in despair, holding her head and crying bitterly. The destructive aura also gradually dissipated. Obviously, the line of defense in her heart had completely collapsed. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders looked at each other and immediately rushed up, ready to attack the old woman. "Stop!" But Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. "What?" Several people were stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. They were a little puzzled. Such a good opportunity, why stop them? The palace master of Feng Tian Palace also appeared at this time. However, only he came out alone. The others were still in the space divine object. "Why don't you destroy her first?" The palace master of Feng Tian Palace also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "Now you know how to destroy her. What were you doing just now? I really didn't expect that a group of fake gods would be cowards. Especially you." Qin Feiyang turned to look at Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the 6 elders, and said, "Didn't I warn you in advance to prevent her from self-destructing?" Willow Tree and the others nodded. "Then what did you do? Seeing her self-destruct, even your souls were scared away. Is that all you have?" In the situation just now, with your strength, knowing the situation, you could destroy her sea of qi when she self-destructed, but you chose to retreat and missed an opportunity. I also know that Gao Yuan's self-destruction has traumatized you. But sometimes, there is only one opportunity, once missed, there will never be another. I hope you can remember. Qin Feiyang said. Of course. Willow Tree and the others lowered their heads in shame. Even the palace master of Fengtian Palace was blushing, too ashamed to show his face. Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the old woman, and said, "You must have your difficulties." The old woman didn't answer, but just cried bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it because of the puppet technique?" "How do you know?" The old woman suddenly looked up and stared at Qin Feiyang, her eyes full of surprise. "It's easy to tell. If you were really a member of the Vanga League, you would have self-destructed without hesitation. But you didn't. And a fake god is squatting here and crying, which means you have a lot of grievances. Combined with your previous behavior, I've come to the conclusion that you're under the control of the Everlasting Alliance, and have no control over yourself." Qin Feiyang said. The old woman stared blankly at Qin Feiyang, nodded after a long time, and said, "Back then, before I stepped into the fake god realm and became an elder, I was already controlled by the Vanga League. I didn't want to work for them, but I had no choice. I didn't want to die." Qin Feiyang asked, "If you were given a chance, would you turn over a new leaf?" "Of course." The old woman nodded without hesitation. "Who is the person controlling you?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The deputy chief of the Vanga League." The old woman said. "Is he nearby right now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No." The old woman shook her head. "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded. He formed a seal with both hands, and the seal of slavery quickly appeared. If the deputy chief of the Vanga League was not nearby, he could help the old woman break the puppet technique without worry. On the contrary, if the deputy chief was nearby, he would have to enter the castle immediately. This was because the puppet technique could make people lose their consciousness. If the deputy chief saw that he could break the puppet technique, he would definitely control the old woman and make her body explode. "This is?" The old woman looked at the seal of slavery suspiciously. "This is the seal of slavery. The seal of slavery can break the puppet technique." Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" The old woman was stunned and asked hurriedly. "It's true. We were controlled by the puppet technique in the past. Young master used the seal of slavery to break it for me." The 6 elders said. "I beg you, please help me. I really don't want to do anything that will hurt everyone. All these years, whenever I think of what I did for the Vanga League, I want to commit suicide to atone for my sins." The old woman exclaimed. Qin Feiyang said, "Destroy your cultivation first." The old woman did not hesitate. She slapped her lower abdomen, and her sea of energy shattered on the spot. Chapter 1607. At the same time. In a desert in the Black Tortoise world, sand dunes stood tall as the wind howled, filling the sky with yellow sand. 2 middle-aged men stood side by side on a sand dune, looking at the green mountains outside the desert, their eyes filled with anger. One of them had a square face, wearing a black robe, 7 feet tall, his long hair fluttering in the wind. The other man had a round face, about 1.75 meters tall, and was quite skinny. He wore a white robe, his hair was white, giving off a sense of vicissitudes. The aura from these 2 men was extremely strong. "I never thought that our Vanga League would fall to such a state. This is a shame that can never be washed away." The middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice, his tone was filled with anger. "No rush. We still have one more pawn. If the 9th elder of the Fengtian Palace fails to escape, he will self-destruct. At that time, not to mention Qin Feiyang's group, even the people of the Fengtian Palace will be wiped out. At that time, without the Fengtian Palace, our Vanga League will unify the Black Tortoise world." The middle-aged man in white said, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Pooh. However, before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man in black beside him suddenly trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What happened? The middle-aged man in white was shocked. Impossible, how could this be? The middle-aged man in black did not answer and kept muttering, his face was filled with disbelief. Tell me, what's going on? The middle-aged man in white shouted. The middle-aged man in black turned to look at the middle-aged man in white and said, the ninth elder's puppet technique was broken by someone. Obviously. He was the deputy chief of the Vanga League. What? The middle-aged man in white was shocked and angry. The puppet technique is a divine art, how could it be broken by someone? It's not impossible. At this time, a young man in purple flew to the two men. You are? The two men turned to look at the young man in purple suspiciously. The young man in purple said, Mu Qin, from the outside world. When the two men heard this, their eyes lit up. The middle-aged man in white said, you came from the outside world, so you should know Qin Feiyang very well, right? More than that. He and I, a cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Although Mu Qing didn't finish her sentence, they already understood what she meant. The deputy chief of the Vanga League said, you said that it's not impossible. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang has mastered a control-type divine art called the Seal of Slavery. If this divine incantation can overcome the blood-soul technique, I believe it can also overcome your puppetry technique. Mu Qing said. Why didn't you say so earlier? The deputy chief of the Vanga League said angrily. I didn't think of this before. The most important thing right now is not to study whether the slavery seal can break the puppet technique, but to leave this place immediately. Mu Qing said. That's right. Ninth Elder's puppet technique has been broken. She will definitely betray us. Pass down the order immediately. Let's continue into the depths of the desert. The middle-aged man in white said. Fengtian Palace. Not only did Qin Feiyang break the old woman's puppet technique, but he also took control of her. After all, the old woman had betrayed them before, so they couldn't completely trust her. This point. Qin Feiyang didn't hide it. The old woman and the palace master of Fengtian Palace knew about it. The two of them had no objections. However, the palace master of Fengtian Palace had a request. When Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise realm, he had to remove the old woman's seal of slavery. Qin Feiyang asked, where are the people of the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire now? The old woman said, they have all entered the Undead Mountain. Undead Mountain. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's pupils shrank. Is the Undead Mountain very scary? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Yes. It is said that the Undead Mountain is boundless, and there are many undead wandering in it. And the masters of these undead were basically the strongest who dominated a region. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said in a deep voice. Undead? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, have you guys been to the Undead Mountain? Yes. Once, the Vanga League's leader and I joined forces to enter the Undead Mountain to explore, but we didn't find the end even after half a year. On the contrary, we were almost killed by the storm inside. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Storm? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Inside the Undead Mountain is a desert, and there are storms in the desert all year round. The deeper you go, the stronger the storm. The place where the Vanga League's leader and I went, the storm was strong enough to kill an ordinary false god. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Damn. Even a false god can be killed. Yu Huang swallowed his saliva. Qin Feiyang said, did you encounter the so-called undead? I didn't. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Do the undead really exist? Yu Huang asked. They do. Qin Feiyang nodded. You've seen them? Yu Huang was surprised. Yes. I once saw a lot of lively skeletons in a place called the Nine Nether Yellow Springs. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree was surprised. The underworld is still there? You've been to the underworld too? This time, it was Qin Feiyang's turn to be shocked. I haven't been there, but I heard people from the Tianyang Empire talk about this place. It's said that there are many treasures there. There seems to be Hell's Gate, Bridge of Helplessness, Sea of Bitterness, Pramitha, and so on. Are these all true? Willow Tree asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but I really didn't find any treasures. Maybe my cultivation was too weak at that time, so I couldn't detect the existence of these treasures. Amazing, I really want to go and take a look. Willow Tree said. I've been to the underworld too. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly said. What? You've been there? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said and looked at the old woman. Everything here, was it done by the Vangu League and the Tianyang Empire? The old woman nodded. Her eyes were full of self-blame. The destruction of the palace master of Fengtian Palace was caused by her. Hearing this, the palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly burned with anger. He grabbed the old woman's clothes and shouted, then, were my wife and Chang are also killed by the Vangu League? I don't know. The old woman shook her head. I don't know. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Calm down. Qin Feiyang grabbed the palace master of Fengtian Palace's arm and said, the Vangu League and the Tianyang Empire are not stupid. They will definitely keep your wife and son alive so that their plan will fail and they can use them to threaten you. The palace master of Fengtian Palace trembled and nodded. What you said makes sense. After saying that, he looked down at the old woman again and said word by word, if anything happens to my wife and Chang, I will not let you go. The old woman's eyes trembled. After being together for so many years, she was very clear about the temper of the palace master of Fengtian Palace. If he said it, he would definitely do it. The palace master of the Celestial Submission Palace snorted and let go of the old woman. Then, he lowered his head and glanced at the broken ground below. He clenched his fists and muttered, blood for blood. I will make you pay. After saying that, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, go to the Undead Mountain immediately? I don't have much time. I have to catch up with them as soon as possible. Can you open the portal in the Undead Mountain? Qin Feiyang asked. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Then this is difficult. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said, let's go in and take a look first. The palace master of Fengtian Palace immediately opened the portal. Qin Feiyang sent the 6 great elders to the castle, leaving only the Willow Tree and Yu Huang outside. The old woman also asked the palace master of Fengtian Palace to send the spatial divine object. Then, the 3 of them and the beast entered the portal. However, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to disappear, another gray figure broke through the air and entered the portal like lightning. In front of a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared out of thin air. The gray-white figure also appeared beside them. If it wasn't Zhuge Mingyang, who else could it be? Who are you? You actually dare to run into the palace master of Fengtian and spy on us. When the palace master of Fengtian Palace saw Zhuge Mingyang, his killing intent rose. Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, and Yu Huang looked at Zhuge Mingyang, and also frowned. They never thought that this guy would be hiding in the palace master of Fengtian. Zhuge Mingyang chuckled, glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and said, I am here to help you. Help us? The palace master of Fengtian Palace raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Mingyang no longer paid attention to the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile. Do you remember that I once said that no matter how I change, I will always be a person of the great Qin, so to get rid of the Heavenly Sun Empire, Zhuge Mingyang will not shirk my duty. Are you saying this to a ghost? I reckon that even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Yu Huang sneered. That's right. I'm sure that you have other intentions. Willow Tree also followed. Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. Are you following me to find an opportunity to anger me and force me to kill you? You're so smart. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Force you to kill him? What do you mean? The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded face. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. This is between Qin Feiyang and me, what are you talking about? You're courting death. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes turned cold. You may not be able to kill me, you can try if you don't believe me. Zhuge Mingyang looked at him playfully, unscrupulous. The palace master of Fengtian Palace narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous signal. But in the end, he retracted his gaze and said, I don't have time to play with you now. Yes. If you don't hurry up and chase after them, I'm afraid that your 3 idiotic sons will lose their lives. Zhuge Mingyang joked. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Yesterday evening, I had already entered Fengtian Palace and haven't left, so when the people from the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire went to massacre your Fengtian Palace, I was there. I saw with my own eyes that they kidnapped your wife and son. Your wife was very sensible and didn't resist. But your 3 sons relied on your support and were unruly, thinking that the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire wouldn't dare to hurt them, but in the end, they were tortured quite miserably. Chapter 1608. You were there? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned and said angrily, then why didn't you help them? I was wondering why I had to help them. Do I have anything to do with you? Zhuge Mingyang didn't understand. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was speechless. That's right. They weren't related, so why would this person help the palace master of Fengtian Palace? However, at least now he could be sure that his wife and 3 sons weren't dead. The group turned around and looked at the mountain range in front of them. Apart from the palace master of Fengtian Palace and Willow Tree, Qin Feiyang, Zhuge Mingyang, and Yu Huang all had a look of surprise in their eyes. The mountain range in front of them was extremely vast. However, there wasn't a single weed in the huge mountain range. There were blooming flowers everywhere, colorful and pleasing to the eye. Between the flowers, there was a cedar tree every few hundred meters. It was very thick. Some of the tree trunks couldn't be surrounded by more than a dozen people. The branches and leaves were lush like large umbrellas, towering into the sky and exuding a majestic vitality. Yu Huang asked in bewilderment, are these flowers and cedar trees naturally grown here? No. Every time someone is buried here, we will plant a cedar tree. That's because the cedar tree represents everlasting youth. It also represents our respect for those sages. Similarly, the cedar tree is the guardian of this place. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Yu Huang was shocked. You mean that there are as many fake gods as there are cedars here? Yes. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang walked into the mountain range step by step and stood above a mountain ridge, looking ahead. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of cedar trees. In other words, there were at least thousands of fake gods buried under this land. It was hard to imagine how long the Black Tortoise realm had existed. Yu Huang saw an extremely large cedar tree. The tree trunk was so thick that over 20 people holding hands would be able to encircle it. TSK TSK. It ran up and said in surprise, I estimate that this cedar tree is at least 10,000 years old. Don't go near the cedar. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly changed color. What is it? Yu Huang turned to look at him suspiciously. It said that the dead false gods are buried under these cedars. Willow Tree said. It's not a rumor, it's a fact. These cedar trees are their tombstones, and they represent them, Li Mu said. Fengtian Palace Master said. What? When Yu Huang heard this, he immediately jumped up and hurriedly bowed to Shui Song, saying, sorry to disturb you, please don't take offense. After saying that, he quickly retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Wasn't the undead mountain range the place where fake gods were buried? But why didn't he see any tombstones? It turned out that these cedars were their tombstones and tombstones. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that there are really undead here. Zhuge Mingyang pursed his lips. Feng Tian Palace Master raised his eyebrows and said, "You can choose not to believe some things, but you must be respectful." What's there to be respectful of a dead person? Zhuge Mingyang smiled disdainfully. Clatter. However, before his voice died away, the cedars in the entire mountain range suddenly shook, and the sound was deafening. What's going on? Yu Huang was immediately scared and burrowed into Qin Feiyang's arms. Willow Tree also immediately took out the seven-star sword and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, looking at the cedars warily. Zhuge Mingyang's face was also filled with shock. Looking at the situation, could it be that these cedars could hear him? At the same time, Feng Tian Palace Master also changed his expression and hurriedly bowed, saying, "He just came here and didn't mean to offend you. Please don't blame him." When Feng Tian Palace Master's voice died away, the cedars, under the incredulous gaze of Qin Feiyang and the others, actually stopped shaking. What do you mean? Could it be that those dead false gods are still alive in these trees? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You're just playing tricks. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the cedars and suddenly snorted from his nose. A grayish-white false god power rolled out, carrying an astonishing sharpness, and rushed in all directions. No. Feng Tian Palace Master's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. Because no one had expected Zhuge Mingyang to suddenly make a move. It was too late to stop him now. Clatter. The cedars seemed to have sensed the danger and shook again. Retreat. The Imperial Conferring Palace's Palace Master looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Then, he took the lead and left the mountain range. When Qin Feiyang saw this, he glanced at the cedar trees. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he still stopped the Heavenly Palace Lord's words. He brought Lu Mu and Yu Huang away and rapidly retreated from the mountain range. However, Zhuge Mingyang was indifferent. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. This was a mockery to Qin Feiyang and the others. He glanced at the cedars around, his eyes full of contempt, and said, "A bunch of dead people still dare to come out and stir up trouble. You really don't know what you're doing. Today, I'll make you disappear completely." The grayish-white false god power rushed in all directions. The originally colorful and dazzling flowers were instantly destroyed in a large area. But suddenly, the cedar trees in the entire mountain range spewed out patches of green essence qi. They gathered together and surged towards Zhuge Mingyang like a wave. What is this? It doesn't seem to be battle qi or false god power, but it gives me a great sense of danger. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Before he finished speaking, the essence qi condensed into a huge enchantment, trapping Zhuge Mingyang and the false god power inside. Boom! The false god power hit the enchantment. But the enchantment only trembled a few times and quickly calmed down. Damn! Yu Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had already experienced Zhuge Mingyang's strength. Especially the false god power, which was naturally stronger than the false god power of others. But now, it couldn't break the enchantment set up by the cedars? Could it be that these cedars had also become gods? What was going on? Zhuge Mingyang was dumbfounded. Although these cedars haven't become gods, they are no different from gods. Feng Tian Palace Master seemed to have seen through Yu Huang's mind and said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Yu Huang was surprised. Feng Tian Palace Master said, "You may not know how we planted the cedars. We planted the roots of the cedars on the bodies of the ancestors." What? Yu Huang's expression changed. Feng Tian Palace Master said, "In other words, they were born with the divine blood and flesh of the ancestors." Growing the cedars with the divine body? Yu Huang and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. Isn't this too outrageous? Because they absorbed the essence of the divine blood and flesh, they are constantly evolving. Now, they are no longer ordinary cedars. They are a group of divine trees comparable to divine iron. And they have already given birth to consciousness. Feng Tian Palace Master said. Consciousness. Qin Feiyang was shocked. According to the ancient records, not only humans and beasts, but everything in the world could give birth to consciousness. Consciousness was equivalent to a human soul. But other than humans and beasts, they were usually called spirits. If a flower gave birth to consciousness, it was usually called a flower spirit. For example, a divine weapon was called a spirit. A tree was called a tree spirit. But all of this, in his opinion, was just a legend, but he didn't expect it to be true. It was happening in front of him now. How could he not be surprised? Walala. In the mountain range, the cedar trees kept swaying as if they were very angry. The emerald green essence was endless. Zhuge Mingyang stood in the barrier, and his face gradually became gloomy. I want to see what kind of waves you can make. Suddenly. He smiled sinisterly. Dragon roars echoed. A shocking aura of death erupted within the barrier. Damn it. He actually used a divine art. This is a provocation. It's an offense. Feng Tian Palace Master said angrily. What will happen? Qin Feiyang asked. Humph. Feng Tian Palace Master snorted and said disdainfully, not to mention him, even if I am a level 10 false god, I can't break the barrier set by the cedars. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Their horror is far more than that. The great deacon's sky-breaking rod is in your hands, right? Even the revived sky-breaking rod can't break the barrier. Feng Tian Palace Master sneered. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Yu Huang also didn't believe it. But the next moment, they had witnessed how terrifying the barrier was. Hum. Boom. Zhuge Mingyang cast a divine art and blasted the barrier. But in the end, the barrier didn't show any signs of breaking except for shaking. Terrifying, really terrifying. Yu Huang felt her heart pounding when she saw this. Suddenly, its eyes turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you think these cedars can kill him? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up at the cedars. No. The cedars won't attack any living thing, they're just passive defense. However, if you completely annoy them, they can trap a person here for the rest of their life. Feng Tian Palace Master said. Trapped here for the rest of my life? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was good news. Now this Zhuge Mingyang, killing him was not the right thing to do. Then the best way was to be trapped somewhere. The Black Tortoise realm was undoubtedly the best place. Because once the half-a-year limit was exceeded, Zhuge Mingyang would be controlled by the devil imprint. At that time, he wouldn't be able to leave the Black Tortoise realm and naturally wouldn't be able to go out and stir up trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's mind became active. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes flashed and he laughed. Don't you think you're very strong? Why can't you do anything to a bunch of cedars? What a joke. I haven't shown my real skills yet. Zhuge Mingyang was so angry that he laughed. Then hurry up and show it. After all, you're a fake god now. If you can't even do anything to a bunch of cedars, it'll be embarrassing if word gets out. Qin Feiyang laughed. He was deliberately angering Zhuge Mingyang. Chapter 1609. All right. I'll show you my strongest move. You'll definitely be shocked too. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Clang. As he waved his hand, a battle sword appeared in the air. The battle sword was more than 100 feet long and was surrounded by raging flames. The flames were grayish-white and released a sharp aura that could destroy the world. What kind of divine art is this? I've never seen it before. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Judging from the aura, the power of this divine art seemed to be no lower than his Fire Phoenix technique. 6 words killing formula, sever formula, kill. Zhuge Mingyang roared. The battle sword cut through the sky and slashed at the barrier. 6 words killing formula. Sever formula. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He knew about the 6 words divine art. But what the hell was this 6 words killing formula? Accompanied by a loud bang, the battle sword's aura was monstrous and it tore a crack in the barrier. The terrifying sword aura went straight for a cedar tree in front of them. Clang! The sword aura slashed at the cedar tree and produced a deafening sound of metal. And there were sparks bursting out. However, the cedar tree was not cut by the sword aura. The sword aura dissipated after 3 inches into the tree. It's really comparable to divine iron. Yu Huang was shocked. Indeed. Such a terrifying killing formula, I guess even a false god wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wait, look at the hole in the tree. Willow Tree suddenly exclaimed as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes were full of horror. Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang looked over and their expressions immediately became extremely exaggerated. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. It was enough to stuff an egg in. The hole left by the sword aura on the tree trunk was actually dripping with blood. That's right. That was blood. A tree was actually bleeding? What a shocking thing this was. Even if they were knowledgeable, they had never heard of such a mysterious thing. Bleeding, Palace Master Feng Tian murmured in shock. Don't you know? Willow Tree asked. In the past, whether it was Feng Tian Palace or the Vanga League, we wouldn't mess around here. That's why we didn't know that these cedars would bleed. Feng Tian Palace Master shook his head. So that's all there is to it. Zhuge Mingyang, on the other hand, was in high spirits, his face full of contempt. He swung his sword again, preparing to shatter the barrier. Rustle. Crash. Rumble. But suddenly, the surrounding cedar trees shook crazily as if they had gone crazy. Moreover, the cedar trees in the distance actually rose from the ground and broke through the air in groups. This, Zhuge Mingyang froze on the spot. What kind of monsters were these damned cedars? In the end, accompanied by a series of loud rumbling sounds, all of the cedar trees took root around Zhuge Mingyang. They were densely packed and formed an impenetrable giant cage. Let's go and take a look. Palace Master Feng Tian shouted. The group of people swept to the sky above the cage like lightning. Once in the sky, Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, and Yu Huang couldn't help but gasp. There were more than thousands of cedar trees gathered here, probably tens of thousands. They lowered their heads and looked at Zhuge Mingyang inside. Zhuge Mingyang was trapped in the middle, and the barrier that was torn apart by the sword had been closed. Zhuge Mingyang was holding the sword at the moment, crazily hacking at the barrier. But now, it didn't work at all. It was like an indestructible barrier. It turns out that this is the real power of the cedar trees. I'm afraid that except for Cheng Shui and the castle, no other divine arts or divine artifacts can break this barrier. Willow Tree murmured. This scene was truly breathtaking. Palace Master Feng Tian said, this means that Zhuge Mingyang has completely angered the cedar trees here. I'm afraid he can only stay here for the rest of his life. There was a gloating tone in his words. Good. Qin Feiyang grinned. Palace Master Feng Tian was stunned and said suspiciously, isn't he a member of your great Qin? Why is it a good thing? Although he is a member of the great Qin Empire, he is a great threat to me and the greatest threat to the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang said. In the past, the greatest threat to great Qin was Mu Tianyang. But now, in his opinion, Mu Tianyang was no longer a threat, and Zhuge Mingyang was a greater threat. I see. Palace Master Feng Tian nodded in realization. In the cage. Seeing that he was unable to break the barrier even after a long time, Zhuge Mingyang couldn't help but start to get anxious. He raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang above and roared, are you planning to just stand there and watch the show? No, no, no. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, then hurry up and help. We still have to hunt down the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire. We can't waste time here. Of course I'll go hunt down the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire. But only us, not you. Qin Feiyang smiled. What do you mean? Zhuge Mingyang's heart sank. Isn't it obvious? You stay here and play with these cedar trees. Yu Huang joked. Bastard. I came to help you with good intentions, but you're leaving me in the lurch. Are you even human? Zhuge Mingyang was driven mad and roared endlessly. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need to trouble you. We can handle a mere Heavenly Sun Empire. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then, he turned around and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. You reap what you sow, the palace master of Fengtian Palace sneered, then took a step forward and instantly landed beside Qin Feiyang. Goodbye. Good luck. No need to send us off, we'll go on our own. Just stay here and enjoy your life. Don't worry about us. Willow Tree and Yu Huang smiled at Zhuge Mingyang, then turned and chased after Qin Feiyang without looking back. Bastard! Zhuge Mingyang's angry roar immediately came out of the cage, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. However, Qin Feiyang and the rest turned a deaf ear to it. After half an hour of rushing, they finally passed through the mountains and arrived above the desert. Woo-woo. In the desert, tornadoes could be seen everywhere, swirling up yellow sand. Due to the lack of water, the climate here was particularly dry and stuffy. The palace master of Fengtian Palace glanced at the desert, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "You're too slow, let me take you." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Let the ninth elder come out first." The palace master of Fengtian Palace waved his hand, and the old woman immediately appeared. Her sea of qi had been restored. Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman and said, "Did the Vanga League tell you where they are going?" "Yes. They said that once they enter the desert, they will keep going deeper. They also said that if my identity is accidentally exposed, I should find a way to escape and meet up with them." The old woman said, "The desert is so big, even if we know that they went deeper, we can't find them." Willow Tree said, "Indeed. Looking for someone here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they set off yesterday. After a day and night of running, who knows where they are now?" Yu Huang said. "No." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "They can't be too far away from us." "Why do you say that?" Yu Huang was suspicious. Although the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire started moving yesterday, the fake gods of the two forces just massacred the palace master of Fengtian not long ago. So judging from the time, they haven't been in the desert for long. Qin Feiyang said. It's still hard to catch up with them. After all, they also have auxiliary divine arts. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, they have a lot of people, so there will be delays on the way. Not necessarily. The Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire also have divine spatial items, so they can send everyone else to the divine spatial items. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. The Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire have so many people. Do they have such a large divine spatial item? Qin Feiyang frowned. The emperor of the Tianyang Empire has a very large divine spatial item that can accommodate millions of people. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Then how many people do the two forces have? Qin Feiyang asked. The Vanga League has about the same number of people as the palace master of Fengtian Palace, about 50 to 60,000. The Tianyang Empire has a lot of people, probably more than 1 million. The palace master of Fengtian Palace thought for a while and said. Then this is really bad news. Let's not waste any time, we have to hurry. Qin Feiyang said. The divine spatial item of the emperor of the Tianyang Empire could accommodate millions of people. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded and waved his hand, sweeping up Qin Feiyang and the others. He then used an auxiliary divine art and disappeared in a flash. Deep in the desert. Above a certain sand dune, 3 figures were moving as fast as lightning. One of them was Mu Qin. The other was Yan Shenho of the Tianyang Empire. The remaining person was an old woman with white hair. Her body was stooped and she was holding a walking stick in her hand. However, her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes. It was the old woman who appeared together with the great deacon after Gao Yuan self-destructed. And her identity was not simple. The second deacon of the Vanga League. At this moment, Mu Qing, on the other hand, stared ahead with a strange glint in her eyes. A moment later, the light in his eyes dissipated and his brows were tightly knitted together. How is it? Yan Shenho saw this and quickly asked. The second deacon also looked at him nervously. Mu Qing looked at Yan Shenho and then at the second deacon and sighed. They really caught up. How far are they? The second deacon's eyelids twitched and asked. Not far. If we stand still, they'll catch up to us in less than half an hour. Mu Qing said. Then what should we do now? Yan Shenho looked at the second deacon and asked in a panic. Why are you panicking? The second deacon raised his eyebrows. Yan Shenho suddenly shrunk his neck and his eyes were filled with fear. Facing the people of the Vanga League, even he, a deacon of the Tianyang Empire, did not dare to act rashly. Not to mention that the person in front of him was the second deacon of the Vanga League. But Mu Qing was not afraid at all. He looked directly at the second deacon and said, running away like this is definitely not a long-term plan. The Lord and I don't have time to waste here with you. Before the devil's mark appears, we must leave the Black Tortoise realm. So now, we should think of a way to counterattack. Then tell me, facing Qin Feiyang's Chang Shui, how do we fight back? The second deacon was annoyed. Chapter 1610. I have no choice. Mu Qing shook his head. Then what are you talking about? The only thing we can do now is to stall until he leaves the Black Tortoise realm. I don't believe that he will stay in the Black Tortoise realm forever. The second deacon snorted. Stall? Mu Qing sneered and said, is this all the Vanga League can do? What did you say? Say it again. The second deacon frowned. How dare he look down on the Vanga League in public? Did I say something wrong? The Vanga League has so many false gods and is one of the dominators of the Black Tortoise realm, but they are being chased by a combat emperor. Don't you think it's funny? Mu Qing said. In fact, he was deliberately angering the second deacon. He wanted to use the Vanga League to get rid of Qin Feiyang. Because whether it was him or Mu Tianyang, they would have to fight with Qin Feiyang sooner or later. Before, Qin Feiyang didn't have any false gods around him, so he wasn't a threat to them. Because there was no way to revive Chang Shui in the castle. But now, there were a total of 8 fake gods around Qin Feiyang. They could revive Chang Shui easily. Although it couldn't be fully revived, it was enough to be invincible. In other words, the addition of Willow Tree and the others directly doubled Qin Feiyang's strength. Boom! Hearing Mu Qing's words, the second deacon suddenly stopped in the void and a terrifying aura immediately rushed towards Mu Qing. Yan Shenho's face changed and quickly stood in front of Mu Qing. He looked at the second deacon and said, this kid is young and doesn't know anything. I hope you can be magnanimous and not argue with him. He then turned to look at Mu Qing and shouted, hurry up and apologize to the great deacon. I'm sorry. Mu Qing said faintly, without any sincerity in her apology. The grand deacon's face was as dark as water. The aura didn't disappear. Obviously, Mu Qing's repeated provocations had angered her. Instead of showing off, why don't you think about how to deal with Qin Feiyang? It's not a solution to keep running. There are storms in this desert, there will always be delays. Mu Qing. I won't change my mind. The second deacon coldly snorted. He withdrew his divine might and flew forward. Mu Qing raised her eyebrows. Was it really going to drag it out? Dragging things out was definitely a way, but there was no way to get rid of Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing. If Qin Feiyang catches up to us, I can guarantee that the Eternal Alliance will use us as cannon fodder. They're even using us as cannon fodder. We can't just sit here and wait. We must let the Vanga League and Qin Feiyang go to war. Only in this way can our Tianyang Empire be the biggest winner. Mu Qing said secretly. You mean to let the Vanga League and Qin Feiyang fight, and then we can reap the benefits? Yan Shenhe was stunned and asked secretly. Yes. Qin Feiyang is determined to eradicate our Tianyang Empire. You've seen Qin Feiyang's current strength. Our Tianyang Empire is no match for him. And this Vanga League is the best chess piece. Mu Qing sneered. Chess piece? How dare you say that? Yan Shenhe was speechless. Why wouldn't I dare? Nowadays, brains are more important than strength. Look at Qin Feiyang. He is merely a combat arch. Yet, he was able to scare our two factions into fleeing. This is what it means to be smart. Mu Qing said. Isn't it because of Chang Shui? What does it have to do with his brains? Yan Shenhe was puzzled. If he doesn't keep Willow Tree and the others by his side, what's the use of Chang Shui? Look at the 6 elders. If it were us, we would definitely kill them. But he didn't. He kept the 6 elders by his side. Look at Yu Huang and Willow Tree. If Qin Feiyang doesn't have brains and means, will they be loyal to him? Mu Qing said. After hearing what you said, it's true. Yan Shenhe nodded. Mu Qing sneered, although the Vanga League is very strong and using them is like playing with fire, but as long as we use them well, they will be a butcher's knife. Yan Shenhe was a little moved, and asked secretly, do you have any plan? Mu Qing pondered for a while, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and said, slow down and let Qin Feiyang catch up. Yan Shenhe frowned. Even if we slow down, the desert is so big, will Qin Feiyang know where we are? He can know. Because beside him, there is a wolf whose nose is more sensitive than a dog's. Mu Qing said. Yan Shenhe said, then how do we slow down? There must be a suitable excuse, right? Isn't the excuse right in front of you? Mu Qing looked at the back of the second deacon in front of him and sneered. I offended her just now. You can take the opportunity to teach me a lesson. You, Yan Shenhe looked at him in a daze. Mu Qing said, as long as I can achieve great things, I don't care about a little physical pain. Then you bear with it. Yan Shenhe secretly said. Come on. Mu Qing said. Yan Shenhe took a deep breath and suddenly stopped, and slapped Mu Qing's face. Mu Qing screamed and immediately fell into the desert below like a meteorite. Half of his face was directly deformed and badly mutilated. Blood spurted out and stained the yellow sand. The second deacon heard the movement and turned to look at Yan Shenhe suspiciously and asked, what happened? It's still not because of what happened before. Just now, I earnestly taught him to be polite, to know his limits, and not to be rude to a great figure like you. However, not only did he not listen, he even scolded me for being a coward. Second deacon, do you think this arrogant kid should be beaten? Yan Shenhe said angrily. Yes. The second deacon lowered his head and looked at the embarrassed Mu Qing. His eyes were full of gloating. Since he deserves it, then I will teach him a good lesson today and let him understand what is respect and awe. Yan Shenhe turned in the air and rushed toward Mu Qing. Mu Qing suddenly stood up and said angrily, are you qualified to beat me? I am your elder, this is my qualification. Yan Shenhe said. Elder? I, Mu Qing, do not have cowardly elders. You like to be the Vanga League's lackey, I will not stop you, but from now on, I have nothing to do with you. After Mu Qing finished speaking, he used the perfect auxiliary technique, turned around and quickly flew away. You dare to call us your elder's lackey? Preposterous. Preposterous. Yan Shenhe was furious and chased after him. The second deacon smiled coldly and also followed. Mu Qing naturally could not escape. After all, Yan Shenhe's cultivation was much higher than his. Of course. This was just a show to begin with. Soon. Yan Shenhe caught up with Mu Qing. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Mu Qing's arm and pulled hard. Mu Qing immediately turned around. Yan Shenhe did not say anything and directly slapped him. Puff! Mu Qing spat out blood and his face was bloody. Yan Shenhe roared, "Do you know that you are wrong?" "What did I do wrong?" "It is you who are wrong. Think about how prestigious my Tianyang Empire is in the outside world. Who would not be respectful when they hear the name of my Tianyang Empire? But what about you? In the Black Tortoise world, you actually surrendered to the Vanga League in Fengtian Palace. It is really shameful." Mu Qing sneered. Yan Shenhe was furious to the extreme. He picked up Mu Qing and slammed him down. Boom! Mu Qing smashed into the desert and yellow sand flew everywhere. Angry out of humiliation? "Did I touch your sore spot? Since you dare to do it, why are you afraid of others talking about it? Let me tell you, I used to think that being a member of the Tianyang Empire is a very honorable thing. Proud. You can walk around with your head held high and your chest puffed out. But now, I feel ashamed." Mu Qing awkwardly crawled up and glared at Yan Shenhe. Bastard. Yan Shenhe was furious. Although it was just an act, he couldn't help but be angry when he heard this. He swooped down and landed in front of Mu Qing and immediately punched and kicked Mu Qing. The second deacon stood aside and sneered, "Young man, this is the price of not seeing the situation clearly, do you understand? Shut up. What qualifications do you have to preach to me?" Mu Qing roared. "You dare to talk to me? Even your monarch has to be respectful to me, let alone you. Yan Shenhe, if you don't make him kneel down and apologize to me today, none of you from the Tianyang Empire will live." The second deacon looked at Yan Shenhe with cold eyes and said gloomily, "Lord, please calm down. I will make him kneel down and apologize to you." Yan Shenhe's eyes trembled and quickly looked at the second deacon. "I, Mu Qing, will only kneel to the heavens, to the earth, to my parents, and to the Lord. You want me to kneel down to her? Dream on." Mu Qing said proudly. "Bastard." Yan Shenhe shouted. "If you want to be a henchman, you can continue. I won't accompany you, goodbye." Mu Qing's eyes were full of ridicule and then disappeared without a trace. Huh? The second deacon was surprised. Yan Shenhe patted his head and said, "I forgot that he and Mu Tianyang have a spatial divine item. He must be inside it now." "What about Mu Tianyang?" the second deacon asked. Yan Shenhe said, "Mu Tianyang is also inside the spatial divine item. What should we do now?" The second deacon released his divine sense and quickly captured the traces of the spatial divine item in the void. Boom! In the next moment, divine power rolled out and condensed into a barrier, imprisoning the spatial divine item. Inside the spatial divine item, Mu Tianyang stood in the stone room, looking at the bruised and battered Mu Qing and said, "Although it was an act, this Yan Shenhe is too ruthless. It's really wronged you." He still only had a vague outline, but compared to before, it was a little clearer. "It's okay." Mu Qing waved her hand. Mu Tianyang said, "Quickly take the healing pill." Chapter 16:11. Mu Tianyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Mu Qing and said, "Give me the body." "Give you the body?" Mu Qing was suspicious. "That Yan Shenhe, I have long disliked him, so I will take the opportunity to teach him a lesson." Mu Tianyang said. Mu Qing said, "You mean, control my body and go out to fight with Yan Shenhe?" Mu Tianyang nodded. "Good." Mu Qing did not hesitate at all. Mu Tianyang was stunned and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to take over your body?" "If the Lord wanted to take over my body, he would have already done it, why wait until now? Moreover, with my insignificant strength, I can't stop the Lord. Of course, if the Lord really needs my body, just say the word and I will give it to you immediately." Mu Qing laughed. "I really didn't misjudge you." Mu Tianyang smiled with relief. "Come on. Actually, I also don't like Yan Shenhe, so when you teach him a lesson, make up for my part. Mu Qing said. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded, his body dissipated and turned into a mist, rushing into Mu Qing's head. The next moment, Mu Qing's eyes changed. Bright and full of spirit. With a domineering aura, as well as the pressure of a king. Obviously. This body had been replaced by Mu Tianyang. It feels good to have a body. Mu Tianyang stretched his muscles and bones, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, no matter who it is, don't even think about shaking my position as the emperor. Swish. In an instant. He disappeared and appeared outside the enchantment. You can continue to hide. As soon as he saw Mu Qing appear, Yan Shenhe was furious and rushed out. He did not know. At this moment, Mu Qing had become Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang did not move. However, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If you don't kneel down and apologize to the second deacon today, I'll cripple you. Kneel down now. Yan Shenhe arrived in front of Mu Tianyang and prepared to give him another slap. But suddenly, Mu Tianyang raised his big hand as a wisp of spiritual consciousness entered his arm and grabbed Yan Shenhe's wrist. Yan Shenhe was bewildered. At this moment, he finally realized that Mu Qing's gaze was different. Divine sense? Could it be, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Mu Tianyang coldly smiled. Taking advantage of Yan Shenhe's unprepared state, he kicked him in the stomach. Aoo! Yan Shenhe immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. This was because Mu Tianyang's kick had also been imbued with his divine sense. Mu Qing is my man, what qualifications do you have to beat him? Mu Tianyang said again. Then, he gave Yan Shenhe a tight slap on his face. With a slap, a blood-red palm print appeared. What are you doing? We're just putting on an act. Yan Shenhe was stunned and secretly roared. Even if we're putting on an act, we can't just let Mu Qing get beaten up. Moreover, he's a combat emperor and can't withstand your torment. So now, we can only wrong you. Mu Tianyang sneered and punched Yan Shenhe's chest again. His fist was also imbued with spiritual consciousness. Puff! Yan Shenhe suddenly spurted out blood as his heart was torn apart. He was seriously injured. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the second deacon's face was full of astonishment. Disrespecting your elders, you've gone too far. Yan Shenhe was completely furious. Because he could also see that Mu Tianyang was using his position to avenge his personal grudge. Don't say anything about respecting your elders. In front of this emperor, no matter how high your seniority is, you will always be a subject. Mu Tianyang coldly snorted. Rumble. Bang bang bang. The two of them started fighting in the air above the desert. All of a sudden, the color of the sky changed, the wind blew, rolling up a monstrous wave of sand, drowning in all directions. And then there was Qin Feiyang and his group. Under the lead of the palace master of the heavenly palace, the group was like lightning as they shuttled through the air above the desert. Young master, I always feel that it's not realistic to blindly chase after them like this. We have to think of a more convenient way. Willow Tree scanned the desert in front of him and frowned. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and did not say a word. Suddenly, he slapped his head and shook his head. How could I forget that we have an expert tracker by our side? Chasing after experts? The palace master of the heavenly palace and the ninth elder looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and White-Eyed Wolf immediately appeared. Only under such circumstances will you think of your brother. White-Eyed Wolf stared at Qin Feiyang. What do you mean only under such circumstances? When I obtained the heaven-breaking rod, no one reminded me. Didn't I also want to give it to you? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. That's just a coincidence that I saw you. White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, all right, stop talking nonsense. Quickly smell, is there the smell of humans here? Do you really think your brother has a dog's nose? White-eyed Wolf was dissatisfied, but he did not hesitate. He used his nose to sniff and shook his head. There's no smell of them. No? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Look for yourself, there are so many storms around. Even if they pass by here, once they are swept by the storm, their smell will immediately dissipate. White-eyed Wolf said. Then what should we do? Willow Tree asked. What else can we do? Let's eat. White-eyed Wolf stood on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and spread his paws. Can you be more serious? Qin Feiyang was extremely angry and mercilessly gave him a knock on the head. White-eyed Wolf scowled. But when he saw Qin Feiyang, he also glared at him and shrank in an instant. Let's keep moving forward. There are always places that have not been swept by the storm. As long as there is a little smell left, I can track it. White-eyed Wolf looked full of confidence. The palace master of the Palace of Conferring Heaven looked at him suspiciously, then turned into a stream of light and streaked across the sky like lightning. Soon, they came to the sky above a sand dune. Wait! White-eyed Wolf suddenly said, his eyes flashing. You found something? The palace master of the Palace of Conferring Heaven slammed on the brakes and stopped in the void. He turned his head and looked at White-eyed Wolf in surprise. White-eyed Wolf jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder and flew down. Soon, his eyes locked on one of the sand dune and he said in surprise, there is the smell of people here. Whose? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. It's very faint. I can't tell. White-eyed Wolf shook his head and carefully identified for a while. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, but I can be sure that it is indeed human. Although I can't be sure, I think it should be them. Because no one dares to come here. The palace master of the Palace of Conferring Heaven said. Then let's continue to track. Qin Feiyang urged. The palace master of the Palace of Conferring Heaven rolled up the group again and rushed in the direction pointed by White-eyed Wolf. On the way, there were constantly gaps in the smell. The so-called gaps meant that some places had been swept by the storm and the smell had completely disappeared. It was equivalent to a blank area. This undoubtedly made it more difficult to track. However, not long after, White-eyed Wolf asserted that the people of the Vanga League in the Tianyang Empire went straight into the depths of the desert and did not turn. Because although there were many gaps in the smell, they were always in a straight line. As long as they followed this straight line, they should not lose them. And the result? White-eyed Wolf did not disappoint them. Not only did he successfully track them down, but the smell also became stronger. After a while, White-eyed Wolf's eyes lit up and he said, Brother, I finally identified the owner of one of the smells. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Mu Qin. White-eyed Wolf said. That's right. If Mu Qin is here, then the others must be here. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Who is Mu Qin? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was suspicious. He is a descendant of the Mu Tianyang Empire. He is very amazing and has opened the rare heavenly eye. Qin Feiyang said. Heavenly eye. The palace master of Fengtian Palace's eyes trembled and he said in shock, I used to think that the heavenly eye was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Young master, Mu Tianyang seems to be in the state of divine sense now, right? Willow Tree suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's strange. Mu Qin is such a good body in front of him. Why didn't he seize Mu Qin's body? Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, I think it should be because he thinks too highly of Mu Qin and can't bear to lose her. After a long time, suddenly, the group of people sensed a battle in front of them. What's going on? Is it an illusion? How can there be a battle here? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's not an illusion. Because there is the aura of Yan Shenhou in the battle. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Who is Yan Shenhou? Qin Feiyang asked. one of the 4 divine overlords of the Tianyang Empire. He is also a pseudo-god. After the palace master of Fengtian Palace finished speaking, he frowned and said, "However, I can't recognize the aura of the person who is fighting with her. It's very unfamiliar." Unfamiliar? Qin Feiyang was stunned. As they got closer, Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned and a trace of disbelief crept up on his face. "What's wrong?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyang said, "The person who is fighting with Yan Shenhou is actually Mu Qing." "Are you sure?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned and asked. "I'm sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. The palace master of Fengtian Palace asked, "Is Mu Qing very strong?" "Weaker than me," Qin Feiyang said. "That's strange. Weaker than you, she can actually fight with Yan Shenhou? And they are both from the Tianyang Empire, why would they fight?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was surprised. Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, White-Eyed Wolf, and the 9th Elder were also puzzled. "There's something strange about this. We have to be careful because this might be a trap that they have deliberately set up," the palace master of Fengtian Palace said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, waved his hand and activated the concealment technique. The group instantly disappeared from the void. Looking at Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenhou. At this moment, both of them were covered in wounds and looked extremely miserable. Although Yan Shenhou was seriously injured at the beginning, he was still a real pseudo-god. Mu Tianyang, on the other hand, could only rely on his consciousness to fight. And he didn't have much consciousness. Mu Qing's physical body was only the body of a war king, so it naturally couldn't be compared to the body of a pseudo-god. Therefore, facing Yan Shenhou, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. And Yan Shenhou was furious. However, he also knew about Mu Tianyang's current state, so he didn't dare to kill him. Moreover, at his peak, Mu Tianyang was a true war god. For the sake of the overall situation, he didn't dare to kill Mu Tianyang, because Mu Tianyang had the chance to recover to his peak. However, Chapter 16:12. Stop it. If this goes on, Qin Feiyang and the others will catch up, the second deacon shouted. However, Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenhou turned a deaf ear to her, their eyes spitting flames of anger. "I order you to stop immediately." The second deacon flew into a rage out of humiliation. He actually dared to ignore her words. Ordering this emperor? Who do you think you are? If this emperor was still at his peak, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Mu Tianyang looked at the second deacon and said proudly. The second deacon's eyes immediately surged with killing intent. Yan Shenhou sneered, looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "You also know that I was at my peak, the current you is just a dog in the water. You're courting death." Mu Tianyang was furious. In the distance, Qin Feiyang revealed a look of realization and muttered, "So it's Mu Tianyang who is controlling Mu Qing's body." Wait. How could Mu Tianyang be in Mu Qing's body? Could it be that he had already possessed Mu Qing? Yu Huang looked at the second deacon and asked, "She is the second deacon of the Vanga League?" "Yes." The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded and asked suspiciously, "Where are the others? Why are there only the 3 of them? They should all be in the spatial divine object." No matter what the reason is, letting Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenhou fight is a good opportunity for us, Qin Feiyang said. The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said, "Let's split up, you take people to kill the second deacon, we'll kill Yan Shenhou and Mu Tianyang, we must kill them in one blow." Yes. The palace master of Fengtian Palace waved his hand and brought the 9th elder into the spatial divine object. Qin Feiyang also brought Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and White-Eyed Wolf into the castle. Then, he controlled the castle and silently flew towards Mu Tianyang. But at the same time, Mu Tianyang's eyes flickered with an indescribable light. This was the heavenly eye. After controlling Mu's body, he naturally controlled Mu Qing's eye of heaven. In the process of fighting with Yan Shenhe, he had always been using heaven's eye. This was so that he could keep track of his whereabouts at any time. In fact, he already knew that Qin Feiyang had arrived. He transmitted his voice to Yan Shenhe, "Qin Feiyang is not far from us. He is rushing towards us. Prepare to retreat at any time." "All right." Yan Shenhe secretly replied. The second deacon was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Looking at Mu Tianyang and the other two, he shouted, "I'll say it one last time, stop immediately." The corners of their mouths curled up at the same time. "It seems that you really won't cry until you enter the coffin." The second deacon suddenly soared into the air and rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this, the two of them finally stopped and turned to look at the second deacon at the same time. Mu Tianyang laughed contemptuously, and said, "The one who won't cry until you enter the coffin is you. Do you want to rebel?" The second deacon was startled and raised his eyebrows. "Rebel?" Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, the palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly appeared behind the second deacon without any warning. Before the second deacon could react, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. She instinctively looked down and found that there was half a sword tip on her lower abdomen. The sword was stained with blood. "Someone's here?" Her first reaction was to look back. Immediately, a familiar face entered his eyes and immediately turned pale with fright. He saw the palace master of Fengtian Palace, holding a battle sword with divine light in his hand, and his eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. Damn it, how did they catch up so quickly? Inside the space divine object, the Vanga League people were all shocked and angry. On the other side, Willow Tree and Yu Huang also appeared behind Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenhe at the same time. Chang Shui and Snake Scale exuded a sharp aura that could destroy the world, and rushed towards the back of the two. Chang Shui. When the second deacon saw Willow Tree and Chang Shui, his eyes suddenly trembled, full of fear. Mu Tianyang smiled disdainfully, grabbed Yan Shenhe, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were stunned. Seeing this situation, the palace master of Fengtian Palace was also stunned. How did they react so quickly? Did they know in advance that Yu Huang and Willow Tree were hiding in the dark and were ready to attack them? Whoosh! Just when the palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned, two figures suddenly appeared and rushed towards the palace master of Fengtian Palace. One of them was the deputy chief of the Vanga League. Another person had also appeared. He was wearing a fitting white robe. His identity was not simple either. He was the chief of the Vanga League. At this moment, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the distraction of the palace master of Fengtian Palace and rush out from the space divine object, kill the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and save the second deacon. But how could the palace master of Fengtian Palace be simple? Although Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenhe's reaction was somewhat unexpected, he also knew that the Vanga League people were hiding in the dark, so he did not let down his guard. As soon as the two appeared, he smiled coldly and immediately pulled out the battle sword from the second deacon's lower abdomen. The power of the false god surged in, and the battle sword quickly recovered. He slashed with the sword. The edge of the sword was overwhelming. Even the famous chief and deputy chief could not help but change their expressions and avoid the sword. At the same time, Willow Tree and Yu Huang also came back to their senses and immediately released their divine senses in all directions. Immediately, they captured Mu Tianyang's space divine object and it was escaping into the distance. Stop right there. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were furious and were about to chase after it. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and shouted, "Willow Tree, don't chase, deal with the Vanga League first." Yes. Willow Tree nodded, grabbed Chang Shui, and turned to kill the chief and deputy chief. When the chief and deputy chief of the Vangu League saw Chang Shui, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they disappeared without any hesitation. They're hiding just like that? Willow Tree was stunned. Yu Huang floated next to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, why didn't they chase after Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, if I'm not wrong, this is a trap set by Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenhe. A trap? Yu Huang was surprised. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said to himself, earlier, when they looked at each other and smiled, I felt that it was a little strange. Now I understand that they were deliberately stalling for time in order for us to catch up to them. Yu Huang was stunned and said, what's in it for them if we catch up with them? Are they crazy? Of course. I think Mu Tianyang's goal is to let us and the Vangu League suffer losses, and then the Tianyang Empire will reap the benefits. Qin Feiyang said secretly. Damn, did Mu Tianyang eat a leopard's guts? He actually dared to scheme against the Vangu League. Yu Huang was speechless. Are you kidding? As an imperial emperor and a god of war, how can he not have guts? Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. However, he guessed wrong. The real mastermind of this plan was Mu Qin. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned around and landed next to the palace master of Fengtian Palace and looked at the second deacon who was bleeding from his abdomen. Why are you helping Fengtian Palace? Chapter 1613. As the saying goes, the evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. We should be the ones working together, but you wanted to play with fire. You made Gao Yuan explode himself, plotted against me, and pushed me to the side of the palace of Fengtian. Qin Feiyang sneered. Willow Tree sneered. Cut the crap. Just kill him. The palace master of the palace of Fengtian was filled with murderous intent. He immediately waved his sword and slashed at the head of the second deacon. Don't kill him. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. The palace master of the palace of Fengtian was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, why not? You're confused. Your wife and 3 sons are now in their hands. If you want to save them, you need a bargaining chip. This person is the best bargaining chip. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The palace master of the palace of Fengtian was suddenly enlightened. He immediately released his divine power and imprisoned the second deacon. Then he shouted, Ning Mingi, Zhao Tai Lai, get out of here right now. Ning Mingi? Zhao Tai Lai? Yu Huang was stunned. He looked at Willow Tree suspiciously and asked, human pet, who are these two? Ning Mingi is the leader of the Vangu League. Zhao Tai Lai is the deputy leader of the Vangu League. They are hiding in the divine item. If they suddenly attack young master, the consequences will be unimaginable. We can't be careless. Willow Tree whispered. He stood beside Qin Feiyang and was fully alert. Moreover, the power of the fake god kept flowing into Chang Shui. His divine power spread in all directions. What are you afraid of? Chang Shui is in your hands. Do they dare to come out? If one comes out, I'll kill one. If 2 come out, I'll kill both. Yu Huang laughed sinisterly. We can't be careless. Who knows what crazy things they will do? Willow Tree said in a deep voice. In the divine item. Ning Mingi and Zhao Tailai's faces were as gloomy as water. The semi-divinities behind him were also infuriated. The Vangu League had dominated the Black Tortoise world for so many years, but this was the first time they had been so aggrieved. You don't want to come out? The palace lord of Fengtian Palace's eyes shone with an ominous light. As his sword fell, the second deacon let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his arms was severed. This is divine meat. We can't waste it. Yu Huang licked its lips, extended its scarlet tongue, and directly rolled the arm into its mouth. This bastard is going too far. Seeing this, the group of people behind the 2 alliance masters were enraged. You still don't want to come out? It seems like the second deacon is worthless in your eyes. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Qin Feiyang chuckled and formed a seal with both hands. An enslavement seal quickly condensed. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace was stunned. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, little brother, you have gained another great general by your side." Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. The enslavement seal went straight to the top of the second deacon's head. "Stop!" At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, Ning Mingyi and Zhao Tailai appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang smirked and the enslavement seal stopped above the second deacon's head. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, seniors. I'm new here. I hope you can take care of me." Hearing this, Ning Mingyi and Zhao Tailai's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Take care? How could they not understand such sarcastic words? "Little brother, I'm deeply sorry about Gao Yuan's self-destruction. However, this was the Grand Deacon's idea. We only knew about it after the incident. So, little brother, please don't make things difficult for the Vanga League. I'm also willing to compensate you for your loss." Ning Mingyi glanced at the second deacon, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled without blushing. Actually, saying these words was already a great humiliation to him as the leader of the Vanga League. With his identity and status, when had he ever been so humble? Moreover, the person he was talking to was Qin Feiyang, a mere 6-star combat emperor. You only knew about it after the incident? Compensate me for my loss? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and said, "Are you really going to compensate me? I'm just afraid that you can't afford it. What does the Vanga League not have?" Zhao Tailai snorted coldly. So confident? All right. Qin Feiyang looked at Ning Mingyi and said, "Give me all your artifacts and the herbs of the Vanga League. Then, we'll call it even." "You," Ning Mingyi instantly glared at him. Zhao Tailai said impolitely, "Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. Weren't you very magnanimous and forthright just now? Why are you so hostile now?" Qin Feiyang said playfully. Both of them looked extremely upset. The palace master of the Feng Tian Palace said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and hand over my wife and child." "All right. But I have a condition too," Ning Mingyi said. "Say it." The palace master said. "In exchange for the second deacon and the grand deacon. 4 for 2. You won't lose out," Ning Mingyi said. The palace master of the Feng Tian Palace raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Since the Grand Deacon was in Qin Feiyang's hands, he couldn't make the decision. "Since it's a cooperation, I'll naturally help you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Ning Mingyi and Zhao Tailai felt extremely regretful. They didn't expect this guy to be so loyal. They shouldn't have let Gao Yuan self-destruct. If Gao Yuan didn't self-destruct, the Vanga League wouldn't be the ones in trouble. It would be the Feng Tian Palace. "Thank you," the palace master of the Feng Tian Palace said gratefully. He looked at Ning Mingyi expressionlessly and said, "Deal." Ning Mingyi sighed deeply and waved his hand. 4 figures suddenly appeared. One of them was an old woman. She looked like she was in her 30s and had maintained herself very well. There were no crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. Her skin was soft and supple. She was wearing a white floor-length dress. Her soft hair was tied up high and there was an exquisite jade hairpin at the end of her hair. Her charm was still there. The other 3 were all very young men. One of them was Li Chang. "Father, save us." At this moment, his face was full of horror and he looked helplessly at the palace master of the Feng Tian Palace. The other 2 looked very similar to Li Chang. They were also looking at the palace master for help. And as Zhuge Mingyang said, the 3 of them were in a sorry state. Their noses were bruised and their eyes were swollen. They were covered in bruises. They were covered in blood. Their sea of qi was also destroyed. Obviously, they were tortured by the Vanga League. As for the woman, other than her cultivation being destroyed, there were no injuries on her body. Looking at the miserable state of Li Chang and the other two, the palace master of the Fengtian Palace was furious. He shouted, "Let them go. Let them go together." Ning Mingi said. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the senior deacon immediately appeared beside him. Looking at the senior deacon who was also covered in wounds, Ning Mingi and the other two were also furious. Ning Mingi asked, "Did he use the slave seal to control you?" The senior deacon shook his head. Ning Mingi nodded and looked at the palace master of the Fengtian Palace. He said, "Give me the money and I will give you the goods. Don't play any tricks." After that, the power of the false god emerged and bound the woman and Li Chang to the palace master of the Fengtian Palace. "It's you who don't play any tricks." The palace master of the Fengtian Palace snorted. He also used the power of the false god to bind the senior deacon and the other two and walked toward the leader of the Vanga League. Zhao Tailai looked at the two of them and there was a flash of shocking light in the depths of his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and then at Zhao Tailai. He sent a message to Willow Tree and Yu Huang, "Keep an eye on them. Once the two sides change, attack immediately." "Okay." Willow Tree replied secretly. In fact, even without Qin Feiyang's reminder, he was already secretly preparing. It was not hard to imagine that the Vanga League would not fight them head-on. Because in the Vanga League, there was no divine artifact that could compete with Chang Shui. Therefore, once the senior deacon and the second deacon got their hands on them, Ning Mingi and Zhao Tailai would immediately enter the divine artifact and find a chance to escape. Of course. Chapter 1614. Not only the Vanga League, but the palace master of Palace Fengtian also did not want the two deacons to return to the Vanga League alive. After all, the two of them were powerful enemies of the Palace of Fengtian. If they escaped from him alive, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. There would be endless trouble in the future. Finally, Ning Mingi and the palace master of Palace Fengtian walked together. There were only 2 meters between them. Both of them were very vigilant. Ning Mingi said, "When I say 3, let's go together." The palace master of Palace Fengtian nodded. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Ning Mingi said 3, the two waved their hands. The 2 deacons and the mother and children flew toward each other at the same time. Almost at the same time. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ning Mingi waved his right hand. The power of the false god broke out of his body and rushed toward the mother and children with murderous intent. At the same time, he grabbed the air with his left hand. He wanted to send the 2 deacons into the space divine item. However, the palace master of Palace Fengtian also attacked at the same time. The power of the false god roared and rushed toward the 2 deacons. He waved his other hand and wanted to send the mother and children into the space divine item as well. Obviously, they all had the same plan in mind. Seeing such tacit cooperation, they themselves were somewhat astonished. But in an instant, the 2 of them came to their senses and sent the 2 deacons and the mother and children into their respective space divine items. Then, the 2 of them attacked the other party's power of the false god at the same time. Boom! Accompanied by 2 loud sounds, the 2 of them each took a step back and the power of the false god dissipated. However, after defeating Ning Mingi's power of the false god, the palace master of Palace Fengtian immediately charged toward Ning Mingi. Terrifying divine power exploded, shaking the void and the earth. Now that the mother and children were safe and sound, he could go all out and fight against the Eternal Alliance. But Ning Mingi did not dare to. Because of Chang Shui. Chang Shui was terrifying enough to wipe out the entire Vanga League. So, seeing the palace master of Palace Fengtian attack, he immediately chose to escape and meet up with Zhao Tailai. But at this moment, Willow Tree, who had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly attacked. Pale snow in his hand gave off a world-destroying sharpness as he slashed through the air. A sword chi flew out and slashed toward Ning Mingi. Zhao Tai Lai, Zhao Tai Lai, Zhao Tai Lai, and Zhao Tai Lai, Zhao Tai Lai. The sword chi streaked across the void and headed for a huge mountain in the distance. With a loud bang, the huge mountain collapsed on the spot. At the same time, seeing Ning Mingi abandon him, Zhao Tai Lai was a little annoyed. He didn't dare to stop in the slightest and immediately turned around to flee. Don't even think about escaping. The palace master of Palace Fengtian Yue Zhao of Fengtian you also. Don't worry about Zhao Tai Lai for now. The spatial divine object is more important. Quickly find the spatial divine object and destroy it. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Lu Mu quivered. That's right. As long as they destroyed Ning Mingi's godly item, the Vanga League members would not be able to hide anymore. Immediately, his divine sense spread out in all directions. In just an instant, he had captured a spatial divine object in the void ahead of him. This spatial divine item was rushing towards Zhao Tai Lai. Obviously, Ning Mingi was using a spatial divine item to save Zhao Tai Lai. Palace Master, don't worry about Zhao Tai Lai for now. Trap the spatial divine item. Willow Tree shouted. When the Palace Master of the Imperial Conferring Palace heard this, he immediately released his spiritual force. In the meantime, his quasi-divinity power surged out. A huge divine power enchantment appeared out of nowhere. The willow tree smiled coldly and directly rushed into the barrier. His divine sense firmly locked onto the spatial divine item, and then he slashed at it. Clang! Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. A deafening sound rang out within the barrier. The next moment, a stone pagoda that had been split in half appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. This was Ning Mingi's divine spatial item. Immediately after, a large number of people appeared in the divine power enchantment in a sorry state. Densely packed. There were adults, old people, and children. There were quasi-divinities, combat emperors, and even people below the combat emperor level. Zhao Shimeng and Ning Yifeng were also inside. At a glance, there were at least 50 to 60,000. This meant that the Vanga League's people were all inside this stone pagoda. Let's see how you can hide now. Willow Tree sneered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang were already standing outside the barrier, he immediately exited the barrier and stood beside Qin Feiyang. He released his divine sense and covered all directions. Although the Vanga League's people were forced out, the Tianyang Empire's people were still hiding in the dark, so he couldn't be careless. Break for me. Just as Willow Tree exited the barrier, an angry roar rang out. It was Ning Mingi. He flew out from the crowd with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that even the divine spatial item would be split in half. He was undoubtedly even more afraid of Chang Shui. Boom! He attacked the divine power enchantment. Boom! The divine power enchantment set up by the palace master of the celestial palace shattered on the spot. Ning Mingi immediately shouted to a young man, Ning Yang, take your brother and everyone else and leave. The young man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked about 27 or 28 years old. He was slender and had an extraordinary appearance. His aura had also reached the quasi-divinity level. But at this moment, his face was also full of panic. Hearing Ning Mingi's words, he immediately waved his hand and the power of the quasi-divinity appeared. He swept up everyone below the quasi-divinity level and broke through the sky like lightning. Yu Huang, go and kill them. However, I want Ning Yifeng, Ning Yang, Zhao Shimeng, Great Deacon, and Second Deacon alive. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. From the way Ning Mingi addressed him, Ning Yang was also his son and would be of great use to him. As for the Great Deacon and Second Deacon, they couldn't participate in the battle because their cultivation had been destroyed and they were also in the crowd. Yu Huang laughed and immediately disappeared into the void, silently flying towards Ning Yang and the others. Humph. At the same time, the palace master of the Palace of Heaven Submission snorted and waved his hand. Dozens of figures appeared next to him. There were men and women. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying divine power. These were the quasi-divinities of the Palace of Heaven Submission. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. The Palace Master of the Palace of Heaven Submission shouted and took the lead to attack Ning Mingi. The battle sword in his hand gave off a destructive aura. Clang. Ning Mingi waved his hand and a red broadsword appeared. The broadsword was 3 feet long and 5 fingers wide. There was a fire phoenix engraved on the handle and it seemed to be made of lava. It flashed with a dazzling light. Divine Phoenix Broadsword. Willow Tree's eyes trembled. Is it very powerful? Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree said, very powerful. I heard that it was passed down from the previous leaders of the Vanga League. Passed down? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. His eyes lit up as he stared at the Divine Phoenix Broadsword. He remembered that the mysterious man in the Soul's Sealing Valley said that the first leader of the Vanga League had passed down a divine weapon. It could automatically revive and protect its owner. Could it be this Divine Phoenix Broadsword? While Qin Feiyang was puzzled, Ning Mingi grabbed the Divine Phoenix Broadsword and charged towards the Palace Master of the Palace of Heaven Submission. At the same time, he shouted, follow me and stop the people of the Palace of Heaven Submission. Buy time for Ning Yang and the others. Yes. A group of people behind him shouted. There were a total of 56 people. Each of them had a powerful aura as they charged towards the people of the Palace of Heaven Submission. Zhao Tai Lai also charged back. He also had a divine weapon in his hand. It was also a battle blade. Its entire body was pitch black, and there was a skull on the hilt. It was emitting a gloomy and cold aura. Dark Demon Broadsword. This divine weapon is comparable to the sky-breaking staff. Young master, we must snatch it, including the Divine Phoenix Broadsword in Ning Mingi's hands. Willow Tree said excitedly. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This guy wants to snatch a divine weapon as soon as he sees one. This guy must be addicted to robbing divine weapons. Boom. Clang. Crack. The two sides finally clashed. A chaotic battle began. This was not a small fight. It was a group of fake gods fighting. One could imagine how magnificent the scene was. All that could be seen were divine weapons, divine arts, and fighting souls. The void was shattering and the sky was shaking. The desert was rolling like an ocean, and yellow sand covered the sky. Clang. Clang. The battle between Ning Mingi and the Palace Master of the Palace of Heaven Submission was the most intense. They charged into the clouds, shattering the void. The Palace Master of the Palace of Heaven Submission's sword emitted tens of thousands of sword chi. It was comparable to the Divine Phoenix Broadsword in Ning Mingi's hands. What kind of sword is that? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. At first, he did not pay attention to the sword. Because before, the sword did not display such terrifying power. That is the Azure Light Sword. It is said that it is on the same level as the Divine Phoenix Broadsword. Willow Tree said in a low voice. This Black Tortoise world is really a magical place. In the outside world, it is harder to obtain a divine weapon than to reach the heavens. But here, there are so many. Qin Feiyang said. These divine weapons are not all from the Black Tortoise world. A large portion of them were obtained from the miracles outside and brought in by others. So, if you really want to say, there are more divine weapons in the divine ruins, not the Black Tortoise world. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. On the other side, Ning Yang and the rest of the Vanga League had already escaped thousands of miles away. It should be safe here, Ning Yang muttered. He turned around and looked at the battlefield behind him. He looked at Ning Yifeng and said, you continue to lead everyone deeper. I will go and help father and the rest. Be careful, Ning Yifeng warned. I know. Ning Yang nodded. However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his lower abdomen. His cultivation quickly dissipated. What happened? Ning Yang was surprised. He looked down and saw a snake scale piercing through his lower abdomen. Blood spurted out like a fountain. You dare to ignore me? Damn it. A cruel laugh sounded in front of them. Ning Yang and the others instantly inclined their heads. They only saw Bai Ming Yu Huang appearing in the air. That snake scale also returned to her body. Why are you here? Ning Yang was shocked and angry. Of course, it is to take care of you. Yu Huang laughed. Damn it, let's go. Ning Yang's roar shook the sky. Ning Yifang and the rest immediately turned around and fled in fear. At the top of the clouds, Ning Mingi was shocked when he heard Yu Huang's roar. He immediately looked down. When he saw Yu Huang, his expression changed. Zhao Tailai, go and deal with Yu Huang. He roared at Zhao Tailai below. Li Yuan, don't let anyone from the Vanga League leave the battlefield. Fengtian Palace Master shouted. Yes. Chapter 16:15. You're courting death. Zhao Tailai's eyes flashed fiercely as he grabbed the dark demon blade and slashed at Li Yuan. The terrifying blade almost tore the sky apart. Li Yuan's expression changed as he quickly dodged. Not good. Ning Mingi and Zhao Tailai have the Divine Phoenix Blade and the Dark Demon Blade. The 10 deacons of the Vanga League, other than the Grand Deacon and the Second Deacon, all have divine artifacts. But Fengtian Palace, other than the Palace Master, Li Yuan and the other elders don't have any divine artifacts. If this continues, Fengtian Palace will be at a disadvantage. Qin Feiyang said. It's not that Li Yuan and the others don't have any divine artifacts, but they were all taken by you. If the 9 Palace Sword formation is still in their hands, it's hard to say who will win this battle. Willow Tree smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said awkwardly, other than the 9 Palace Sword formation, they don't have any other divine artifacts. And the Vice Palace Master of Fengtian Palace, why haven't I seen him? There's another divine artifact. It's said that it's on the same level as the Sky-Breaking Rod and the Dark Demon Blade. This divine artifact is in the hands of the Vice Palace Master. The Vice Palace Master of Fengtian Palace is none other than the Palace Master's wife. Her Qi has been destroyed, and like the Grand Deacon, she can't participate in the battle for a while. Willow Tree said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. During their conversation, Li Yuan nearly lost his life to Zhao Tailai's Black Devil Manic Saber several times. Without divine artifacts, he could only use divine arts to restrain him. But this was not a long-term plan at all. After all, Zhao Tailai also had divine arts. Facing an overwhelming advantage, Li Yuan would only become more and more embarrassed. Li Yuan, catch! Suddenly, the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace shouted. Li Yuan raised his head and saw a beam of 5-colored divine light shoot down from the sky like lightning. Surprisingly, it was also a battle sword. But it was very thin and soft, as thin as a cicada's wing. That's it. 5 exquisite sword. Willow Tree's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang looked at the 5-colored exquisite sword with a strange light in his eyes. Do you want to snatch it? Willow Tree asked. You're too wicked. Now that we are partners with Fengtian Palace, do you think it's appropriate for you to think that way? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. TSK, nice words, but your eyes have already betrayed you. Willow Tree said in disdain. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a dark face, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, we have to focus on the overall situation. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Those who don't know would really think that you're a good person. Willow Tree rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked extremely embarrassed. In the meantime, seeing the 5 colors exquisite sword, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed into the sky and grabbed the 5 colors exquisite sword. In an instant, he erased the blood contract inside and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. Then, The power of the false god flowed into the sword, and the 5 colors exquisite sword immediately released a dazzling 5 colors divine light. The sharpness covered the sky and covered the earth. Zhao Tai Lai. Today, either you die or I die. Li Yuan roared angrily, grabbed the 5 colors exquisite sword, and pounced towards Zhao Tai Lai. Clang clang clang. The two of them fought crazily, and also killed their way into the sky. The destructive aura rolled in all directions. While Zhao Tai Lai was fighting, he shouted to the deacons, "I can't leave anymore, quickly go and save everyone. Hold him back, even if you die." Li Yuan shouted angrily, then looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, "Brother Qin, what are you still doing? All the deacons have divine weapons, and the people on our side are not their opponents. Hurry up and let Willow Tree make a move, or you can return the 9 palace sword formation to us first. You want to take back what is in his hands? Do you think that's possible? I don't think he has any intention of making a move." Zhao Tai Lai sneered. "What do you mean?" Li Yuan asked. "Can't you see? He wants to reap the benefits while we're both injured. If you have any awareness, you should join forces with the Vanga League and get rid of him first." Zhao Tai Lai shouted. Li Yuan's expression froze. Was Zhao Tai Lai telling the truth? Otherwise, why hadn't Qin Feiyang asked Willow Tree to make a move yet? The 6 elders did not appear either. Seeing that Li Yuan had been bewitched by Zhao Tai Lai, the palace master of Fengtian Palace quickly shouted, "Li Yuan, don't doubt Brother Qin, you must believe him." Li Yuan's gaze trembled, and he quickly came back to his senses. He slashed his sword at Zhao Tai Lai and sneered, "You're still trying to drive a wedge between us, what a fool. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, if the Vanga League disappears today, the Fengtian Palace will cease to exist as well." Zhao Tai Lai sneered. "Sigh." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Why are you sighing?" Willow Tree was puzzled. Zhao Tai Lai was also suspicious. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Zhao Tai Lai, saying, "I actually wanted the Vanga League to jump around a little longer, because once I asked Willow Tree to make a move, the Vanga League will be destroyed in an instant. But you didn't appreciate my kindness." Zhao Tai Lai's heart sank. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang sneered, and the 6 elders appeared out of thin air. Clang. The 6 elders scanned the battlefield coldly. Battle swords appeared one after another, and a murderous aura filled the air. Ning Mingi's body tensed up, and he quickly shouted, "Brother Qin, let's talk nicely." "There's nothing to talk about. Willow Tree, kill Zhao Tai Lai. 6 elders, help the elders of the Fengtian Palace and kill the 8 deacons of the Vanga League." Qin Feiyang shouted. "Yes." The 6 elders bowed and immediately charged toward the deacons with their battle swords. Willow Tree didn't move. He sent a message, "Young lord, I have to stay by your side to prevent the Tianyang Empire from ambushing you." "It's okay. I'll be careful. I'll enter the castle as soon as they appear." Qin Feiyang said. "All right then, be careful." Lu Mu nodded helplessly. Then, he brought Sang Shui and sword into the clouds, heading straight for Zhao Tai Lai. Damn it. Zhao Tai Lai fell into panic in an instant. He was afraid that he wasn't Willow Tree, but Chang Shui. "Brother Qin, I agree to your conditions. I'll give you the herbs of the Vanga League and this divine phoenix blade. I only hope that you won't interfere with our battle with the Fengtian Palace." Ning Mingi was also extremely anxious as he roared. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace also became nervous. The overall strength of the Fengtian Palace and the Vanga League was similar. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was a key factor. No matter which side Qin Feiyang joined, the balance would be broken. In other words, the side that Qin Feiyang joined would be the side that would win. If you had agreed earlier, would have considered it. But it's too late now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Bastard. Ning Mingi was so angry that he was going crazy. He frantically revived the divine phoenix saber. It was as if he did not want to live anymore. The Vanga League will be destroyed today. The palace master of the Fengtian Palace sneered. Their strength was on par with each other. However, Zhao Tailai's heart was burning with anxiety. Although Li Yuan was only an elder of the Fengtian Palace, his cultivation had reached stage 10 false god. Just Li Yuan alone was enough to give him a headache. Now that Willow Tree was involved, how could he win? Suddenly, a murderous look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the 8 deacons and false gods. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a man in black. This man was also a member of the Vanga League. But suddenly, the burly man's eyes glazed over, and he abandoned his opponent and went straight for the Willow Tree. Willow Tree was stunned. He turned around and looked at the man. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You're asking for it. But in the next moment, he noticed that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. It was exactly the same as when Wang Yu was controlled by the pagoda master. Could it be puppet technique? Retreat. Willow Tree's body trembled and he roared. As he roared, he turned around and dashed toward Qin Feiyang without hesitation. What? Everyone present was startled by Willow Tree's roar. When they saw the expression on the burly man's face, it wasn't just the people from Heaven Bestowal Palace. Even the people from the Everlasting Alliance were shocked. In the next moment, both sides stopped fighting at the same time, turned around and fled in different directions. Only Ning Mingi and the palace master were still fighting. Are they going to self-destruct? In the distance, Yu Huang muttered to himself. However, this had nothing to do with it. Because it was thousands of miles away from the battlefield. Although the false god's self-destruction would also affect this place, it still had time to escape, so it was not a threat to it. Ning Yang and the others were also frantically fleeing. Yu Huang glanced at the group of people, sneered, and chased after them like lightning. Its body, which was originally more than half a meter long, expanded in the wind. In an instant, a giant python that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of nowhere. Following closely, it opened its mouth wide, and a scarlet tongue shot out from its mouth. In an instant, hundreds of people were wrapped up and sucked into its mouth. You damned beast! The senior deacon and the second deacon roared. If their sea of qi was not destroyed, how could they allow Yu Huang to do whatever he wanted? Self-destruction. Qin Feiyang looked at the burly man in black with a slightly gloomy gaze. He had already expected this situation. And he also expected that there would definitely be more than one false god who would self-destruct in this battle. Previously, he did not let Willow Tree and the 6 elders take action because he was afraid that the false gods of the Vanga League would self-destruct. Because once Willow Tree took action, facing Chang Shui, the people of the Vanga League would definitely be desperate. What would a desperate person not do? However, he would have to face this situation sooner or later. But to be honest, he was really powerless to stop the self-destruction. Clang! Rumble! At the top of the clouds, Ning Mingi and the palace master of Fengtian Palace were really angry and turned a blind eye to the burly man's self-destruction. When Zhao Tailai saw him, he hurriedly shouted, "Leader, where there is life, there is hope. Let's go." Ning Mingi glanced at the burly man with a stomach full of anger and grievance. He put away the divine phoenix saber, turned around, and fled without looking back. Don't even think about leaving. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shouted and chased after him. Don't even think about it. Zhao Tailai roared. Another middle-aged burly man rushed to the sky and flew toward the palace master of Fengtian Palace. His eyes were the same as the black-clothed man's, empty and lifeless. It was obvious. This person was also controlled by the puppet technique. How cruel. He didn't even let go of his own people. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disgust. Chapter 16:16. Under the vice leader's control, one chased after Willow Tree while the other chased after the palace master of the Fengtian Palace. Willow Tree and the palace master of the Fengtian Palace were the biggest threats to them. Willow Tree shouted anxiously, "Young master, quickly think of a way. Otherwise, they will escape." It was obvious. The vice leader would not let the two men self-destruct. If they self-destructed now, his Vanga League members would not be able to escape. Self-destructing one's physical body was different from using battle arts and fighting souls. Battle arts and fighting souls, including divine arts, could be controlled by the master. However, no one could control self-destructing. Once someone self-destructed, it did not matter if they were friend or foe, they would be injured. Especially in a large-scale battle like this. If any fake god self-destructed, both sides would be injured. However, even though they knew that the two men would not self-destruct, Qin Feiyang and the rest did not dare to chase after them. If they chased after them, what if the vice leader was driven to desperation and controlled the two men to self-destruct? The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the vice leader took advantage of this and used the two men to delay Qin Feiyang and the rest so that his Vanga League members could escape. Qin Feiyang frowned. It was not easy to seize this opportunity. How could he let the Vanga League members escape? Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the palace master of the Fengtian Palace in surprise. Facing the middle-aged man who could self-destruct at any time, the palace master of the Fengtian Palace was not afraid at all. He continued to chase after Ning Mingi. What was going on? Why was the palace master of the Fengtian Palace not retreating? Could it be that he was so angry that he lost his mind? But that was impossible. As the palace master of the Fengtian Palace and the overlord of the Black Tortoise world, how could he lose his mind because of this? Wait. Could it be? Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. He looked at Li Yuan and the rest and shouted, "Come to me now." Li Yuan and the others were stunned when they heard this, and when they recovered from their shock, they didn't hesitate to flash towards Qin Feiyang like bolts of lightning. As for the 6 great elders, they were already flying towards Qin Feiyang when they saw that the situation was not good. Willow Tree, hold that black-clothed man back. At the same time, Qin Feiyang secretly said something to Willow Tree and then entered the castle. Inside the castle, everyone had already woken up from their cultivation. Seeing Qin Feiyang come in, they all had worried looks. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted her. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "Send everyone into your spatial divine item." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the front of the altar. He put the netherworld devil flame, the pill furnace, the pill scripture, and everything else he could take away into his Qingquan bag. In the meantime, Ling Yunfei also sent everyone, all the beasts, including Mu Shinkong, into the spatial divine item. Ling Yunfei walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked, "What are you going to do?" "The Vanga League people will definitely self-destruct. The palace master of Fengtian Palace is now chasing after Ning Mingi and is not afraid of the middle-aged man's self-destruction. It must be because his spatial divine item can withstand the self-destruction of the pseudo-god. However, it's too late for Li Yuan and the others to meet up with the palace master of Fengtian Palace. So, we have to let these people stay in the castle for the time being," Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei nodded. Qin Feiyang flashed again and appeared in the void outside. The 6 great elders, Li Yuan, and the others had already arrived. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and said, "Now I'll send you to my castle, but you can't relax and come out to kill the enemy at any time." "Understood." The group nodded. With a wave of Qin Feiyang's hand, the group of people suddenly disappeared. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang stepped on the phantom steps and rushed to meet up with Willow Tree. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man rushed into the sky and blocked Ning Mingi's path, blocking the palace master of Fengtian Palace. "You're courting death." The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled coldly. The azure light sword in his hand shone brightly and slashed towards the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Zhao Tai Lai anxiously shouted, "Palace master, hurry. He could control the middle-aged man to self-destruct at any time, but Ning Mingi was still in front of him. If the middle-aged man self-destructed, then Ning Mingi would not be able to escape death. Don't worry about me, let them self-destruct. Ning Mingi's face was gloomy as he shouted. This, Zhao Tailai's face was stunned. I still have armor, so I can still save my life. Hurry! Ning Mingi shouted. Zhao Tailai gritted his teeth and controlled the puppet technique. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to die under the azure light sword, a destructive aura suddenly rushed out from his body. And at the same time, the black-clothed man behind Willow Tree also rushed out a destructive aura. Obviously, he was controlling the two of them to self-destruct at the same time. Young master, Willow Tree shouted as he desperately ran towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by two ear-splitting loud sounds, the two men's bodies exploded in the air at the same time. Waves of destructive energy immediately surged out and rushed in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. The air waves swept over, and Willow Tree spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His back was lacerated and blood gushed out. But he didn't even frown. Instead, he used the impact of the air waves to speed up and rush towards Qin Feiyang. As soon as the two met, Qin Feiyang immediately brought Willow Tree into the ancient castle. At the same time, at the top of the clouds, when the middle-aged man self-destructed, the palace master of Fengtian Palace pursed his lips in disdain and disappeared in an instant. In front of Ning Mingi, a white armor immediately appeared on his body and quickly recovered, shining with dazzling divine light. Obviously, this was also a divine artifact. But even with the protection of the armor, he was blown away by the air waves on the spot, and blood gushed out of his mouth. And the gaps of the armor were also spurting out blood. From this, it could be seen. His body had also suffered a fatal injury. But he didn't care about his injuries and rushed to meet up with Zhao Tailai and the others. Humph! The palace master of Fengtian Palace snorted from his nose. He controlled the space divine artifact and broke through layers of wind and waves, following behind Ning Mingi. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also controlled the ancient castle and chased after Ning Mingi and the others. After taking a healing pill, Willow Tree stood next to Qin Feiyang and stared at Ning Mingi and the others on the screen. His eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. This was the second time he had almost died under the self-destruction of the Vanga League. Unforgivable. Fuck, they really self-destructed. Then, he looked at Yu Huang. Hearing the movement behind him, he cursed angrily and immediately sped up. He spat out the snake's forked tongue and rolled up the senior deacon, the second deacon, Ning Yifeng, Zhao Shimeng, and Ning Yiyang. Then, he turned on the escape mode without looking back. As for the others, he didn't care. Rumble. The self-destruction of the two men was like the end of the world. The void collapsed and the desert sank. The destructive airwaves were earth-shattering. The group of fake gods of the Vanga League, including Zhao Tailai, used all their strength. However, the waves of air surged even faster. In the blink of an eye, it spread thousands of miles away. They were still swept by the air waves. One by one, they were sent flying on the spot with blood all over their bodies. Fortunately, they were far enough away now. Fortunately, their cultivation was strong enough. They were all fake gods. Otherwise, they would have died. However, those who had fled with Ning Yiyang were not so lucky. Although they were very far away from the center of the explosion and were running for their lives, their cultivation was still too weak. The air waves swept past Zhao Tailai and the others and went straight to them. Leader, save us. Feeling the rolling air waves, the group of people shouted in panic, their hearts full of despair. Zhao Tailai and the others who were sent flying by the air waves also rushed to rescue after stabilizing their bodies. However, in the end, it was too late. A group of people was drowned by the air waves one after another. Accompanied by shrill screams, tens of thousands of people's bodies were shattered on the spot, and blood dyed the sky red. Damn it. Qin Feiyang, Fengtian Palace, I swear that I will never let you go. Ning Mingi roared, gritting his teeth and cracking his eyes. When you slaughtered my Fengtian Palace, why didn't I see you show mercy? Now you know pain. However, their death has nothing to do with me and Qin Feiyang. It was you who killed them because you controlled those two to self-destruct and killed them. But at this moment, the Fengtian Palace Master appeared from the space divine object, murderous intent overflowing from his body. You caught up so quickly? And you are not injured at all? When the group of people saw the Fengtian Palace Master, they panicked. Injured? Are you kidding me? I have a space divine object, how can I be injured? As long as my space divine object is still there, no matter how many of you self-destruct, it will not affect me. On the contrary, you are the ones who were seriously injured by your own self-destruction. Now, do you still dare to self-destruct? In fact, I really hope that you all will self-destruct, so that I don't have to do it myself. The Fengtian Palace Master sneered. Ning Mingi and the others' faces were gloomy. Yes. The other party had a space divine object, so self-destruction was useless. However, if they fought head-on, Qin Feiyang had the Chang Shui in his hands, they would die. What should they do? It's all Qin Feiyang's fault. If he and Willow Tree didn't use the Chang Shui to destroy our space divine object, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. A false god roared in anger. What's the use of saying this now? Before Qin Feiyang and the others catch up, let's kill the Fengtian Palace Master and steal his space divine object. With the space divine object, they can't do anything to us. Zhao Tailai said angrily. Yes. Qin Feiyang is only a 6-star combat emperor. He won't be able to get here so quickly with the space divine object. Kill him quickly. The third deacon shouted. The group of people immediately turned around and charged toward the Fengtian Palace Master with murderous intent in their eyes. Kill me? The Fengtian Palace Master smiled disdainfully and disappeared in front of the group of people. Damn it. Come out if you have the guts. Why are you hiding? Zhao Tailai roared immediately. The Fengtian Palace Master ignored him and stood in front of the group of people with the space divine object. He wasn't stupid enough to fight with so many false gods in the Vangu League alone. There was no need to take the risk now. Chapter 16-17. Now. The people of the Everlasting Alliance were truly at their wits' end. Escape? The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace would definitely intercept them. Not escape. Once Qin Feiyang and the others arrived, there would be no way out. What should they do? Zhao Tailai's eyes flickered as he turned to look at Ning Mingi and transmitted his voice. Alliance Master, take everyone and escape. I'll stay and stall them. You, Ning Mingi was shocked. Zhao Tailai sighed, someone has to be sacrificed. I have the Black Demon Blade, I should be able to stall for a while. Ning Mingi said, no, we have to go together. Alliance Master, why are you still so indecisive at this time? We have no other way out now. We have to go as far as we can. Zhao Tailai roared secretly. Ning Mingi lowered his head and remained silent. Zhao Tailai said, I don't have any other requests. After you escape, help me save my daughter. She's the only thing I care about in this world. Ning Mingi raised his head and looked at Zhao Tailai. Go. Zhao Tailai urged. Ning Mingi gritted his teeth, looked at Zhao Tailai, and said word by word, from now on, your daughter is my daughter. As long as I'm alive, I won't let her suffer any grievances. Thank you. Zhao Tailai said. Follow me. Ning Mingi roared, turned around, and chased after Yu Huang like lightning. Because his two sons, Zhao Shimeng, as well as the great deacon and the second deacon, were still in Yu Huang's hands. The third deacon and the others glanced at Zhao Tailai and did not hesitate any longer. They turned around and chased after Ning Mingi. Clang! But at this time, the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace appeared in front of Ning Mingi and the others. The azure light sword recovered and slashed through the air. Thousands of sword chi rushed toward the group of people like an avalanche. Your opponent is me. Zhao Tailai roared and leaped over the heads of Ning Mingi's group. He raised his black devil saber and slashed down. Saber chi swept out and collided with the sword chi in a frenzy. Ning Mingi's group did not utter a single word. They directly bypassed the two of them and fled forward. Don't even think about it. Palace Master Feng Tian roared and immediately abandoned Zhao Tailai. He turned around and chased after the group of people at lightning speed. Stay here. But at the same time, Zhao Tailai roared as his quasi-divinity energy surged out. A divine power enchantment instantly appeared. The Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace snorted coldly and slashed out with his azure light sword. The enchantment shattered on the spot. Although the Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace quickly shattered the enchantment, Zhao Tailai took the opportunity to step in front of him. Get out of my way. Seeing Ning Mingi's group getting further and further away, the Palace Master of the Sky Conferring Palace roared like thunder. Zhao Tailai grinned sinisterly. You want me to move aside? Let's see if you have the ability. The Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace's eyes flashed and suddenly disappeared. Zhao Tailai was not surprised at all. With a wave of his hand, the quasi-divinity energy surged out and another divine power enchantment appeared, imprisoning the spatial divine object. Damn it! The Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace appeared again and slashed out with his azure light sword. The enchantment shattered with a bang. But at this moment, Ning Mingi's group had already fled 1,000 miles away. What is this Qin Feiyang doing? They actually escaped. Yu Huang sensed the aura of a group of people. When he turned around to look, his eyes suddenly widened. He then hurriedly took the Grand Deacon and the others and fled for their lives. Ning Mingi roared, leave them behind and I'll spare your life. Fuck. Do you think this emperor is scared? Upon hearing this, Yu Huang cursed and simply stopped. He stared at Ning Mingi's group and grinned sinisterly. If you dare to come over again, this emperor will directly swallow them. Ning Mingi suddenly braked and stopped in the void, angrily staring at Yu Huang. Yu Huang used the snake's tongue to wrap around the Grand Deacon and the others. He laughed and said, they are right next to this emperor's mouth. As long as this emperor retracts his tongue, they will enter this emperor's mouth. Do you want to try? Ning Yang roared, Father, don't worry about us, let's go. Yes. We can die, but you can't die. Because if you die, the Vanga League will really be gone. Let's go. Ning Yifeng also roared. Ning Mingi looked at the two of them, then looked at Zhao Shimeng and the Grand Deacon. He then shouted to the group of people behind him, let's go. Immediately, the group of people bypassed Yu Huang and fled forward. I'm scared to death, let's go. Yu Huang's body was covered in cold sweat as he quickly flew towards the Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace. He was afraid that Ning Mingi did not care about the lives of these people and directly killed him. Although he had 2 artifacts now, one had to know that the Vanga League had dozens of fake gods. Moreover, Ning Mingi had a divine phoenix saber that was even more terrifying than the sky-breaking staff. If they really fought, he would be finished in an instant. Where do you think you are going? But at this moment, an icy voice could be heard. Following closely, a figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in front of Ning Mingi. It was Willow Tree. As soon as he appeared, he grabbed the Chang Shui and stabbed towards Ning Mingi's lower abdomen. How could Ning Mingi expect Willow Tree to be here? He was not prepared at all. The Chang Shui directly entered his lower abdomen, blood splattering everywhere. Alliance Master. The expressions of the 3rd Deacon and the others changed. After coming back to their senses, they hurriedly charged toward Lu Mu. Willow Tree smiled coldly, took out the Chang Shui, snatched the divine phoenix saber from the Alliance Master's hand, and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! My divine phoenix saber, my sea of chi, the Alliance Master roared. Alliance Master, quickly take the spiritual sea pill. One of the fake gods quickly took out a spiritual sea pill and stuffed it into Ning Mingi's mouth. How could he be in front of us? The group of people scanned the void in surprise. Behind them, the palace master of Feng Tian Palace and Zhao Tailai were also shocked. But then, a trace of joy appeared on the palace master's face as he muttered, "What a cunning kid, he really did not let me down. What is going on?" With his speed and the ancient castle, how could he chase after everyone? Zhao Tailai roared endlessly. "There is something I have to tell you. Don't underestimate Qin Feiyang." The palace master of Feng Tian Palace smiled coldly and rushed towards Zhao Tailai with the azure light sword in his hand. "What are you waiting for? Take the alliance master and leave." Zhao Tailai quickly rushed towards the palace master of Feng Tian Palace and roared at the third deacon and the others. Hearing Zhao Tailai's roar, the third deacon immediately carried the alliance master and prepared to escape. But suddenly, the willow tree appeared again. And Li Yuan and a group of fake gods appeared together with him. These people were like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the fake gods of the Vanga League. The third deacon and the others panicked and were sent flying on the spot. The willow tree directly chopped off the head of an old man. His screams resounded throughout the world. "How did you catch up so quickly?" The third deacon held Ning Mingi tightly and stared at the willow tree in disbelief. "If you can think of it, so can the young master. He knows that with his cultivation level and the castle, he can't catch up with you. So after those two self-destructed, he immediately gave me the castle and asked me to use it to chase after you. Just now, when you were confronting the palace master, we had already caught up. We were just one step away. But this step was coincidentally taken by Yu Huang. He used the Grand Deacon and the others to force you to stop, so we naturally caught up with you." The willow tree sneered. "Damn you, Qin Feiyang. What do you want?" The third deacon roared hysterically. The person who planned to deal with the Vanga League was Qin Feiyang. The person who destroyed their Dimension Divine item was also Qin Feiyang. And now, it was Qin Feiyang who had cut off their only way out. Why was this little bastard so troublesome? If it weren't for him, the Vanga League would not be afraid even if the palace of Fengtian started a war. Don't blame the young master. If you didn't try to kill the young master in the Qingyang Mountains, he wouldn't have attacked you. You can defy the heavens, but you can't survive the sins you bring upon yourself. You asked for it. The willow tree sneered, waved his hand, and shouted, "Kill!" Li Yuan and the others immediately performed their battle arts and activated their fighting souls. "Leader, what should we do?" Seeing this, all the fake gods of the Vanga League looked at Ning Mingi. Ning Mingi closed his eyes in despair. Was the Vanga League really at the end of its road? Qin Feiyang alone had forced the Vanga League to such an extent? He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Ning Mingi suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Even if we die, we will die with dignity. All of you, self-destruct. All of you, self-destruct." Hearing this, Li Yuan and the others froze. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the willow tree, looked down at the group of people, and said calmly, "I can give you a way out." Ning Mingi and the others trembled, as if they had found a life-saving straw. They quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Submit to me." What? Hearing this, the first people to change their expressions were not the Vanga League, but Li Yuan and the others. If the Vanga League also submitted to Qin Feiyang, then Qin Feiyang would really be invincible in the Black Tortoise world. No matter what, they couldn't let him have his way. Li Yuan's heart sank. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, this is not part of our plan. The plan can be changed. There are so many fake gods. It would be a waste to kill them all. Of course, I can assure you that even if the Vanga League still exists, it will not harm the interests of Fengtian Palace in the future." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Li Yuan said anxiously, "Brother Qin, These people are unruly. Even if you use the slave's seal to control them, they might not listen to you. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and said, if I give you a way out, will you listen to me? We, Ning Mingi and the others stammered. Do you see that? If they would listen to you, they wouldn't be hesitating now. Li Yuan said. Li Yuan, do you want us to die that badly? That's true. If everyone in the Vanga League dies, no one will be able to stop Feng Tian Palace's ambition to conquer the Black Tortoise world. However, I won't let you have your way. Ning Mingi smiled coldly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, we are willing to submit to you, and swear that if we have second thoughts, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Chapter 16:18. Swish. At this time, the palace master of Fengtian Palace and Zhao Tailai also flew over. Zhao Tailai said anxiously, Leader, are you kidding? Do you really want to submit to Qin Feiyang? Do we have any other choice now? Ning Mingi smiled bitterly. Zhao Tailai was silent. The palace master of Fengtian Palace walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at Ning Mingi and the others. He frowned and said, Brother Qin, what you're doing is inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? I just want to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. After all, people make mistakes, don't they? There's no need to kill them all. Don't worry, I'll control them well and won't bring trouble to Fengtian Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. The palace master of Fengtian Palace raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this man was determined to take these people in. Qin Feiyang looked at Ning Mingi and the others and said with a smile, destroy their sea of qi. The group of people's faces changed. Destroy their sea of qi? If they really destroyed their sea of qi, what if Qin Feiyang went back on his words and wanted to kill them? One had to know. Once their sea of qi was destroyed, they would be a cripple no matter how strong they were. Anyone could easily get rid of them. Destroy their cultivation? Li Yuan was stunned, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Can you hurry up? Willow Tree urged. Ning Mingi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, can you guarantee that after we destroy our sea of qi, they won't take the opportunity to attack us? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and then looked at Willow Tree and said, release your divine sense, don't let the people of the Tianyang Empire take advantage of this. Understood. Willow Tree nodded. If the people of the Tianyang Empire were hiding nearby, they would definitely not let go of this opportunity when they saw the people of the Vanga League destroy their sea of qi. Because once the people of the Vanga League followed the young master's strength would be even stronger. The Heavenly Sun Empire would never allow such a thing to happen. Boom! He immediately released his divine sense, which rolled out in all directions. In an instant, it covered a radius of several thousand miles. Immediately, Willow Tree raised his eyebrows. What is it? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Willow Tree raised his head and looked towards the space not too far away from him. A wisp of a fierce light flashed through his eyes as he said, there's a spatial artifact there. Really? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up and said jokingly, Mu Tianyang, are you really going to hide in the dark and reap the benefits? Before he could finish, Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang and said, they left. Ignore them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Ning Mingi's group. He said impatiently, I don't have much patience. Hurry up. The third deacon said to himself, Alliance Master, Vice Alliance Master, you have to think twice. There's nothing to think about. It's decided. Although following him will make our Vanga League a laughing stock in the Black Tortoise world, at least we can save everyone's lives. Qin Feiyang can't stay in the Black Tortoise world forever. After he leaves, will still be us. The Vanga League will still be the Vanga League. There won't be any changes. Zhao Tailai sighed. The group of fake gods sighed when they heard that. Their expressions were incomparably desolate. Ning Mingi took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, my sea of qi has been destroyed by Willow Tree. Control me first. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A seal of slavery appeared and sank into Ning Mingyi's head. After Ning Mingyi was controlled, Zhao Tai Lai and the other deacons looked at each other and destroyed their own sea of qi. But at this moment, Li Yuan, who was standing beside Qin Feiyang, had a murderous look in his eyes. He stretched out his arm and grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck like an eagle's claw. Willow Tree and Yo Huang's expressions changed. Ning Mingyi and Zhao Tailai's expressions changed as well. Even the people of Fengtian Palace and their palace master were caught off guard. Willow Tree shouted, "Li Yuan, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Li Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Don't you think that this is an opportunity?" "What do you mean?" Willow Tree's expression darkened. Originally, the palace master and I had discussed that after destroying the Vanga League and the Tianyang Empire, we would send you out of the Black Tortoise world. This way, Fengtian Palace would be able to unify the Black Tortoise world. But I didn't expect you to change your mind and want to subdue the Vanga League. This made me very angry. But because of Chang Shui and the Vanga League's cultivation, I didn't dare to fall out with you. So I was waiting for an opportunity. And this opportunity is now. The Vanga League's sea of popularity has been destroyed. They are fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by Fengtian Palace. The most important thing is that Qin Feiyang is also in my hands. Right now, I only need to use a bit of strength to kill him. So now, Fengtian Palace has the final say. Palace Master, this is a good opportunity. As long as we get rid of the Vanga League, kill Qin Feiyang, and get Chang Shui and the castle, no one will be able to threaten Fengtian Palace. Li Yuan laughed loudly. Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and the Vanga League's faces darkened. The people from the Fengtian Palace looked at Li Yuan, then at Qin Feiyang and the others. Their hearts were moved. When the palace master of Fengtian Palace heard Li Yuan's words, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. His eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I have already promised that the Vanga League will not threaten Fengtian Palace." Promise? You can't be that naive. Do you think we will believe you with just a few words? Just as you said, the plan can be changed. Chang Shui is such a powerful artifact. If we have the chance to get it, why don't we do it? Li Yuan sneered. Fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want with the Vanga League. Qin Feiyang said. Ning Mingyi and the others panicked. No. You don't have the final say now. It's me. We will kill the Vanga League. But we will not let you go either. Ask Willow Tree to give me the Chang Shui. I will consider letting you suffer less before you die. Li Yuan laughed cruelly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He said, "Palace Master of Fengtian Palace, say something. Are we going to continue being friends? Or are we going to be enemies?" The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace remained silent. He was struggling in his heart. Li Yuan said anxiously, "My lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Palace Master, we agree with Li Yuan's decision. The second elder said. The others nodded. They looked at the Chang Shui with greed in their eyes. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace glanced at Qin Feiyang, Li Yuan, and the others. He looked hesitant as if he could not make a decision. Li Yuan shouted, "Elders, let's kill the Vanga League first." The second elder and the others immediately walked toward the Vanga League. Ning Mingyi's heart was burning with anxiety as he exclaimed, "Qin Feiyang, it was because we believed in you that we crippled our cultivations. You can't just ignore us now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He said, "Palace Master, are you sure you don't want to stop Li Yuan?" The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace gritted his teeth and looked at Li Yuan. "Let go of Brother Qin." What? Li Yuan was stunned. The other elders also stopped and turned to look at the Palace Master of Fengtian Palace in disbelief. The Palace Master did not agree to such a good opportunity. The Palace Master of Fengtian Palace said angrily, I order you to let go of him. Li Yuan said angrily, Qin Feiyang's life is in my hands. What are you afraid of? Peace is the most important thing. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Peace is the most important thing? Li Yuan laughed and shook his head. My lord, don't find excuses for your weakness. You're just afraid that Qin Feiyang has other tricks up his sleeves. In other words, you're afraid of death. Impudent. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said angrily. Impudent? Today, I'll show you how impudent I am. Elders, do it now. Li Yuan shouted. The palace master of Fengtian Palace swung his azure light sword. He glanced at the elders and said, let's see who dares. The elders' pupils shrank. They stood in the air, not daring to move. Li Yuan shouted, everyone, he's no longer fit to be the palace master of Fengtian Palace. Please think of the bigger picture. How dare you? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was so angry that his body trembled. Qin Feiyang said, I remember Willow Tree said that you're the palace master's servant. As a servant, how dare you speak to your master like that? How unruly. Unruly? In this world, the fist is the king. Li Yuan laughed wildly. He stared at Willow Tree and shouted, give me the Chang Shui. Now. Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, give it to him. Willow Tree's face suddenly showed a trace of anxiety. Do you remember what I said to you before? It's mine, it'll always be mine. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he threw the Chang Shui to Li Yuan. Li Yuan grabbed the Chang Shui. His face was full of excitement. He shouted, erase the blood contract inside. You'll regret it. Willow Tree smiled coldly. With a thought, the blood contract inside the Chang Shui disappeared on the spot. Li Yuan immediately dripped his blood to recognize it as his master. After successfully recognizing it as his master, he immediately threw his head back and laughed wildly. Who else can be my opponent now? Vanga League? Fengtian Palace? Tianyang Empire? Nether Hall? I'm the overlord of the Black Tortoise world. All of you, submit to me. Li Yuan suddenly turned his head and stared at the palace master of Fengtian Palace. He laughed sinisterly, and you, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you weren't the palace master of Fengtian Palace and I had to rely on you to survive in the Black Tortoise world, I would have killed you long ago. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was instantly furious. He said coldly, so this is your true face. That's right. I've always tolerated you before. Why do I have to be your servant? Didn't you say that everyone is equal? Why don't I have the word equal? Do I have to act according to your whims all the time? Why? I don't accept it. That's why I swore that one day, I would become an existence that the world would respect and fear. Now I've done it. With Chang Shui here, who dares to compete with me? As for you, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll make you my servant forever. You'll serve me tea and listen to my orders. Li Yuan laughed. Bastard. Don't forget, I'm the one who made you who you are today. If it weren't for me, would you have your current cultivation? Would you have become an elder of Fengtian Palace? You're simply a white-eyed wolf. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was furious. That's right. It's because I remember this that I don't plan to kill you. Aren't I just repaying your kindness? Chapter 16:19. The palace master of the palace of Fengtian clenched his fists and his body trembled violently. He was pissed off. Li Yuan had always been the person he trusted the most in the palace of Fengtian. Therefore, he had spent a lot of effort and resources to cultivate Li Yuan. Even the most important part of the 9-palace sword array, the sword heart, was controlled by Li Yuan. However, he didn't expect that he had cultivated a white-eyed wolf who couldn't be fed. He must have been blind. It wasn't until now that he saw the true face of this person. Li Yuan sneered at the palace master of the palace of Fengtian, then looked at the elders and the other fake gods of the palace of Fengtian and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance to serve me." The elders and the group of fake gods looked at Li Yuan with fear in their eyes. However, the source of their fear was not Li Yuan, but Chang Shui in his hands. "Have I said enough?" Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said. Li Yuan shouted, "Shut up. I'll teach you a lesson later." "Teach me a lesson? Don't you think it's too early to be proud? Do you really think you can control Chang Shui? Ridiculous. What's mine will always be mine. Even if it's in your hands, you can't catch it." Qin Feiyang sneered and said sincerely, "Chang Shui, come back." Li Yuan was slightly stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Are you stupid? I've already recognized Chang Shui as my master. Do you think it will return to you just because you said so?" However, before he finished speaking, there was a loud clang and Chang Shui emitted a bright divine light. "What's going on?" Li Yuan was shocked. The others also looked at Chang Shui in surprise. The next moment, Li Yuan's body trembled violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The blood contract inside, it was actually, his face was pale and filled with disbelief. Blood contract? What's wrong with the blood contract? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. At the same time, Chang Shui emitted a terrifying aura, shaking off Li Yuan's 5 fingers, and automatically flew out of his hand. Damn it! Li Yuan was infuriated, killing intent surging in his eyes. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck with his other hand and prepared to crush Qin Feiyang's throat. However, Chang Shui transformed into a streak of light and swept towards Li Yuan's shoulder like lightning. Li Yuan let out a miserable howl. His entire arm was chopped off in an instant. The wound on his shoulder immediately spurted out blood. How is this possible? Li Yuan widened his eyes in anger. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He raised his arm and opened his palm. Chang Shui immediately fell into his palm. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. It was automatically protecting its master. Many divine artifacts were capable of automatically protecting their owners. But the key point was that Li Yuan had already dripped his blood on it. In other words, the owner of Chang Shui had become Li Yuan. If it wanted to protect its master, it should be protecting Li Yuan. But why was it protecting Qin Feiyang? What was going on? Willow Tree was also in disbelief. He had heard from Qin Feiyang that Chang Shui would never leave him. Even if someone dripped his blood on it, it would be useless. Originally, he thought that this was nonsense. However, he didn't expect it to be true. Qin Feiyang grabbed Chang Shui, turned to look at Li Yuan, and said, "Is the scene in front of you far beyond your imagination? Why is this happening? Chang Shui actually took the initiative to erase my blood contract. How is this possible?" Li Yuan roared. "What? Took the initiative to erase his blood contract?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace and the others, as well as Ning Mingi, were all dumbfounded. Took the initiative to erase Li Yuan's blood contract? This was more than beyond imagination. It was completely impossible. But how could Chang Shui do it? I don't know either. But I can feel that there is some kind of bond between Chang Shui and me. No one or anything can cut it off. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Isn't this too incredible? Everyone murmured. How is it? Do you feel desperate now? You said everything before. I think not only me, but also the palace master won't let you go. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Li Yuan's body trembled. He quickly turned around and knelt in front of the palace master of Fengtian Palace, begging, "Lord, I was confused just now. I didn't mean to say those words. Please forgive me." Forgive? The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly had a murderous look in his eyes. In fact, Li Yuan's betrayal was just a small matter in his eyes. The most important thing was that Li Yuan almost destroyed the entire Fengtian palace. Previously, if he had listened to Li Yuan's instigation and fell out with Qin Feiyang, then the current Fengtian palace would definitely be facing Qin Feiyang's anger. Fortunately, he had concerns and did not do so. Fortunately, he stopped the elders. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord, I really know my mistake. Please give me another chance. I promise that I will never make such a mistake again. Li Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety as he solemnly vowed. The palace master of Fengtian Palace glanced at Qin Feiyang, then lowered his head to look at Li Yuan and said, "Get up. After all, we have been together for so many years. How can I bear to kill you?" "Thank you, Lord." Li Yuan hurriedly thanked him. "What do you mean? You're not going to kill him?" Willow Tree raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry," Qin Feiyang secretly said, his eyes flickering. After Li Yuan got up, the palace master of Fengtian Palace asked, "Where is the five-colored exquisite sword?" Li Yuan waved his hand and the five-colored exquisite sword shot out from his body. The palace master of Fengtian Palace grabbed it in his hands and killing intent surged in his eyes. The green light sword tore through the air and chopped off Li Yuan's head instantly. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the void and desert red. Ugh! Willow Tree was stunned and mumbled, "So, you lied about not killing him because of the five-colored exquisite sword." The main reason was to let Li Yuan let down his guard. After all, Li Yuan is not weak. Coupled with the five-colored exquisite sword, if he resisted with all his might, he might cause some trouble. Qin Feiyang smiled. Willow Tree nodded and looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace, teasing, "Palace master, we helped you uncover an ambitious person. Shouldn't you be thanking us? After so many years, I still haven't seen his true colors. It's truly shameful. However, I do have to thank you guys. Otherwise, I might really be plotted against by him in the future." The palace master of Fengtian Palace sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and formed a seal with his hands. Seals of slavery appeared one after another and disappeared into the heads of Zhao Tailai and the others. After a while, the fake gods of the Vanga League were all controlled. The palace master of Fengtian Palace cupped his hands and smiled, "Congratulations, Brother Qin. You have gained another powerful subordinate." "Palace master, you don't mean it," Qin Feiyang said. "I only hope that Brother Qin will keep his word." The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled bitterly. Indeed. He was also very opposed to Qin Feiyang subduing the Vanga League, but was there any use in objecting? It was better not to anger this person. "Don't worry. From this moment on, the Vanga League is disbanded. There is only one Palace Fengtian in the Black Tortoise world," Qin Feiyang said. The palace master of Fengtian Palace heard this and finally felt relieved. However, Ning Mingi and the others suddenly changed their expressions. Ning Mingi hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang," Willow Tree shouted, "Do you think you can call the young master's name directly?" Ning Mingi shrunk his neck and hurriedly changed his words, "Young master, although we have submitted to you, you don't have to disband the Vanga League." Willow Tree said angrily, "Since you have followed the young master, of course you are his people. What's the point of keeping the Vanga League?" Ning Mingi said unwillingly, "You're right, but, no buts. Your duty now is to be loyal to the young master unconditionally and listen to his orders. The young master's words are the imperial edict. Unless you want to die." Willow Tree shouted. The group suddenly lowered their heads and looked very disappointed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you regret following me?" The group was silent, but their expressions said it all. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently and said, "You have to look further. I have my reasons for disbanding the Vanga League. You will understand in the future and be grateful to me." The group did not think much of it. Seeing that the situation was settled, Yu Huang flew to Qin Feiyang with the senior executive and the others and asked, "Young Master Qin, how should we deal with these people?" Willow Tree waved his hand and said, "Just swallow them." "No. Ning Mingi and Zhao Tai hurriedly cried out. Young master, Yang, Feng, and Meng, are all talented young people. Their futures are limitless. The senior executive and the second executive are also very strong. Keep them alive. They will definitely be of help to you in the future. Yes. I only have one daughter. Please, spare her life, okay? The two looked at Qin Feiyang and begged pitifully. Father, we are not afraid of death. We won't beg him. Ning Yifeng and Zhao Tai roared. Yes. What's there to be afraid of death? 18 years later, you will be a hero again. Zhao Shimeng snorted coldly. Hearing the three's words, Ning Mingi and the others lowered their heads in shame. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the three in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes turned and fell on Zhao Shimeng. He smiled and said, Willow Tree, go and take off her skirt. I want to see if she is a hero. How? Willow Tree was stunned. Of course, see if she has a handle. Don't all heroes have handles? Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree's face twitched. How could such a beautiful woman have a handle? You rogue, shameless. Zhao Shimeng's face turned pale and she immediately roared. Zhao Tai also hurriedly said, Young master, don't, my daughter is not married yet. If you strip her naked in front of everyone, how can she get married before? Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, looked at Zhao Shimeng, and laughed. Are you afraid? Then beg me. Kill me. Zhao Shimeng's face was red with anger as she said angrily. Still stubborn? Yu Huang, put her down. Willow Tree, go. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. All right. Yu Huang chuckled and released the snake's tongue. The few of them immediately fell into the void in a sorry state. Willow Tree immediately released his divine might, imprisoning the few of them, and then walked towards Zhao Shimeng step by step. No, Zhao Shimeng shook her head, her face ashen. Willow Tree said, then beg young master. Zhao Shimeng still shook her head. Having a backbone is not necessarily a good thing sometimes. Willow Tree smiled mockingly, took a step forward, and grabbed Zhao Shimeng's clothes. Zhao Shimeng's beautiful face turned pale, looked at Qin Feiyang and screamed, No, I beg you, haha. Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, turned to Ning Mingi and the others, and said, Take the Spirit Sea pill immediately. Willow Tree also let go of Zhao Shimeng. Zhao Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fengtian Palace Master glanced at Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed. He looked at the second elder and the others and shouted, Set off immediately, chase after the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire. Yes. A group of fake gods immediately released their divine sense and chased in the direction of the Heavenly Sun Empire. Qin Feiyang looked at Fengtian Palace Master in surprise. Fengtian Palace Master said, Isn't the next step to eradicate the Heavenly Sun Empire? I didn't expect you to know me so well. It seems that I need to be friends with you. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's my pleasure. Chapter 1620. Tianyang Empire? Ning Mingi and the others were startled. That's right. Where are they? Didn't we agree to form an alliance? Why isn't there a single shadow of them? Zhao Tai said angrily. Don't you understand? It's all thanks to them that we were able to catch up to you. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? Zhao Tai frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Why did Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenho fight? The second deacon said, It's because Mu Qing offended me, and Yan Shenho taught him a lesson. Later on, Mu Tianyang couldn't stand it and helped Mu Qing. Speaking of which, the second deacon was startled. He looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, You mean, they did it on purpose? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn bastards, I won't forgive them. The second deacon was furious. He wants us to fight until both sides are injured, then come out and reap the benefits. However, they still underestimate me, Qin Feiyang. How could I give them this chance? Qin Feiyang sneered. Ning Mingi said angrily, betrayal, we must find them and tear them into pieces. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then used the slave's seal to control Ning Yifeng and the others, then looked at Willow Tree and said, give me the castle. Willow Tree waved his hand, and the castle flew out from between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked at Ning Mingi and the others, and said, you guys go to the castle to repair your Qi Si first. Willow Tree, you also go in and rest for a while. Willow Tree nodded. After Qin Feiyang sent the group to the ancient castle, the palace master of Feng Tian Palace brought Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang to chase after the second elders group. After flying for some distance, Palace Master Feng Tian suddenly sent a voice transmission. Brother Qin, can you honestly answer me a question? What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace said, you kept Ning Mingi and the others, is it really just because of their strength? What do you think? Using them to deal with Feng Tian Palace? And then unify the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang asked. The Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace was silent for a while before he smiled and said, let's not beat around the bush. It's not impossible, right? You worry too much. I have no interest in unifying the Black Tortoise world. Because I don't need power. If I could choose, I would rather use my cultivation in exchange for an ordinary life. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace was stunned. Do you know? I envy those ordinary people who live in the countryside. Although they have to work hard to make a living, no one will restrain them. They don't have to scheme against each other all day, living in slaughter and freedom. Qin Feiyang said. The more Palace Master Feng Tian Palace heard, the more surprised he was. This kid's age wasn't too old. Why did he look like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life? Looking at this kid, he was also a person with a story. And this story wasn't something ordinary people could bear. So don't worry, I won't leave anything behind in the Black Tortoise world, and I won't stay here forever. After destroying the Heavenly Sun Empire, I will leave immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Half an hour later. A black-robed old man flew through the air like lightning. He was one of the 10 great elders of Feng Tian Palace. How is it? Did you find them? Palace Master Feng Tian Palace asked. No. We have spread out and searched tens of thousands of miles ahead, but we didn't find the Heavenly Sun Empire's spatial divine item. The black-robed old man said. Brat Qin, it won't be easy to find them now. They know that you have subdued the Vangu League. They will definitely hide in the spatial divine item and go deep into the desert. The most important thing is Mu Qing's omniscient eye. The omniscient eye can spy on everyone's location. They can definitely avoid us in advance. Yu Huang said. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang and said, as Yu Huang said, if they want to hide, it will be a problem. Qin Feiyang stopped and stood in the air above the desert. He lowered his head and pondered. Yu Huang, Palace Master Feng Tian Palace, and the black-robed old man also stopped and waited for Qin Feiyang. A moment later. Qin Feiyang suddenly took out the image crystal, looked up at Palace Master Feng Tian Palace, and asked, can I send messages here? Palace Master Feng Tian Palace nodded and said, you can send messages in the forbidden areas, but you can't open the portal. Qin Feiyang activated the image crystal. Soon. An illusory figure appeared. If it wasn't Mu Qing, who else could it be? When Mu Qing saw that it was Qin Feiyang, his expression was rather astonished. Soon after, he smiled playfully and said, are you at a loss right now? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. So straightforward? I thought you were going to deny it. Mu Qing was stunned. Is it necessary? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. It's really not necessary. Then why are you sending me a message now? Don't tell me you want us to take the initiative to come to you and let you kill us? Mu Qing joked. That's what I meant. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? Mu Qing was taken aback. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace, Yu Huang, and the black-clothed old man were also stunned. What was this guy thinking? How could the people of the Tianyang Empire take the initiative to die? They weren't idiots. Huh, are you joking? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Mu Qing came back to his senses and immediately sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't be in a hurry to laugh. Then tell me." Mu Qing crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "I believe you and Mu Tianyang already know that we can only stay here for half a year at most." Yes. I've heard about this before. Is there a problem? Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then are you leaving?" Nonsense, of course we're leaving. Mu Qing frowned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Since you're leaving, then you have to take the initiative to come to me." What do you mean? What does our leaving have to do with us coming to find you? Mu Qing looked puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "The Black Tortoise Realm only has one exit. If I let people block the exit, do you think you can still leave?" So that's how it is. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace suddenly understood. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "My Feng Tian Palace is willing to help with this matter." Mu Qing's expression stiffened. He glared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "You're despicable. You set up a trap to trap the Vanga League. Isn't that despicable? So don't talk about me, everyone is the same. I'll go to the River of Corrosion in Peach Blossom City now. I'll wait for you at the bridge. I hope you won't make me wait too long. Also, not only you and Mu Tianyang, but also everyone from the Heavenly Sun Empire." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Yu Huang grinned and said, "Boy Qin, that's a good idea. As long as we block the Devil's Land, they can only come to beg you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Palace Master Feng Tian Palace. "Call all your people back. We'll ambush them at the entrance of the Undead Mountain Range." Okay. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace nodded. Suddenly, he was stunned and hurriedly said, "Wait, didn't you say to go to the River of Corrosion? Why did it become an ambush at the entrance of the Undead Mountain Range?" "I only said that the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire heard it. The Heavenly Sun Empire definitely won't go to their deaths because of Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang. They might even fall out. But they can't stay in the desert forever. When they know that I'm going to the River of Corrosion, they will definitely choose to leave the desert. And there won't be any protection. We can seize this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." Qin Feiyang said. "You mean to say that going to the River of Corrosion is just a pretense to lure them out of the desert?" Palace Master Feng Tian Palace asked. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace and the black-robed old man looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Who was the one who said that this kid was brainless? Stop right there and promise not to beat him to death. Qin Feiyang continued, "Of course, given Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's cautious personalities, they will definitely send me another message before leaving the desert to confirm whether or not we are at the River of Corrosion." Palace Master Feng Tian Palace asked, "Then what are your arrangements?" "Very good. Give the spatial divine item to your wife or someone else. Have them lie in ambush at the entrance to the departed Soul Mountain Range while you come with me to the River of Corrosion. When Mu Tianyang sees that we are at the River of Corrosion, he will not think that there is an ambush at the entrance to the departed Soul Mountain Range. Because he will think that the others are in our spatial divine item." Qin Feiyang said. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace was taken aback. What if he tells us to call the others out? Do we have to call them out just because he says so? Give him that much face? Qin Feiyang sneered. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace nodded and glanced at the black-robed old man. "When Li Yuan captured him, it was fortunate that I didn't turn hostile with him." "That's right. Although this kid's cultivation is still shallow, his mind is truly frightening. It can be described as watertight. If we can't get rid of such a person, we can only become friends. It's truly hard to imagine what he went through in the past. How did he train such a frightening mind? The black-robed old man thought. This kind of mind was not something that a young person should have. No matter what he went through in the past, one thing is for sure, the Heavenly Sun Empire will be destroyed by him. The palace master of the Imperial Conferring Palace smiled. This is a good thing for us. The Vanga League has already disbanded and the main tower has been destroyed. When he destroys the Heavenly Sun Empire, only the Nether Hall will be left. A mere Nether Hall will not dare to act rashly in front of us. The black-robed old man smiled. That's right. Although the Grand Elder died in his hands and the 9-palace sword array was taken by him, it was all worth it. Palace Master Feng Tian Palace thought. The two of them smiled at each other and took out an image crystal to send a message to the rest of the Palace Master Feng Tian Palace to evacuate. In less than 100 breaths, everyone rushed over to meet up. Everyone was confused when they heard that they were going to evacuate. However, when Palace Master Feng Tian Palace told them about Qin Feiyang's plan, they were sincerely impressed by Qin Feiyang's mind. They were happy to do so. Chapter 1621. Deep in the desert. The wind howled, and sand filled the sky. Inside the spatial divine item, in a hall, Mu Tianyang and Yan Shenho sat opposite each other. Mu Qing stood respectfully beside Mu Tianyang. The three of them were silent, and the atmosphere was very heavy. A moment later, Yan Shenho said, "No matter what, we will not accompany you to die." Mu Tianyang said angrily, "If you don't go, how can Mu Qing and I leave the Black Tortoise world?" "That's your business." Yan Shenho said. "Bastard. Do you want us to be like you and be trapped here for the rest of our lives?" Mu Tianyang said angrily. "Did someone force you to enter the Black Tortoise world? You ran in yourself, who's to blame? The Heavenly Sun Empire outside has already been destroyed by your hands, what else do you want? Do you know how much effort we spend in the Black Tortoise world to create the Heavenly Sun Empire today? How much effort did we spend to cultivate so many false gods? Do you think these are all blown by the wind? Do you have to destroy our Heavenly Sun Empire before you're satisfied?" Yan Shenho said angrily. "Humph. So what if there are many false gods? They're just a bunch of trash, including you. When this emperor recovers to his peak state, with just this emperor's strength alone, I will be able to create an unprecedented and prosperous country." Mu Tianyang sneered, his tone was full of disdain. Fine. You're amazing. We can't afford to offend you. Go, get out of the Black Tortoise world and create your own prosperous country. Yan Shenho was so angry that he laughed, almost going crazy. Mu Tianyang said, "You have to go because this is Qin Feiyang's request." "Why?" Yan Shenho roared. "Because this emperor is the first war god in the history of the Heavenly Sun Empire." Mu Tianyang said proudly. "Is a war god that great? Aren't you the same now, being chased by Qin Feiyang, a war emperor? Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? War god? The way I see it, you're even worse than a piece of trash." Yan Shenho raged. Boom! A surge of divine power rushed out from Mu Tianyang's body. Not to be outdone, Yan Shenho unleashed his false god force. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows, looked at Yan Shenho, and said in a deep voice, "It's best to be polite to the master. You have the right to speak here." "Shut up." Yan Shenho was furious to the extreme, he slapped Mu Qing's face, a blood-red palm print immediately appeared. Mu Tianyang flew into a rage, he raised his big hand and slapped Yan Shenho. "You really don't know what's good for you." Yan Shenho's eyes turned cold as his false god force surged towards Mu Tianyang like a tidal wave. "Stop." At this moment, a firm, imperious voice suddenly appeared. Following closely, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon crown and a dragon robe appeared out of thin air beside the three of them. "Greetings, Emperor." Yan Shinho's body trembled and immediately bowed to the middle-aged man. Obviously, this was the emperor of the Black Tortoise World's Heavenly Sun Empire. However, facing this emperor, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing did not have the slightest respect. The middle-aged man glanced at Mu Qing, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said expressionlessly, "We can't help you with this matter. You can think of a way yourself." Mu Tianyang suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and stared at the middle-aged man. "Also, you have to understand that this is the Black Tortoise world, not the outside world. Here, this emperor has the final say. If you want to take power from this emperor, then show me your ability," the middle-aged man said. Mu Tianyang's face sank as he said word by word, "You will regret your decision today." "Is that so? This emperor will wait and see. As for now, you should think about how to escape Qin Feiyang's calamity." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing immediately appeared in the sky above the desert outside. "Bastard!" Mu Tianyang was furious. Mu Qing's face was also full of anger, and said, "Originally, I thought that these people should be able to help us, but I didn't expect that they would not put us in their eyes at all. If I was still at my peak, would they dare to treat me like this? They can't even wait to curry favor with me. In the end, it's still strength. With enough strength, no matter where you are, you will be respected. Without strength, even if you are a clansman, you will not be reliable." Mu Tianyang coldly snorted. Mu Qing nodded and comforted, "There is always a way, we will definitely think of a way. Master, don't be too angry. I will remember the humiliation they gave me today. Immediately check the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and see if he really went to the river of bone erosion," Mu Tianyang said. Mu Qing immediately opened her all-seeing eye. After a while, Mu Qing nodded and said, "He is indeed evacuating. Then let's hurry up and try to get in front of him and enter the Devil's Land," Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, and then took Mu Qing and flew away like lightning. Inside the Space Divine item. Looking at the two disappearing figures, Yan Shinho frowned and looked at the middle-aged man, and said, "Emperor, what should we do? Since Qin Feiyang and the others have already evacuated, then let's go and see if there is a chance to save Mu Shinkong," the middle-aged man said, killing intent flashing in his eyes, and then he controlled the Space Divine item and followed behind Mu Tianyang and flew outside. Time flew. Finally, Qin Feiyang and a group of people left the desert and appeared in the sky above the undead mountain range. "You damn monsters, let go of me." Far away, they had already heard Zhuge Mingyang's roar. Still struggling? Willow Tree was surprised. A group of people flew over. Thousands of cedars were still gathered together, forming an iron bucket-like prison, tightly trapping Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang joked, "We all went to fight the Vanga League, and you are still here? Qin Feiyang?" Zhuge Mingyang was stunned, and quickly looked up at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Brother Qin, we are friends, help me." "Friend? I can't afford to be friends with you. I won't disturb you, you can continue," Qin Feiyang said. "Where are you going?" Zhuge Mingyang roared. "The river of bone erosion." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he left with a group of people without looking back. "Qin Feiyang, you bastard, I will not let you go," Zhuge Mingyang roared in anger, shaking the mountains and rivers. After a while, a group of people flew out of the undead mountain range and stood above the entrance. Qin Feiyang looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and said, "Arrange it quickly." The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded, waved his hand, and a woman appeared. It was his wife, the vice palace master of Fengtian Palace. "Greetings, Brother Qin." The woman bowed. After this period of cultivation, her sea of qi had also been repaired. "Senior, you are too polite." Qin Feiyang smiled. The palace master of Fengtian Palace waved his hand again, and a palm-sized ancient city flew out from between his eyebrows and flew in front of the woman. He said, "Madam, I will leave this space divine item to you. When the people of the Tianyang Empire come, you must be careful." "I know." The woman nodded, grabbed the ancient city, and led the second elders group into the ancient city. Qin Feiyang also immediately opened the teleportation gate to the river of bone erosion. The next moment, Qin Feiyang, the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and Yu Huang descended on the riverbank of the river of bone erosion. Qin Feiyang stood at the bridge, looking at Peach Blossom City. The originally bustling Peach Blossom City had not only turned into nothingness, but there was also not a single shadow. It was dead silent. Peach Blossom City, which has existed for so many years, turned into ruins just like that. What a pity. The palace master of Fengtian Palace sighed deeply, turned to Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Brother Qin, do you know who did this?" Qin Feiyang said, "Who else could it be besides Zhuge Mingyang?" "It's him." The palace master of Fengtian Palace was shocked. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze, turned to the river of bone erosion, and said, "Can this river of bone erosion really kill a false god?" "Of course." The palace master of Fengtian Palace nodded, very certain. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then why didn't Zhuge Mingyang die after falling in? What kind of demonic art is he cultivating now? Bewilderment could be seen in Yu Huang's eyes as she stared at the pitch-black bone erosion river. "Young master, quickly come to the castle." Suddenly, Willow Tree's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was startled. He looked at Yu Huang and the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and said, "You guys wait here first, I will go to the castle." Shwa. Qin Feiyang had already disappeared without waiting for the man and the beast to react. Inside the castle. The moment Qin Feiyang entered, he saw Ling Yunfei and Willow Tree, as well as the 6 great elders standing together. Willow Tree was holding onto a scarlet broadsword tightly, and a group of people were glaring angrily at Ning Mingi and the others. This blade was the Phoenix Divine Blade that he had obtained from Ning Mingi. At that time, because he wanted to subdue Ning Mingi and the others, he placed the Divine Phoenix Blade in the castle. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and Ling Yunfei and asked. Willow Tree said angrily, "As soon as this person's Sea of Qi recovered, he wanted to take back the Phoenix Divine Blade. I did not agree, and he was even prepared to attack me." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Ning Mingi anxiously looked at Qin Feiyang, and pleaded, "Young master, this Phoenix Divine Blade was passed down from the previous Alliance masters, I cannot lose it. Young master, on account of us having already submitted to you, can you return it to me?" What a joke. Right now, your little lives belong to the young master, not to mention the divine artifact. Willow Tree snorted. Ning Mingi angrily glared at Willow Tree, then looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, "Young master, I beg you." Qin Feiyang said, "It's impossible for me to give you this divine artifact now." What? As soon as Ning Mingi heard this, he immediately collapsed powerlessly. Of course. If you perform well in the future, it's a different story. Qin Feiyang said again. Ning Mingi immediately became spirited, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said solemnly, "Young master, don't worry, I will perform well." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Tell me about your current foundation. How many false gods do you have left? How many divine artifacts do you have?" "Including my son Feng Yang, there are a total of 52 false gods. Apart from the Phoenix Divine Blade, there are 10 divine artifacts in the hands of the 9 great deacons and Zhao Tai Lai." Ning Mingi said. "That many?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. 52 false gods, plus the 6 great elders, Yu Huang, and Willow Tree, didn't this mean that he now had 60 false gods by his side? This was really a great harvest. Qin Feiyang smiled, "Hand over all the divine artifacts." This. Chapter 1622. Willow Tree smiled proudly and shouted, "Didn't you hear? Hurry up, or we'll use force." Ning Mingi sighed helplessly, looked at Zhao Tai Lai and the others, and said, "Leave it to him." "Leader." Zhao Tailai shouted. Qin Feiyang said, I'll say it again, there is no Vanga League now, let alone a leader. Yes. Zhao Tailai hurriedly bowed and responded. Hurry up. Qin Feiyang urged. Zhao Tailai clenched his fists, finally gritted his teeth, took out the dark demon blade, and handed it to Willow Tree. The 9 deacons also took out their respective artifacts one after another. There were swords, spears, sticks, and everything. Willow Tree happily took all the artifacts and then handed them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, give them all to Lu Hong later. If you need them in the future, ask her for them. Okay. Willow Tree nodded. In addition, Qin Feiyang looked at Ning Mingi again and said, later, give all the herbs of your Vanga League to Dan Wangkai. Dan Wangkai? Ning Mingi was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, he's in charge of alchemy. If you need any elixirs in the future, look for him. Yes. Ning Mingi nodded. He remembered the 2 names Lu Hong and Dan Wangkai in his heart. Because one was in charge of artifacts, the other was in charge of herbs. There was no suspense. These 2 people must be deeply trusted by the young master. He had to curry favor with them in the future. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something, looked at Ning Mingi and asked, by the way, do you have any extra divine arts? Divine arts? Ning Mingi was stunned, shook his head and said, no, divine arts are as rare as artifacts. Half of us don't have any divine arts yet. Really? Qin Feiyang said. Ning Mingi forced a smile and said, how would I dare to lie to you now? Qin Feiyang said, give your Qingquan bags to Dan Wangkai later. In the future, all the resources will be distributed uniformly. Yes. Ning Mingi nodded. The group of people felt extremely bitter. The divine artifact was gone. The herbs were gone. Now, even his Qingquan bag was gone. He was truly in a sorry state. Be content with what you have. At least for now, you're all alive. Furthermore, you're all able to leave the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Yeah. At least he's still alive. The group of people nodded and smiled bitterly. But suddenly, everyone was stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang. Ning Mingi's breathing quickened as he said, young master, what did you just say? Can you repeat that? Willow Tree also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. When the mysterious man appeared, he happened to be in Tianyang City, so he did not know. Leave the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. Leave the Black Tortoise realm? Ning Mingi was stunned. He turned to Zhao Tailai and asked, am I hallucinating? No. We heard it too. Zhao Tailai said. Swish. Then. The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang again with unconcealable excitement and asked, young master, is what you said true? Willow Tree was the same. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, can we really leave the Black Tortoise realm? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded to Willow Tree, then looked at Ning Mingi and the others and said, this is why I disbanded the Vanga League. How is this possible? Since ancient times, countless people have tried to leave the Black Tortoise realm, but no one has succeeded. How did you do it? Ning Mingi said. To leave the Black Tortoise realm, the first thing to do is to break the devil mark. And I already have a way to break the devil mark. After the Tianyang Empire is dealt with, I will make the arrangements. You can't tell anyone about this. Qin Feiyang warned. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people nodded repeatedly. Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang and stammered, young master, don't worry. If the method really works, I will be the first to help you break the devil mark. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Thank you, young master. Willow Tree's face was filled with ecstasy, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. That's enough. Quickly rest up. There's still a tough battle to come. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yes. The group of people replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Willow Tree. Give me the divine phoenix blade. Willow Tree immediately handed it over with both hands. Qin Feiyang grabbed the divine phoenix blade and left the castle, appearing at the bridge. When the palace master of Fengtian Palace saw the divine phoenix blade, his eyes lit up and he said, Brother Qin, this divine weapon is not simple. Qin Feiyang rubbed the divine phoenix blade and said with a smile, I heard that this divine phoenix blade can automatically protect its owner. I think its grade shouldn't be low. Of course not. Because this divine phoenix blade is the same as my azure light sword, it has already given birth to an artifact spirit. Only a divine weapon with an artifact spirit will automatically protect its owner. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Artifact spirit? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. However, whether it is the divine phoenix blade or the azure light sword, the artifact spirit's consciousness is very weak, like a newborn baby. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he said, Does that mean my Chang Shui and the castle have already given birth to artifact spirits? Of course. Otherwise, how could they be so strong? The palace master of Fengtian Palace said with certainty. Then why can't I feel the artifact spirit's existence? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. Maybe they don't want you to know. Or maybe they are sealed by something. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shook his head. Sealed? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There seemed to be a seal in the castle. Qin Feiyang looked down at the divine phoenix blade and said suspiciously, That's strange. When the willow tree destroyed Ning Mingyi's Qi Si, why didn't it protect its owner? I was also puzzled at first. But after thinking about it carefully, I think it might have something to do with Chang Shui. Although the artifact spirit will protect its owner, it can also sense danger. So, according to my speculation, Chang Shui must have scared it, so it didn't awaken and help Ning Mingyi. The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, Then how do I communicate with the artifact spirit? The palace master of Fengtian Palace said, After you drip your blood on it, you will be able to sense the artifact spirit's existence, but you won't be able to communicate with it because its consciousness is still very weak. Qin Feiyang immediately cut his finger and dripped a drop of purple gold dragon blood on the blade. Buzz! The divine phoenix blade immediately shook and flew out of his hand, floating in front of Qin Feiyang, emitting a blurry purple gold divine light. After the recognition was successful, the purple gold divine light quickly faded away. Then, the divine phoenix blade started to dance around Qin Feiyang. At first glance, it looked like a happy and excited child. What's going on? It actually seemed to like you a lot. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned. It likes me? Qin Feiyang was startled. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Soon. Inside the divine phoenix blade, he could sense a weak fluctuation of emotions. There was indeed a hint of joy in this emotion. I understand. It must be because of your purple gold dragon blood. The palace master of Fengtian Palace suddenly said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Artifact spirits need to be nurtured with bloodline power and divine power. The better the bloodline power and divine power, the more helpful it is for their growth. Your purple gold dragon blood is the bloodline power of the divine dragon. It is extremely noble, any artifact spirit would like it. The palace master of Fengtian Palace laughed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the divine phoenix blade, and said with a smile, You can stay in my Qi ocean from now on. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the divine phoenix blade turned into a ray of light and directly entered Qin Feiyang's Qi ocean, floating in it. Qin Feiyang looked inside his Qi ocean and looked at the divine phoenix blade. Suddenly, a wisp of fiery red sword Qi flew out from the divine phoenix blade and happily flew around Qin Feiyang's Qi ocean. The fluctuation of emotions was even more obvious. This is the artifact spirit? Qin Feiyang was startled. Originally, He thought that it might be a porcelain doll-like child, but he didn't expect it to be a wisp of sword chi. But not long later, the sword chi suddenly changed again. Very quickly. A blurry little person actually appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's line of sight. This little person was only the size of a pinky finger. It did not have a body of flesh and blood, nor did it have a face. It only had an outline. It can even change shape. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He tried to communicate with the little person, but the little person did not respond to him and kept jumping around happily in his chi ocean. Sometimes it turned into sword chi. Sometimes it turned into a human form. It gave people the feeling that it was a child who had finally found a playground that it liked. However, the artifact spirit still did not dare to approach Chang Shui. Chang Shui was also in Qin Feiyang's chi ocean. The artifact spirit seemed to be a little afraid. Chang Shui, you can't bully our new friend. Qin Feiyang observed for a moment and said to Chang Shui with a smile. Then, his mind withdrew from the Qi ocean and looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace with a smile. It really likes me. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked a little envious. Why don't you give me the azure light sword, and I'll help you nourish it with the purple gold dragon blood and purple gold dragon Qi? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and teased. When the palace master of Fengtian Palace heard this, he immediately pushed away and kept a distance of 5 or 6 meters from Qin Feiyang. He said vigilantly, "Don't even think about it. If he gave it to this guy, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog." He was not that stupid. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I'm just joking. Don't get too excited." Do I look like I'm excited? I'm obviously nervous. The palace master of Fengtian Palace rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "By the way, can all artifacts give birth to artifact spirits? How is that possible? You have to know that artifacts that give birth to artifact spirits will constantly evolve as the artifact spirits grow. In other words, this artifact spirit will become stronger and stronger. If artifacts can be born, then wouldn't the world be in chaos? Whether it's artifact spirits or something else, such as tree spirits, flower spirits, and so on, they all have to go through some special processes and factors to be born. Let me put it this way. It's lucky if one artifact spirit can be born in 100,000 artifacts." The palace master of Fengtian Palace said. "I see. I originally thought that even if artifacts give birth to artifact spirits, they won't grow. I even thought that artifact spirits are innate. But in the end, that's not the case. I have to say, in the path of cultivation, there's always a higher mountain. If you don't step into a certain realm, you'll never know what's above it." Qin Feiyang said with emotion. There are also people who can refine artifacts with innate artifact spirits. But in this world, I'm afraid you won't find such a person. But there's one thing that I agree with. Every time we step into a new realm, we will learn some new things and knowledge. This is the wonder of cultivation. It's never too old to learn. The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled. Chapter 1623. The palace master of Fengtian Palace took a deep look at Qin Feiyang. He was getting more and more curious. What exactly happened to Qin Feiyang? Why was he so indifferent to fame and fortune at such a young age? Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. Is it Mu Qin? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was taken aback and asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Most likely, it should be him." After saying that, he took out the image crystal. An illusionary figure swiftly appeared. Who else could it be but Mu Qin? Why are you still in the desert? Qin Feiyang frowned. Because the scene behind Mu Qin was the desert. From this, it could be seen. They had not left the desert yet. Mu Tianyang appeared beside Mu Qin and looked at Qin Feiyang. Is there no room for negotiation? Obviously. Mu Qin had already known through the heavenly eye that Qin Feiyang had arrived at the river of erosion. Originally, they wanted to enter the devil's land before Qin Feiyang. But now, it was obviously impossible. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded, yes, but I don't know if you can do it. Say it. Mu Tianyang said. Let's join forces to destroy the Tianyang Empire. As for the grudges between us, we can wait until we leave the Black Tortoise realm and slowly settle it. Qin Feiyang said. Join forces with you to destroy our Tianyang Empire? Do you think we are idiots? How could we do such a stupid thing? Mu Qing said angrily. Don't say it so righteously. I think those people in the Tianyang Empire don't treat you very well, and even reject you. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's eyes darkened. It seems that it is as I expected. Actually, thinking about it, although they are your clansmen, they have already created a brand new Tianyang Empire in the Black Tortoise realm. If they can leave the Black Tortoise realm, it will be a different story. But they can't leave. Thus, they simply do not care about the life and death of you two clansmen. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Mu Tianyang and said, even though you used to be the war god. Mu Tianyang sighed and nodded. You're right. I've had enough of these people. For you to say that, it means that they have bullied you a lot. You are Mu Tianyang, a war god, yet you are being bullied by a bunch of clowns. Even I feel bad for you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Don't be so fake. Don't you want to get rid of the Heavenly Sun Empire first before getting rid of me and the Lord? Mu Qing's face was full of disdain. Why don't you believe me? I know my limits. It's not that easy to kill the two of you. My initial plan was only to get rid of the Heavenly Sun Empire here. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. It's pointless to say more. Mu Qing snorted and immediately turned off the image crystal. The two of them were indeed standing in the air above the desert. In front of them was the undead mountain range. Mu Qing kept the image crystal and looked at Mu Tianyang. Lord, what should we do now? Mu Tianyang shook his head. For a moment, there was nothing he could do. You can't go any further. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded out of thin air. Who is it? The two of them were shocked and quickly scanned their surroundings. But there was not a single shadow around. Is it an illusion? The two of them looked at each other. However, just as they retracted their gaze, they suddenly looked at the void on their left. There was a giant python floating there. You are, Mu Tianyang's eyes widened in anger. Mu Qing was also shocked. Greetings, Lord Guardian. The next moment, the two of them bowed in unison. The giant python looked at the two of them and sneered, you have a good memory. You actually still remember me. Senior's power, I dare not forget. Mu Qing said. The giant python had appeared when Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were fighting. Of course, he knew. Mu Tianyang looked up at the giant python and asked suspiciously, Lord, you just said that we can't go any further. Why is that? Wait a minute. The giant python glanced at the void of the desert behind them and said coldly, I don't like being spied on. Get out immediately. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing turned their heads and looked over in surprise. Before his voice faded, a middle-aged man appeared and hurriedly ran to the front of the giant python. He respectfully prostrated himself in the void and said, Greetings, Lord Guardian. It's him? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. This person was the emperor who had expelled him and Mu Qing previously. He actually followed them? At this moment, in front of the Guardian, this emperor's previous domineering and majestic aura had disappeared. He was like a pitiful dog wagging its tail. Mu Tianyang's eyes were full of disdain. He looked at Mu Qing and said, Why don't you use the omniscient eye to track his whereabouts? My attention is all on Qin Feiyang. I don't have the mood to care about him. Mu Qing smiled bitterly. Get up. The giant python said. Yes. The middle-aged man got up and stood aside respectfully. The giant python glanced at Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing and said, I don't want you to continue because there's an ambush ahead. Ambush? Who's ambushing? Qin Feiyang? But isn't Qin Feiyang in the river of bone erosion now? Mu Qing was surprised. It's Qin Feiyang. He and the palace master of the Celestial Palace did go to the river of bone erosion, but the others of the Celestial Palace stayed at the entrance. Once you go there, you'll definitely die. The giant python said. What? Mu Tianyang and the other two's expressions changed. The middle-aged man glared at Mu Qing and said, Don't you have the omniscient eye? Why don't you check their whereabouts? Nonsense. If I want to check, I'll check on the two main figures, Qin Feiyang and the palace master of the Celestial Palace. Why should I check on the others? Is there something wrong with your brain? If you're so arrogant, why don't I see you being arrogant in front of Qin Feiyang? If you have the guts, go ahead. Mu Qing said angrily. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled violently. Well said. Mu Tianyang laughed secretly. The giant python looked at the three and said angrily, Shut up. Mu Qing looked coldly at the middle-aged man in her eyes, then looked at the giant python and asked in confusion, Senior, may I ask why you want to help us? The giant python snorted and said, Of course it's to deal with Qin Feiyang. What? Senior also has a grudge with Qin Feiyang? Mu Qing was surprised. Yes. The giant python nodded. That's not right. With Senior's strength, it's not easy to kill Qin Feiyang. Why do you need our help? Mu Qing said suspiciously. As soon as the giant python heard this, it immediately remembered the scene that happened in front of the entrance, and its eyes were full of hostility. Mu Qing, it's very strong. Back then, Qin Badian wanted to force his way from the second floor to the first floor because of a woman, and he was almost killed by it. So don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just do as you're told. Mu Tianyang said secretly. What? You saw him back then? Mu Qing's expression changed. Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly said, Senior, what do you want us to do? Please tell us. The giant python looked at Mu Qing and said, You're quite interesting. You're as bold as Qin Feiyang. Senior, please forgive me. Mu Qing hurriedly said, thinking that the giant python was angry. I just praised you, and now you immediately show a cowardly and incompetent look. It seems that there is still a gap between you and Qin Feiyang. But there's one thing that you're better than Qin Feiyang. The giant python said. Senior, please tell me. Mu Qing said. You're more sensible than him. I like young people like you. The giant python laughed. Senior's words have truly shocked this junior. Mu Qing said. Do you want to live? The giant python looked at the three of them and said. The three of them nodded at the same time. Okay. I'll take you to a place later. Even if Qin Feiyang has the ability to reach the heavens, he won't be able to find you. The giant python said confidently. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, senior. The three of them hurriedly thanked it. The giant python glanced at the undead mountain range, and a rule force suddenly fell from the sky and blasted toward a mountain in the distance. The target was the cedar trees that surrounded Zhuge Mingyang. As soon as they sensed the rule force, those cedar trees immediately scattered. What's the situation? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. Hurry up and come over here. The giant python shouted. This is, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly flew toward the giant python. What happened just now? Why did the rule force descend? At the same time, the woman hiding in the space divine object looked at the undead mountain range in surprise. The second elder and the others behind her were also horrified. Suddenly, the black-robed old man's eyes trembled. He looked at the woman and said cautiously, Madam, could it be that the guardian has descended? Guardian. The woman's body trembled and nodded. It must be it because only it can control the rule force. Quickly inform Qin Feiyang and the others. The black-robed old man immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to the palace master of Fengtian Palace. What? The guardian has appeared? When he heard the news, the palace master of Fengtian Palace was also shocked. But Qin Feiyang, who was at the side, had a trace of hostility in his eyes. This damned beast was really like a lingering spirit that refused to disperse. He looked at the black-robed old man and asked, "Is Mu Tianyang and the others with it?" "I don't know. We don't dare to go out now." The black-robed old man shook his head. Qin Feiyang's face sank. He immediately opened the portal and descended at the entrance, then rushed toward the desert like lightning. Yu Huang also chased after him. "Brother Qin, don't go." The palace master of Fengtian Palace followed and hurriedly shouted. The woman also appeared from the space divine object. She looked in the direction of the desert with a face full of horror. The guardian actually appeared. Why was that? Soon, Qin Feiyang rushed to the sky above the cedar forest. Seeing that Zhuge Mingyang had disappeared, he was furious. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to continue to rush over, Yu Huang hurriedly stretched out his tail and pulled Qin Feiyang, shouting, "Brat Qin, bear with it for a while. Now you don't have the blood chi pearl, so you can't provoke it." The plan was about to succeed, but it completely disrupted it. "How can I bear it?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Brother Qin, it is the guardian, the master of this miracle, the sky here. You can't beat it, forget it." The palace master of Fengtian Palace also flew over and persuaded. "That's right. You are an ant, I am the sky. You are an ant, how can you beat me, the sky?" Before the palace master of Fengtian Palace finished speaking, the giant python's voice sounded in the sky. Then, the giant python brought Zhuge Mingyang, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and the middle-aged man to the void above. Chapter 1624. Greetings, Lord Guardian. The palace master of Fengtian Palace quickly knelt in the air and greeted respectfully. "Fengtian Palace is quite bold. How dare you collude with Qin Feiyang?" The giant python said coldly. The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned pale when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "I know my mistake. Please forgive me. Can't you have some backbone?" Yu Huang raised his eyebrows. The palace master of Fengtian Palace transmitted his voice. "This is a matter of whether I have backbone or not. You can leave the miracle site, but I can't. If I want to live, I have to treat it like an ancestor. After talking for so long, aren't you just afraid of death?" Yu Huang looked at him with disdain. The palace master of Fengtian Palace didn't deny it. The giant python said, "Since you know your mistake, shouldn't you know what to do?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned. What should he do? Attack Qin Feiyang? Wouldn't that be a dead end? Unless he could kill Qin Feiyang now, the palace master of Fengtian Palace would definitely be in trouble. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Step aside." "Thank you, brother Qin." The palace master of Fengtian Palace was grateful. "Aunt Tian?" Qin Feiyang looked up at the giant python and sneered, "Do you really think you're a big shot? Kid, don't be arrogant." The giant python smiled coldly. "I'm arrogant? Who was the one who made trouble for me in the first place? I'll say it again. You have to pay the price for doing wrong." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a clang, Chang Shui appeared. "I heard that your chi and blood pearl has been shattered and you can't revive Chang Shui and the ancient castle. Are you sure you want to fight with me?" The giant python sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing and said, "Did they tell you? Didn't you say it yourself? Why? Are you afraid that we'll tell others?" Mu Qing said, her face full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang joked, "Then you must think that what I said is true." "What do you mean? Could it be that the chi and blood pearl didn't shatter?" Mu Qing raised her eyebrows. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. Mu Qing stared coldly at Qin Feiyang, her eyes flickering. Cut the crap. Since you've appeared, let's settle this once and for all. Let's see how powerful you are, Tian. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze towards the giant python and coldly shouted. The 6 elders, Willow Tree, Ning Mingi, and the others all appeared. A total of 60 false gods. Such a lineup could be said to be universally shocking. However, when they saw the guardians, Willow Tree, and the others were all frightened out of their wits. The reputation of the guardians was like thunder to the ears. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Do you want to leave the Black Tortoise world? Do you want to leave the divine sight? If you do, then get rid of it with me because it is the obstacle for you to leave the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. The group of people perked up. Why don't you try? The guardian sneered, looking majestic without being angry. The pupils of the group of people constricted, and they were full of fear again. Qin Feiyang said, believe me, as long as Chang Shui is revived, killing it won't be a problem. That's right. I've seen Chang Shui's power with my own eyes. Last time at the entrance, the fire dragon and the giant python joined forces, but they couldn't stop Chang Shui's edge. Yu Huang shouted secretly. What? You've already fought with the fire dragon and the giant python? Ning Mingi said in shock. Yes. The fire dragon has been killed by Qin Boy, and the giant python has fled, so you don't have to be afraid of it at all. Yu Huang said. The fire dragon has been killed? The group of people was dumbfounded. I don't want to say it a second time. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Willow Tree gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Qin Feiyang. He poured out his false god power without holding back and rushed toward Chang Shui. Yu Huang followed closely behind. Looking at Yu Huang and Willow Tree, Ning Mingi gritted his teeth and said, everyone, if we don't listen to the young master, we will die anyway. Why don't we go crazy with him? Okay. Zhao Tai nodded. Then let's go crazy. The second elder and the others also shouted. Boom. In an instant. Foe gods roared as they charged forward, turning into huge waves that surged toward pale snow. 60 false gods revived Chang Shui at the same time. What kind of concept was that? Clang. In the blink of an eye, Chang Shui, which was floating above Qin Feiyang's head, released a bright divine light. An aura that could destroy the world roared in all directions. The sharp edge tore the sky and split the earth. The void above was shattered and turned into nothingness. Below, the cedars also felt a fatal danger and quickly pulled up from the ground and fled into the distance. The middle-aged man sneered and said, how dare you fight back in the face of a guardian? You really don't know what death is. Shut up. You don't know Qin Feiyang at all. He never does anything that he's not confident in. Since he dares to fight back, it means that he has the confidence. Mu Tianyang shouted inwardly. I really underestimated this kid's courage. The palace master of the Palace of Heaven, who had retreated far away, was also shocked. He dared to fight back in the face of a guardian? Heavens! How could there be such a terrifying young man? Husband, what should we do? Should we help Qin Feiyang or the guardian? The woman flew to the palace master of the Palace of Heaven and asked secretly. What do you think, madam? The palace master of the Palace of Heaven asked. Qin Feiyang is so confident and fearless. It shows how much he trusts Chang Shui. But his current opponent is after all the guardian of the miracle. This beast has the means to control the rule force. Chang Shui may not be able to kill it. I really don't know what to choose. And at this time, we can't make a decision casually. Because if we make the wrong choice, the Palace of Heaven will face a disaster. The woman sighed. Yes. We can't offend Qin Feiyang. And we can't offend the guardian. Now we can only wait and see. If Chang Shui can really threaten the guardian, then we, the palace master of the Palace of Heaven hesitated and then made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "We'll help Qin Feiyang." "Yes." The woman nodded. In the blink of an eye. Seeing Ning Mingi and the others decisively helping Qin Feiyang, the giant python suddenly exuded a shocking murderous aura. "If you want to die, this lord will fulfill your wish." Before its voice faded away, a wave of rule force descended from the sky and blasted towards the group of people. Everyone's eyes suddenly had a trace of panic. "Don't be afraid. Believe in the young master, believe in Chang Shui." Willow Tree roared. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the rule force. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but it was burning with the flames of war. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. He smiled proudly. With a wave of his arm, Chang Shui carried a monstrous aura, smashing the sky and blasted towards the rule force. This is the crucial moment. Can pale snow suppress the power of rule force? The palace master of the Palace of Heaven narrowed his eyes and stared at Chang Shui. There was a bit of anxiety and expectation in his eyes. Ning Mingi and the others were also very nervous. But at the same time, they also worked harder to revive Chang Shui. They didn't hold back at all with the power of the false god. Clang! Chang Shui's power became more and more terrifying, almost reaching the level of Qin Feiyang's qi and blood pearl to revive Chang Shui last time. There was a loud bang. Chang Shui and the rule force finally collided. Kacha! Woo-woo! An apocalyptic aura surged out in all directions with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The void within thousands of miles was instantly annihilated and turned into chaos. The sky also changed color. The wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if doomsday was coming. Quickly suppress Chang Shui. Quickly suppress the rule force. People on both sides roared in their hearts. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, the middle-aged man, and Zhuge Mingyang naturally hoped that the rule force could suppress Chang Shui. Willow Tree and the others certainly hoped that Chang Shui could suppress the rule force. Clang! Boom! Chang Shui and the rule force continued to collide. Everyone didn't dare to blink, afraid that they would miss the most critical scene. The power that Chang Shui is emitting now has far surpassed the fully revived Azure Light Sword and Divine Phoenix Blade. Maybe, it can really suppress the rule force. The Palace Master of the Palace of Heaven said excitedly. The results are not out yet. We can't jump to conclusions. The woman secretly said. But before her voice died away. Following an earth-shaking rumble, the power of the law shattered. What? The middle-aged man jumped up directly. The rule force was no match. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Zhuge Mingyang's faces instantly sank. Even the rule force couldn't stop Chang Shui. This had far exceeded their imagination. Ning Mingi and the others, Willow Tree, and Yu Huang were naturally excited. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. There was no longer fear in their eyes. Instead, they looked at the giant python with provocation and eagerness. Help Qin Feiyang. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at this scene and decisively made a choice. He turned into a stream of light and rushed to Qin Feiyang's side with the woman, roaring, "Brother Qin, we are here to help you." Oh no. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. The giant python's expression was also extremely ugly. Willow Tree glanced at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and sneered, "At least you have a good eye." The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled embarrassedly. With a wave of his hand, all the fake gods of Fengtian Palace appeared in an instant. Including his two sons. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shouted, "Quick, revive Chang Shui with everyone." Boom! Waves of fake god power roared out crazily and rushed into Chang Shui. Clang! With the addition of the palace master of Fengtian Palace, Chang Shui's power doubled in an instant. The terrifying sharpness was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting everything. The entire departed soul mountain was destroyed in an instant. 1. 5. 20. 40. 50. Heavens, the palace master of Fengtian Palace also has 50 fake gods. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. 50 plus 60, in other words, Qin Feiyang now had a total of 110 fake gods by his side. Good, very good. Today, you will follow me to break this sky, break the rules of this black tortoise world, and then I will treat you to snake soup. Qin Feiyang laughed. 110 fake gods should be enough to fully revive Chang Shui. Snake soup. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at the giant python in unison, their eyes full of sneers. This giant python was a true divine beast, and they had never tasted snake soup before. Kill.